Hey now, it's your boy PSX is here with everyone's favorite devil hunter and would definitely not sacrifice the entire city of Tokyo to get
Oh,
some.
yes, I would. What are you talking about? You're gone, all of you. I want to see stacks of bodies to the moon.
Adam, friend,
What
there you
what are
go.
we
Terrible.
what are we talking about today? What's the video for today? This
Today,
looks
someone sent
interesting.
me this, and I forget who it was. So thank you if you're listening. This is a very insane conversation between Roxane Gay, who's a very far left, famous feminist lady who writes a lot of
Hmm.
feminist literature. And she's talking to Alex Wagner, who used to have a show, used to be a respectable newscaster.
Well, she
Or,
was on
or
MSNBC, so let's
I
not
was
go
getting there.
totally let's not go totally crazy
She
here.
used to be a news pundit on MSNBC. Now it was weird because I had seen a lot of her on MSNBC like years ago. So I don't know, maybe she changed it. Like back pre 2015, I remember seeing her show a bunch on MSNBC. She didn't seem too crazy back then, but I feel like everyone kind of went a little bit banana coconuts in the last 5 or 10 years or so. Apparently now she has a podcast, or she's on Pod Save America, and she's interviewing this crazy person who's saying very crazy things and not really providing any pushback whatsoever.
Yeah, wow. This thing was infuriating for me. I only made it through about 15 minutes of it before I was like, okay, I'm going to have to do this on stream.
Well, it's weird because the title of this says debate. It says Roxane Gay and Alex Wagner
Yeah, there
debate
is no
Trump in
debate.
civility. Now, unless I just, maybe I was playing Pokemon while I was listening to this. Maybe I was just a little bit too distracted or something, but I do not recall this being a debate. It seemed like she was offering some questions, some slightly pointed questions, and that's about it. So, okay. I guess
I s- she
I guess when you're on like this kind of far left, any sort of pushback is, I think what's going on here with Pod Save America is they're afraid that if they actually were to provide some level of pushback to any of this, then, their audience would turn on them and
they'd
go
be
crazy.
racist, right? It's
Yes.
Roxanne Gay, obviously. She's even got gay in the name. She'd be
There you go.
homophobic and racist. See, I remember Alex calling out Ben or Jordan Peterson on Bill Maher. That was like the last time I saw her,
Interesting.
which was probably
Interesting.
like, I don't know, 10 years ago now. Jeez.
Hmm.
So, but look,
So
she's still around. She's still firm in the Democrat
is it,
Party and
mhm.
a respected journalist, just like you said.
Is this the simulation? Okay, because her name is Gay, and she is gay and a feminist. I just looked her up right now because I thought, well, her name's obviously not really gay. Like she just made it gay. But
Hmm.
no, her name is actually gay. Her last name is gay. Her parents' last name was gay, and she is gay. And guess what? She's related to Claudine Gay, the
Hmm.
former Harvard University professor that, remember, she testified. That was the one that testified in front of Congress that got into all that trouble when they're like, is it against the school rules to tell Jews to go home or whatever? And she's like, I don't know, we'll have to check. And everyone got mad at her.
That's her wife?
That's her cousin.
Oh, her cousin.
That's
Okay.
her cousin.
Interesting.
Interesting.
All of this incestual relationships in academia.
Hot. Okay, so let's jump into it.
Hot. It's so far
Welcome to
from
Pod Save
hot.
America. I am Alex Wagner. Charlie Kirk's assassination deepened an already extraordinary political divide. Members of both parties condemned the killing and they mourned Kirk's death, regardless of whether they agreed with his politics. But Republicans quickly turned that tragedy into an attack line. They flooded social media and they accused Democrats of celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, even though no elected Democrat actually did that.
But she just said members of the Democratic Party. It's hard for me to believe those people celebrating. None of them were members of the Democratic Party, Sitch. None. Zero members of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, this is framing so annoying because, yeah, if she were to say, well, elected officials didn't, which they didn't, I believe, AOC and Ilhan Omar made some, sus comments about, things, but there were tons and tons of people on the left who were not politicians who were cheering this on. And you do have to, if you want to have like an honest conversation about it, you have to bring that up. You have to talk about that. You have to point that out.
Look, if that was happening on the right, they would be. They'd say, "Oh, look, all the Republicans, they're all racist. They're all homophobes."
Right. Right.
And if Republicans came out and said, "Oh, no elected leaders did anything racist," they'd be like, "Fuck you."
But and then
Your
this
whole
is part
party
of,
is racist.
But this is why when I talk to someone like my parents and I tell them, oh, well, there was like a ton of people who were cheering that on, Charlie Kirk's death on when it happened. They're like, really? Like they didn't even know that because they just kind of watch Normie News. And this is how Normie News frames the entire story.
Right. It's all about the Republicans. The Republicans are using this to attack Democrats, even though the Democrats are acting insanely crazy. Oh my God. So many people lost their jobs because they were like posting on social media and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting because then they can't really report on that story because it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah. No, a bunch of people lost their jobs.
Because then there'd have to be some acknowledgement. Yeah. No, yeah, but I'm saying like then they can't, like my parents won't hear the story of them,
the people that were
about
fired.
Yeah. Job because then they'd have to know, well, what did they do? Right.
Both parties condemned the killing and they mourned Kirk's death, regardless of whether they agreed with his politics. But Republicans quickly turned that tragedy into an attack line. They flooded social media and they accused Democrats of celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, even though
she says both parties mourned, which just is false.
No elected Democrat actually did that. Vice President J.D. Vance urged Americans not just...
Was Ta-Nehisi Coates mourning? Seemed like he wasn't really mourning. Seemed like he was giving a big old fuck you to Charlie Kirk.
We all mourn in our own ways, Adam. Okay. Some people cry. Some people get wasted and they have like a fun Irish wake. Okay. Some people talk about how you're the worst person on the planet and deserve to die. It's just, it's not upon us to judge people and how they mourn.
It's just going crazy here. This is good comedy.
To call out people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, but to report them to their employers. And Vance capped that off with a plea
Wait a minute.
Just to call out people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, even though no elected Democrat actually did that. Vice President J.D. Vance urged Americans not just to call out people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, but to report them to their employers. And Vance capped that off with a...
okay. If you're a normie, how does your brain even understand what she just said? Because she just says none of the Democrats supported this. And then she said, but then the president was saying that they should fire people that were celebrating it. Who are that's got to be so confusing. If you don't know this stuff, if you don't know what's going on.
Well, she might be saying that they're falsely reporting.
Like, wait, what? Who's she talking about?
Did you restart your modem and whatnot?
I think that would be she didn't say that. Like, am I cutting out?
Yeah.
Am I roboting?
You're roboting a little bit, yeah.
Oh.
Did you plug in your thing?
I did restart the modem. I plugged in.
Oh, nice. Okay. Maybe it's my
everything. Everything. No.
My internet was doing crazy shit, so.
I closed Firefox. It might have been draining too much of my memory, but too many porn tabs. No, she didn't. She's not saying that it's false allegations, but the implication, I think, if you're a normie, would be that it would have to be the way that she's framing it. It would be just so confusing. You'd be like, "What?"
Yeah,
it must be. Fake.
You're thinking, look, they didn't do anything wrong, and they're out there asking their people to report them falsely for things that they didn't do. These evil Republicans. Even though you can see it all over social media. Oh my God, you liar.
For civility.
We don't believe in political violence, but we do believe in civility. And there is no civility in the celebration of political assassination.
A call for civility while masked ICE agents racially profile and detain people in unmarked vans.
But what about ICE? What about?
Right.
What about the ICE?
Right.
What about the ICE?
Well,
we will have civility when you throw the border open.
It's very interesting because they don't say this directly, but I guess what you would have to imply from this, because you have JD Vance is saying there needs to be civility. He's talking about in regards to people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. And then she's like, well, what about the civility of the ICE raids? And then Roxanne Gay comes out and they have this whole conversation about whether civility is important or not. I guess that would have to lead you down the pathway to say, okay, well, if Charlie Kirk advocates for Trump to get elected and helps Trump get elected, even if it's through a normal political process, and then once Trump's elected, he does things like have ICE support people and do these things that you would consider uncivilized or wrong or bad or whatever. Therefore, Charlie Kirk helped create the uncivil situation. Therefore, it's okay to cheer on Charlie Kirk's murder. Like, I feel like that's the pathway that this all has to lead you down.
Yeah, definitely. That's what the yarn that they're spinning here.
Yeah.
A call for civility while the National Guard patrols some of America's most densely populated cities under the guise of fighting crime. A call for
Oh my God, these people drive me crazy, Sitch. We're 1 minute in. This is insanity. Look, obviously law enforcement is there to keep the peace.
Right.
Yeah. We can't help it if a bunch of Democrats are going to show up and throw bricks at the police, right?
Well, I think those are probably Antifa people. I don't think those are generally your average Democrat voter.
Democrat voter.
Those are usually people that say, those are usually the people that say, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds as they're throwing a brick at a nice person.
I saw a documentary on Antifa, and they all seem like nice Democrats to me.
Oh, okay.
They were
They're
out there
Democrat
feeding
boomers.
the poor.
Yeah.
Oh no, they were young kids, but they were out there feeding the poor in their ninja outfits and stuff.
Oh, of course, yeah. No, I think the thing with the state, the National Guard, and all this other stuff, I feel like the Democrats really are. They're gonna cry wolf too much.
Oh yes, you think?
Because it's like, okay, there definitely is some potentially like crazy thing that could happen with the National Guard, but so far, nothing that crazy has actually happened with the National Guard, outside of people, questioning whether the legality of the action or whatnot. But in terms of what's actually happened, what they're doing, nothing. I've never heard any story of anything crazy happening with them. They're just kind of there as a show of force to try to.
Well, they're there to protect ICE.
That's what I mean, as a show of force to protect ICE or to just get people to not do crimes. And that's
you have anarchists who are attacking ICE facilities, and the local law enforcement won't step in and do anything about it. I mean, I live in Los Angeles. Obviously, that's a huge problem here.
But some people are framing this like, okay, when the midterms come along, or when 2028 comes along and there's an election, that Trump is going to somehow use the National Guard the same way that like Putin used the Russian army in Crimea to like stuff ballot boxes and to get people to vote for Crimea to become part of Russia or something, right? That's sort of the argument that Democrats are making regarding the National Guard. And if they keep making that argument when nothing's actually happened, people just look at it and say, okay, well, I don't believe you because you've been saying this the whole time and nothing actually has happened.
They are attacking ICE though. I mean, there was just 2 people shot in Los Angeles because they were driving a U-Haul back up into the ICE agents, and the ICE agents opened fire and killed 2 people. So if you're going to take on the police, you're going to get killed. Yes. But in Alex's little pea brain here, like they're like superheroes or something. They're fighting the Gestapo Nazis out there who are deporting these nice innocent people. That's the way she sees it. She's with the guys in the U-Haul that are intimidating the police, that are fighting ICE.
Right. Well, I don't mean, obviously I don't support that. That's crazy. People that are trying to attack ICE agents. I wouldn't use the framing of like, oh, these are nice innocent people, because some of them probably are nice innocent people
that are being deported. I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're lovely people, but they're here illegally. So.
Yeah, some of them are here illegally. Some of them here, requested asylum, and they've changed the program. So that's just all going out the window. Some of them have tattoos that get them thrown into a prison for no reason. So,
yeah,
I don't. I'm just saying, like, I don't like I don't think that this is being done properly with a lot of the mass deportations. And I have a lot of questions in terms of whether the Trump administration is not killing innocent people when they blow up those boats that they claim are from drug cartel members. When the
That's fine, but is it
when
okay for
when the
anarchists to go
of
out there and
course not,
fight
of
in the
course
streets
not. But
against it?
this is where this is where I was getting at is, because obviously when the Navy, saves someone from one of these blown up ships, and they don't throw them in jail, they just send them back to their country with like no penalties. That's a little strange. You think if it was a drug cartel person, they would, make sure that person is in jail, but or send them the CCOT or something, but they don't. So it's like, oh, that's very questioning what's going on there. Um, but yeah, obviously none of this supports people attacking ice trucks or trying to do violence or these other things. But this is why I really dislike Alex Wagner and Roxane Gay, and kind of the way they frame this, is that there are legitimate questions, there are legitimate things to push back on. This is like this way of just pretending like nothing bad is happening on the left, and that everyone there's an innocent baby angel. That doesn't, not only is it untrue, but it doesn't actually help your cause. People have eyes, they look around, or the people that are paying attention have eyes, they look around and they just shake their head and say, okay, these people are all liars.
Civility after the president of the United States directed 800 or so of his top generals to focus on what he now calls, quote, the war from within. How can we be civil here when the politics are so violent? Writer Roxane Gay has an answer. We can't. She argues that civility in a country where one party is working to erase the rights of anyone who doesn't fit into a narrow and predominantly white, male, conservative vision of America, that is a fantasy. This week, we're going to dive into her analysis: the myth of civility, the government shutdown, feminism in the red pill apocalypse, and a lot more. Here's my conversation with Roxane Gay. First of all, thank you for doing this.
The red pill apocalypse. Now that is a name. That's a good channel name. Somebody should start that channel. The red pill apocalypse.
It's great to have it's great to get some time from you to talk about the state of the world. I guess I want to start, Professor Gray, Roxane, with the article that you wrote in the New York Times a few weeks ago about the myth of civility in American politics. Maybe you can start by explaining what civility is in your estimation, and why it's a fantasy.
Well, there are unfortunately multiple definitions for civility, but when it's used in sociopolitical discourse, most often it means don't get too excited, don't get too angry, don't be too hurt. This is all an intellectual exercise. Don't step out of line. Don't do what what your opposition perceives as harm. And that harm really is oftentimes about their egos. And, don't make me feel complicit in whatever's happening in our world. Don't make me feel like I've done something wrong. Don't make me feel ashamed, as if we have any control over that, which we don't. And it's really,
this is like part of the insidiousness of extremists and extreme ideologies, is that they'll take a concept like civility, where the entire point of voting and the democratic process and kind of the way that politics is structured in our country is to provide political solutions to the population to govern itself without violence, without the need to kill each other, because obviously people aren't always going to agree. They're not always going to agree on some very major issues. And you need to figure out a way to compromise with your neighbor, with the next town, the next state, with the country as a whole together. And a big part of that is civility. And by civility, you generally mean people following the rules, people engaging in conversation, being reasonably polite to each other. You can disagree, but not falling prey into violence or any of these other things. And then, so what you do is you have some extreme radical like Roxane Gay, and she has some extreme radical ideology that she's pressing for. And people generally, they don't like whatever this extreme nonsense is that people on the far left or the far right push. And so, in order for them to gain traction, in order for them to do what they want to do, they have to be not civil. They have to break the rules. They have to break the law. They have to be violent. They have to appeal to very extreme people. And one of the ways they do that is they say, oh, well, we're now going to redefine this concept of civility, this thing that kind of keeps our country together. We're going to redefine this as a bad thing. Okay. So that when a person using the normal definition says this good thing, like, hey, we should be civil to each other, they hear that as like, oh, you're just telling me that I need to shut up and I need to give into the evil white male power structures because I've redefined the word so that when I hear it, when students hear it, when people in my movement hear it, they hear the truth of what you're really saying.
You should stand up against your oppressor. That's what their argument is. Their argument is that they're all oppressed and therefore violence is necessary.
Right.
It's not about civility. You're just telling me to shut up and stay oppressed.
Yes.
And to fight back against my oppression. That's what they're saying. But look, I think they're all full of shit. I don't think Roxane Gay is oppressed.
No, I don't think.
I mean, she might be. She might be oppressed.
I don't think that. Let's see, American writer, professor, editor, social commentator, author of New York Times best-selling essay collection, Bad Feminist, as well as a short story collection. I don't see her as being oppressed in our society at the moment. I'm sure she views her oppression, but I don't think some famous writer is oppressed.
Same with Ta-Nehisi Coates. Same thing. He gets to go out there and advocate for violence because he's like, oh, my ancestors were oppressed 100 years ago.
So according to her Wikipedia page, it says Roxane Gay began writing essays as a teenager, with much of her early work being influenced by her experience with childhood sexual violence. So that's obviously horrible. But that would be some individual did something to her, right? That's not the system oppressed her. And then underneath it, it says her parents were relatively wealthy, supporting her through college and paying her rent until she was 30.
Ah, ha, 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 ha. So fucking oppressed.
I do feel like that happens.
She had to wait to 30 for her trust fund, Sitch. She's oppressed.
Right.
Oh, my God. Right.
It does seem like stuff like that happens. Someone has some bad experience, and then even though, which is horrible, and then they kind of develop a grudge against society or reality, even though they personally didn't suffer like a systemic failing of some sort.
No, it's stolen valor. That's exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's stolen valor. It's like, I grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth, but I need to be cool. I need to cultivate my street cred.
Right.
It's all bullshit.
Oh my God. So she went through, oh geez, she did that surgery where they like remove your stomach.
Gastral bypass surgery?
Make you skinnier.
Did she?
I don't think
it doesn't look like it worked.
Yeah, how is that even possible?
It didn't work.
How is that even possible? Does it look like it worked?
That's horrible. So many people in Los Angeles get that done and regret it. Ultimately,
you should never get that surgery. That's a really bad surgery to get. I guess now with Ozempic, people aren't even going to bother with that.
Fortunate because it compromises honest and productive conversations, and it's always used as a weapon. Oh, look at this lack of civility. And when you look at the current state of the world, which is such an inadequate phrase.
This drives me crazy because it's like, we could get completely uncivil here and they would be the first to whine and cry and fucking bitch about it. They would. Well, so that it's was like, look, they want to be uncivil towards you. Okay. They want you to be totally civil towards them. Right.
That's the entire, this part of the insanity of all this conversation is the way that all this started in 2014, 2015 was a bunch of feminists coming in and saying, men are uncivil, gross, bad people. Yeah,
exactly.
And they must be civilized and their behavior must be tamed. And then now now that people are like, okay, you guys are crazy. They're like, whoa, 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 you're telling us to be civil? How dare you? Civility is bad. It's like, what the fuck? Like, can you imagine 2015? All the guys should have just been like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, feminists trying to come into gaming spaces and in the workplace. Stop trying to police us with your civility nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No. You talk about a woman's looks, like anything like that. Oh my God, you're so uncivilized.
Mm-hmm.
But look, they frame it in they're oppressed, so they can take the gloves off because they're at the bottom of the hierarchy. They're just trying to. They're the underdogs here. For us, we're punching down. That's what's happening.
Right.
Even though my parents weren't rich, so
You can see that what is uncivil is ICE terrorizing an apartment building in Chicago in the middle of the night and taking people from their beds. Like, that's uncivil.
Yeah.
And so talking about it is not uncivil. And I think it's really important for any of us with
I can't stand this. I can't fucking stand this.
Are you gonna be able to make it? We're only
I can't
3 minutes, 4
stand.
minutes
It's like
in.
for all of their protesting about democracy being on the line, they're such fucking hypocrites. They're such hypocrites. This is what people voted for. People are getting what they voted for. And now you're saying it's uncivilized. Well, guess what? We had a fucking election, okay? If you want things to change, show up in the next election. Advocate for the next election. Remember, democracy's on the line here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just such bullshit. It's such fucking bullshit. It's like, look, we lost the election and we don't like these policies, so therefore you're being uncivilized. Some would say it was uncivilized to let a bunch of people in the country illegally. Some would say that was uncivilized, right? We're a nation of laws. Mm-hmm. You uncivilized person. How dare you? When your wife brings home 20 stray cats, what do you think? You're like, oh, okay. 20 stray cats, huh? Oh, this isn't going to end well. But look, the Democrats are just like, let all the stray cats in. Let them all in.
Mm-hmm.
This is how this ends. But they take no responsibility for it whatsoever. None.
Sanity left to be very clear about that distinction.
When you talk about the people who believe in the possibility of civility at this moment, are they, sort of more simply put, just people who don't understand oppression and haven't experienced it firsthand?
For the most part, yes, because most of the people who call for civility happen to be, I don't know if it's coincidence or not, heterosexual, middle or upper middle class, well-educated white men.
I am completely against civility, okay? I would like to take the gloves off right now and be as uncivil as humanly possible, okay? I'm being constrained by a society right now, and that's probably a good thing.
It's
just fucking Sitch.
The irony of this is you have to be, if you're you have Roxane Gay, okay, she's black and gay and a woman, and so from her mind she is, and she's obviously very overweight. So from her mind, she is like the ultimate oppressed person, right? She's hitting so many different oppressed markers in society. And yet you have to be the most privileged person on the planet if you exist as this, super intersectional oppressed minority from your own perspective. And you think it's the majority, the people that could crush you with extreme violence if they wanted to, right?
Yes, of course.
Like the amount of, and part of the thing that
deport Roxane Gay,
right? And part of the thing that
with extreme prejudice,
the thing that protects people in the minority, that protects people like Roxane Gay from the majority of society, using violence against her, silencing her, doing whatever, is
the
civility,
law.
Is the law, is democracy, the concept of democracy and free speech, and is civility, which binds these things together. Totally. And you have to be insanely privileged to think that you're some sort of extreme radical rah calling away from civility, when if civility went away and you got your wish, you would be crushed instantly.
You would be crushed. Yes. Yes, you would. Be
Yes,
crushed.
it's just
You
a
don't think
LARP.
the far right would like shove her back in the closet so fast?
Of
So
course.
fucking fast.
Of
Yeah,
course.
exactly. But she says all of those people are the ones calling for civility? Hell no. You should log on to Twitter once in a while. They're not calling for civility at all. They're
Yeah, because
calling for the gloves to be taken
I
off.
feel like people who
You fucking crazy bitch.
who who've come to America from countries where they really were authoritarian governments that took over, they seem
Oh
like they have a
yeah,
completely
totally.
different attitude where they really respect and appreciate civility. They don't have this attitude of like, oh yes, we should just throw that all away. Because they understand what happens when there is no civility. Instead of
Oh
these
yeah.
LARPers who sit around uh, posting their revolution fantasies calling for violence.
Oh my god, I know. They have no idea what kind of madness they're playing with.
Mm-hmm.
It's so insane. It's so insane that she thinks the people who are openly advocating for being uncivil are the ones that are like begging her to keep it civil, Roxanne, please. No, they're dying for you to take the gloves off so they can take the gloves off.
Right.
And they oftentimes have some kind of power, whether it's platform or political power, elected office, etc. And so for them, you know, it really does offend their delicate sensibilities when you push them out of their comfort zone and force them to confront their inadequacies. They cannot tolerate it. And it's so interesting that the right came up with the word snowflakes to represent people who dare to challenge the status quo. There is no bigger set of snowflakes than Republicans in power. And it's really quite interesting to see. Like, they really are the ones
it is so, God, I hate that just pause it like every 10 seconds. It is
It's just maddening.
Yeah, it is so infuriating. The gaslighting here. We all lived through the last 10 years of people like Roxane Gay and the alt left pushing this agenda of you are not allowed, free speech is not a good thing. You are not allowed to question anything. You are not allowed to have a conversation about specific topics. If you use someone's, gender identity incorrectly, you're going to get in trouble. If you say something that makes people feel uncomfortable and you're white, you're going to get in trouble. Obviously there's all the kids having a complete meltdown on college campuses. It's so funny to hear say this when I remember everyone having a meltdown over frickin' Brett Weinstein, just merely suggesting that he thought, the policy about white people not showing up on college campus for one day was a good idea in Evergreen so many years ago. And that's,
It was
sparked all that
unfair.
stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And this gaslighting asshole is sitting here trying to tell us like, oh, well, civility is all these evil normies that are too sensitive, that are trying to tell us that we need to be sensitive. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? The entire reason we're in this situation, the entire reason a lot of people have swung much further to the right than this Roxane Gay person or anyone would ever feel comfortable with, is because your movement gained so much power and it did police speech. It did police everyone's sensibilities with its own civility politics. And now that it's on the outswing and it's being used against you, suddenly you're all up in arms. Fuck you. You're a hypocrite. You're a total fucking hypocrite.
Well, and the snowflake context is just rich when we're talking about the difference between getting someone's preferred pronouns wrong and some guy being brutally murdered in front of his fucking kids and wife. Let's look at the situation here a little bit clearly, okay?
Right.
Yeah, you're saying, look, you're a big snowflake because people are going online and celebrating a brutal fucking murder in front of people. And these are the same people who, the snowflake label was placed on them because they couldn't handle a slur in a joke from 10 years ago on Twitter.
Yes. People getting fired left and right. Remember, this was even before. When was this? It's like 2012 or something. Remember, there was that guy who he was wearing, he worked at NASA.
Yeah, he wore a shirt. Yes.
He had a shirt.
Some Playboy. I have that shirt.
And
it's
it had
got Playboy pinups on it.
It was like attractive women on it. They were kind of wearing like leather outfits. and that were like sexy. It wasn't like, it
Mhm.
wasn't like there
Yeah,
was no
there
nudity or
wasn't full
anything.
nudity. It
Right.
wasn't
Yeah, yeah, there wasn't any nudity.
pornographic.
It just,
Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't pornographic, but they're just wearing like attractive outfits. And I agree, like, not exactly work shirt at NASA, but whatever. He's wearing the shirt, and
Well, he won
there was
some award. It was celebratory.
right, because he had helped land some probe or something on an asteroid or a planet or whatever. He had some impressive NASA thing, and people like went crazy. They said he was a sexist, said he was a horrible person, blah 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 blah. And then it turned out that the reason he was wearing that shirt was because his friend, who was a woman, made the shirt. And he was like, oh, he wanted to give a shout out to her because she made the shirt and gifted to him. And he had to give some fucking crying apology about how sorry he was that he wore this shirt and offended people.
Yeah, it's just
But
it's insane.
no,
Yeah.
no, we're the ones being so sensitive because we're like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be attacking people. Maybe you shouldn't be cheering on fucking murder. I would think the crowd that was all like, oh my God, it's okay for me to have a complete conniption fit if don't call me Zer or whatever, or you dare say that I'm wrong while being a minority, is going to turn around and say, oh, well, you're just policing us and you tell us not to advocate for violence. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, this is just what is ridiculous about all of this. You dropped any slur on her and she would fucking lose her mind. Oh my God. She'd be in the hospital with a coronary.
Well, that's violence, Adam. If you call someone
Yeah,
a slur, it's a form of violence. So.
Look, but she's the one here advocating for taking the civility gloves off, right? Why not? Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Snowflakes, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Major snowflakes.
Who are
Where's the
craving
button?
safe space, because when you call for civility in that manner, you are saying, I don't feel safe.
Mm-hmm.
And I need you to take it upon yourself to do whatever you have to do to make me feel safe. And
Look, the fucking irony here. It's like, you got my pronouns wrong. I don't feel safe. Well, my friend just got fucking shot in the neck and bled out in the car on the way to the hospital. How safe do you think I feel?
You question some sort of HR policy, and then we have to fire you because you questioned it, and we got complaints. You're not making the people feel safe because you didn't agree with whatever quota or whatever system that we were trying to put in place here.
Look, in the context of this, she's saying, look, we all need to feel a bit unsafe. Okay, that's fine. But look, we're going to make you feel very, very unsafe.
If she wasn't, like, I could disagree with this feeling, but at least she could be consistent if she was, but she's not. There's no consistency. This is just all delusions and lies.
It's total bullshit. She probably has private security. Look, she doesn't even need private security. Ben Shapiro needs private security, okay? No one's going after Roxanne Gay. All this is just big fucking talk from some nobody academic that nobody gives a fuck about, except for maybe 6 people who are left still reading the New York Times.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody cares about this woman at all.
And it's such
I don't even think this podcast got a bunch of views. I think it got like 50K views. So
right.
She's just completely full of herself.
Well,
that's what's insane. She's asking for something that she could not handle at all. I don't think she can handle 5 minutes on Twitter. She's probably abandoned Twitter for Threads, for the safe space of Threads.
She's on Blue Sky.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Blue Sky, that's the one.
Right. But no, yeah, that's people
Blue
are waking
Bubble.
up. People are waking up to this nonsense. People go, okay, they understand this is the dying gasps of the alt left.
It is.
Crying,
yeah,
trying
exactly.
to beat back the darkness and failing.
the level of privilege. It is such a level.
She's going to talk about our privilege now.
Yes.
How fucking rich is this woman? How fucking rich is this woman?
Right.
Of privilege.
Yeah, it's like they're so threatened by criticism that they have to take the TV shows off the air.
Mm-hmm.
They're so threatened by
For 5 minutes. Oh my God. Jimmy Kimmel didn't even lose his show for a week and they're still going back to that. Holy shit. Oh my God. The victimhood complex on these people, Sitch.
Criticism in the form of the judicial system that they need to shutter the law firms or threaten them with lawsuits themselves. They have to threaten the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, and they have to excise the language from the history books and the textbooks. And it's all to defend their delicate sensibilities around, feeling threatened about both their history, their present, and their future. Mm-hmm. I guess when you talk about incivility, I want to get to the essence of that, because in the piece in the Times, you say it's the refusal to surrender to hatred. Mm-hmm. What do you say to people who believe that incivility as a concept is the promotion of violence?
Those are people who are telling us a lot.
So she said that civility. Wait, hold on.
Incivility is the promotion of violence. She's basically saying if you're saying we need to be uncivil.
Mm-hmm. I guess when you talk about incivility, I want to get to the essence of that, because in the piece in the Times, you say it's the refusal to surrender to hatred.
Incivility is the refusal to surrender to hatred. So civility is hatred.
Mm-hmm.
How, God, what a privileged fucking person do you have to be? Oh my
God.
That is so insane. That is so insane.
Well, she's saying that you can be racist, sexist, and homophobic, and basically the civility of the other side is what protects you in being able to do those things.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But I think it's ridiculous. Obviously, they're delusional. They live in a delusional world where the Republican Party is being racist, sexist, and homophobic. Obviously, you can spend, and they did. Look, the Democratic Party came out and said borders are racist, right? That they shouldn't have any border control at all. So because of their policing of the whole conversation around race, we weren't even really able to have a conversation about immigration. Mm-hmm. And now it's just gotten out of hand to the point where, we're going through mass deportation now.
There's an interesting clip of Bernie, who, Bernie flip-flopped on immigration. He used to be against it because it was bad for American workers. And then he was, soft on it for it because it was woke. And now, I don't know if you saw, now he's against it again, talking about how, you're not a country if you don't have borders. It's kind of funny.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So maybe I'd be curious to see if that's a signal to the left to drop this whole kind of obsession with any sort of border enforcement is a bad thing.
Mistakes are going to happen, obviously, in any sort of law enforcement realm, but them interfering with ICE doing its job, they lose the moral high ground for any of the mistakes that happen.
Well, yeah, no, I agree. And there's actually, I think it's towards the end here, I'll do a little spoiler here. There's something that she says that's so fucking insane and stupid. And it really shows, to me, it's the perfect encapsulation of everything wrong with these people. And she talks about how happy she is that they would have a bunch of protesters would find out where ICE agents were staying at like a hotel or something. And they would go outside their windows and they would blare music and they'd be super loud so they couldn't sleep all night. And then she's like, oh, they might deport people, but they're not going to be well rested. Ha ha ha. And she's laughing about this. And I immediately had two thoughts about this. The first thought was, well, it's a public hotel. So, fuck you to all the people that are not ICE agents who now can't sleep, number one. But then number two, I thought, how fucking stupid are you that you have people who can use deadly force and are put in very stressful situations where they don't know if they're going to have to use deadly force. These are people that are armed and I'm sure have been in, firefights and in conflict situations before, like the police. How fucking stupid are you? How much damage are you actually doing to people you want to protect if you want the people who have to go in those situations where they arrest people to deport them, that they're not operating off of sleep, which makes it more likely that they're going to make bad decisions and get people injured and harmed and maybe even killed.
Yeah, they don't care.
Like, that's the most obvious fucking thing on the planet. It's the most obvious fucking thing on the planet. And yet this dumb fucking bitch here is so just enamored with the idea of, we got them, we scored a point and got against them, they can't sleep, LOL. Like, that's where the thought process ends. They don't actually give a fuck about the result. Because if you thought about that I thought about that instantly. That's my first thought, like, why this was a stupid idea. And I'm a fucking retard on the internet. You're telling me that Roxanne Gay and her dumb fuck protesters, no one was like, hey, is this really a good idea? Should we really have people with guns who are going to be arresting people operating off of very little sleep? That feels like it could backfire. No pun intended.
Yeah, it sounds like you could get some innocent people killed. But look, they don't care. They don't care. They honestly don't care. This is just a big game to them.
What do you say to people who believe that incivility as a concept is the promotion of violence?
Those are people who are telling us a lot more about themselves than anyone else, because they feel that accountability is violence. They feel that truth is violence. And it's, I noticed even in a few of the comments, which were largely very interesting and thoughtful, where some people saying, I can't believe you're calling for violence. And I am not calling for violence, but what I am saying is that you cannot expect people who are dealing with oppression to simply kneel and bow their heads and smile as you oppress them.
It's crazy. You could take what she just said and you could put it in a game of who said this, Roxanne Gay or Nick Fuentes, and it would be almost the same.
Yeah, totally.
It'd be the exact same thing. They'd be talking about different groups of people. Okay. So it's going to be talking about white people. Somebody's talking about the Jews, right? But it's the same. It's so funny. It's literally, this is how the horseshoe jump is so narrow. It's literally the exact same thought process.
Yeah, she is advocating for violence. She's saying, look, I'm oppressed and therefore I can commit violence against my oppressor. Look, we understand the argument pretty clearly, but just nobody believes you're oppressed.
Right.
So, like, maybe by your gastrointestinal surgeon, you're oppressed, but not by us.
When you are facing significant oppression, sometimes violence is the only language that violent people understand.
But she's not advocating for violence, Sitch. Nope, not at all.
I mean, they only understand, those fuckers only understand violence. Now, I'm not saying you should be violent, but they only understand violence, those bitches.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's pretty insane.
It's so fucking hilarious. Look, and no one's going to call her out on it because she's black and gay. No, like, she's got the ultimate shield here, the ultimate civility shield.
And, again, to bring it back to ICE.
Was that you sighing?
That was me sighing.
I thought it was Alex. I was like, what?
No.
Which is just such a constant presence right now. That's the only language these people understand. They throw women and reporters and children and families and men,
lawmakers,
anyone. They just throw them around.
You can tell her entire feed is these activists that are getting tossed around by the police because they're basically fucking around and finding out. Yeah, they think they're invincible. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. If I disrespect a police officer who's doing his job, I fully expect to be thrown around. I expect it. That's what's going to happen. He's going to say, "Get the fuck out of my way. Get down on the ground." How do these people not know that, Sitch?
Mm-hmm.
How do they not know that? Their whole ultimate goal is to go out there and be troublemakers. Look, and Roxanne Gay is completely emotionally moved by those incidents. Oh my God. These people who are out there fucking with the cops, they're so innocent.
If they're ragdolls. So don't talk to me about violence. I think violence is abhorrent. I think it should be a tool of last resort. But
what?
We don't have to be civil is not saying we are going to be violent. It is saying that we are not going to go quietly. and we are not going to do nothing in the face of really just pernicious overreach.
Can I use it? You mentioned in the piece you use historical examples of the Freedom Riders in the 1960s. And
oh my God. Once again, what is that, 65 years ago now? Got to go 65 years ago. Let's talk about what happened 65 years ago, before there was no internet, no cell phones, no texting.
And I think so much about nonviolent civil protest as being sort of born in that era. And you write in the piece, all of their protest was civil and nonviolent. Nonviolence didn't mean passivity. It was a strategy intended to reveal the brutal contrast between the tactics of the oppressor and the experiences of the oppressed. Nonviolent civil protest was met with rank incivility, which is to say the hypocritical way in which we presently understand civility and incivility is nothing new. So help me understand it through the lens of this moment where you're saying, don't ask us to be civil. Do you think that the work of those freedom fighters and those civil rights activists in the 1960s, sort of in the gate of civility, was the wrong strategy? I guess I'm trying to square what happened before in that context with what you're talking about now.
No.
Look at that. An actual good question. Okay. What the fuck are you talking about, Roxane Gay? The civil rights movement only worked because people were civil and nonviolent.
Yeah, exactly right.
Because of that. Okay.
I'm watching these people are getting tossed around, and they're all up in the police's face. They're all like tugging on their shit. They're getting rowdy. They're getting uncontrollable.
Not at all. I think that it's going to take multiple strategies. And many people have said that we could not have Martin Luther King without Malcolm X, and we could not.
Oh my God, no!
That old chestnut.
It's going to take multiple strategies. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Well,
multiple strategies, right?
Did you hear what she said? She didn't say, we've done extensive research and discovered. She said many people have said this thing. Oh, I guess that makes it true.
A lot of people are saying.
Yeah. A bunch of alt-left retards said that, if it wasn't for Malcolm X and the Black Panthers, then people wouldn't like MLK. I mean, people are saying that, so I guess it's true.
Got to have the bad cop.
Yeah. Oh, it's the good cop, bad cop. Yeah, of course, yes.
Not have Malcolm X without Martin Luther King. We need multiple approaches. And throughout the civil rights.
And one of those is a violent approach. God, she's totally advocating for violence. The fuck? We need multiple peaceful approaches.
Movement. There have been significant proponents of nonviolence. And they have a point. And for many people, nonviolence does feel like the right way because it isn't passivity. It is an active choice to be nonviolent in the face of violence.
Yeah.
It really is. And quite frankly, I admire it. I don't necessarily have that capacity, but I admire the people who do.
Oh, watch out, Sitch. Watch out. She's a black belt here. She's coming for you.
She isn't. Well, this comes up later.
Sit on you.
I know, right? This comes up later in the conversation about religion. And it really shows how there was such, I think, a strong benefit to Martin Luther King Jr. being a Christian pastor and really helping infuse the civil rights movement in the 60s with Christianity and the concept of nonviolence and nonviolent resistance with like a Christian justification for it.
Yeah,
and how
totally.
difficult I think it can be. And I say this is not a Christian. How difficult I think it can be because it is very counterintuitive. It is completely counterintuitive. If you're a person and you feel that you are suffering some sort of horrible oppression from the government, like you're going to want to fight. You're going to want to be angry.
Lash out.
You want to lash out.
You want to get even.
It is insanely difficult and completely counterintuitive emotionally to be like, okay, those feelings that I have, which feel completely justified, are actually going to completely screw me over if I act upon them. And I have to do this thing that's going to seem super horribly unfair in order to actually get my way. And it's going to make me crazy and I'm not going to want to do it. Right. And in order to get people, I think, to do that, you do need a very, very strong ideological motivator. And, religion can obviously be that motivator and can do that. And I question, I don't know. I question how effective or it would have been to really get people to adopt the nonviolent perspective in
through
America,
secular
at least,
means.
through a purely secular means. I don't know enough
Yeah.
about with Gandhi in India. What was it? Was there, was it also through their sort of religious interpretation that they were using it? Like it doesn't. I don't think it has to be just Christianity, but I do think you're going to need some sort of very strong ideology to bind people together on that idea.
Yeah. In the book, Why We Need Religion by Stephen A. Asma, he goes into some of those really strong motivators in Buddhism. He might go into, it's been a while since I read the book. He might go into it as well in Hinduism, but he makes the argument that in all these religions, they do have that strong psychic motivation for people. And it's an evolutionary benefit. Like that's basically how he,
Of course.
how he
Because,
rationalizes it.
well, that's the problem, is that we as humans evolved to exist not as in this large scale society that we exist now.
No,
And so
but tribes,
so a lot of our intuitions, which may have served us living in a small hunter-gatherer tribe, would be not effective strategies now for us whatsoever.
Nope. Not at
And
all. That's why it's counterintuitive.
Right. And I mean, and look at, David Shore. He got fired. He got in all this trouble because during BLM, he's like, hey, I looked at the data. And if you look at this information, the more there were riots, the more that there were violence in areas during the civil rights movement, the more people voted for Richard Nixon. So maybe if the Democrats, want to win, maybe they should really try to clamp down the violence. And just by pointing out that information, that data, the very sensitive, very civil triggered individuals fired him from their job, and they said, "How dare you? How dare you say this during the BLM movement? Okay, you can't question this. What do you mean?
Oh yes, that's like violence against us.
Yes, questioning is violence.
And I also know that there have been many people during the civil rights movement who decided that, we are going to fight fire with fire. And Black gun owners in the South in particular were big advocates of not just going quietly when lynch mobs tried to come to their homes and kidnap them and do grievous harm to them. They decided, no, you know what? We're going to use our guns because we have them too. In a perfect world, we would never have to go there. But the right to defend oneself, that is a right. And I think that more people should avail themselves of that right when they need to. And I'm not talking about just going out and buying a gun, but I am.
Well, I mean, Charlie Kirk was the one that was murdered. What exactly are you saying about self-defense? What is your argument
she's talking
here?
about, a long time ago. So.
Oh, okay. But I'm just saying in the context of this conversation now, is she saying that the right should avenge Charlie Kirk's murder? Is that what she's saying? That they have a right to defend themselves against murderers?
Well, they're not. No, because they're not being oppressed, Adam. They're the oppressors. Okay? Only the oppressed people under her.
You shoot and kill somebody, that person is definitely oppressed, okay? That person's no longer alive.
What if they're a bad guy?
Yeah.
So,
look, the argument that she's making can very well be used by the right, as in they need to defend themselves. She's so fucking stupid she doesn't realize she's making an argument for the right to commit violence.
That's why it's part of why this is such an insane conversation, because this is literally the talking points I have heard people on the right make.
Yeah.
Exactly it. And with this concept, and even this is like very highly complex and insanely delicate, what she's saying, because while I would agree that in, the early 1900s, in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, I don't have a problem conceptually with Black people arming themselves legally and trying to stop a lynch mob from killing some person.
No, they should, obviously.
They should.
Yes.
But at the same token, that's the exact situation that wrongly led, not does it justifies it whatsoever, but wrongly led to the what they always call Black Wall Street being burned down. That which wrongly led to the destruction of Tulsa in the 1920s. There's a black guy who's accused of a crime. Um, I don't know. It's unclear whether he really did or not, but it caused some bunch of white people to go crazy. Even though he was arrested, they wanted to do a lynch mob, and there were black World War I veterans that came to the prison to defend him with guns. And the white mob got very violent, and through the violence, the black World War I veterans shot and killed someone, and then that led the white mob to become even more insane and come back and basically destroy the entire town. So it's like,
yeah, so even then it didn't work.
right. So it's like, that's why I'm saying, like, I understand the concept of it and I would even support it. But at the same time, it's like, you can see how these things just can spiral out of control. And that's why it's so weird. That's why this whole situation, that's why you need civility. Because there's nothing civil about a white mob of people coming to lynch a person, right? That's why you need civility, for people to say, okay, well, we need to let the system of justice take its course properly. We need to let the person have their day in court, and we need to follow whatever the ruling is. That's what civility is. Civility isn't, we're going to go drag someone out of prison and hang them, so you need to go get a bunch of people with guns to sit outside the prison to shoot at us, and then we're going to come back and burn down your city. Okay, that's not what civility is. That's where the road of no civility leads.
Seems to me she's making an argument that people should pick up guns and fight ICE in these deportations. That's the kind of self-defense she's advocating for.
It could very easily
which is fucking bonkers, which is complete bonkers.
Right.
I mean, this is like telling black suspects to run from the police. You think that's good advice?
No.
Yeah, terrible advice. But look, she doesn't care. Obviously, Roxane Gay is not going to be running from the police or assaulting ICE. She's just going to talk about it. Virtue signal about it in the New York Times.
I'm saying we do get to fight back. We shouldn't have to just bow our heads and suck it up. But I very much admire what nonviolent activists were doing. And in that piece I wrote, because I had recently been to the Civil Rights History Museum, and it was just so powerful. I had, it's just a really great museum and really well curated and very, educational. And I mean that in the best possible way. And so ever since then, I've just been thinking so much about what a significant effort it was during the 40s, 50s, 60s, and quite honestly up to till today, that, what a great movement and how powerful it has been to see so many different approaches all arcing toward the same goal. And we need multiple approaches. It's not going to be just any one strategy that's going to overcome the rise of the second or the third or the fifth rise of fascism in this country, and honestly in other places as well. So we just have to be able to have that conversation and say, it's going to take a lot of different strategies and a lot of different minds.
To that end, I mean, the idea of opening the door to incivility, to not be constrained by the notions of civility that are basically thrust upon, dissenters in this present political climate. I wonder how you think about that in the context of the Charlie Kirk assassination, right? I mean, it feels like uniformly elected Democratic officials, mourned Kirk's death, even if they did not celebrate the ideas that he put forward. And
was Jasmine Crockett mourning Charlie Kirk's death? Doesn't seem like it.
No.
Yeah.
But it was complicated, right? It was complicated to figure out a way to disagree with the ideas that he stood for and promoted and resolutely stand against murder and assassination. How did you think about those events in the context of, I guess, believing these uncivil times are going to call for and result in...
I really don't think it's that complicated. I really don't think it's that complicated. And a lot of people were very clear about this, saying, I don't, support I don't agree with the political things that Charlie Kirk believed in, but we live in a country where we need to have political disagreements and solve things at the ballot boxes and not murder each other. It was very simple. A lot of people said that. I don't think that's a very complicated thing to say. I think that was the most obvious thing that a person on the left could say. And a lot of people on the left did say that.
What the complicated thing is, they have a voter base that was dancing on the guy's grave and they didn't want to offend their voters. That was the
Right.
complicated thing. Yes.
Right.
They'd made this guy out to be a monster.
Right.
So it was very difficult for them to come out and say, oh, yeah, it's terrible that the monster was killed.
Uncivil actions.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought that it was all very performative on the parts of politicians. And I don't think they care one way or the other about Charlie Kirk or what happened. I think they understood that they had to perform contrition just in case. They were hedging their bets. And it's so cynical and frankly pathetic. But, I'm against the death penalty.
Yeah.
The punishment for having odious beliefs is not death. And so what happened there was a travesty. But it would be a travesty for anyone to be killed. Anytime someone loses their life, especially
Hitler? Especially Hitler? What the fuck is she talking about, Sitch? I cannot stand it when they do this.
Yeah.
The Zodiac killer, right? I'm supposed to fucking bind, torture, kill that motherfucker, BTK. I'm supposed to cry tears because he faces the electric chair? That guy who decided to drive his car through a fucking Christmas parade and killed 20 children. I'm supposed to give a fuck about that guy? Give me a break.
Well,
give me a break.
You have this situation. It's like one of two things, where either people like Roxane Gay and Ta-Nehisi Coates who will say like, oh yes, it was a horrible tragedy that Charlie Kirk died. Okay. They say that in one breath, and the next breath they talk about how bad civility is, and either explicitly or implicitly defend or call for people to engage in political violence. And so in order to be in that situation, you have to one of two things. Either you're so fucking stupidly naive that you honestly think that political violence is going to stop at the realm of like shouting outside of ICE agents' hotels room so they, can't sleep, or blocking cars. You're so naively stupid to think that if you keep advocating for the death of civility, that's where it's going to end. Or you're just lying. You're just lying.
Totally.
And I'm being a little cynical here, but I think that people like Roxane Gay, who have this incredibly pessimistic, dark view of the world, it's hard for me to imagine that they're going to turn around and just have this insanely rosy, naive picture when they talk about getting rid of civility. And it makes me think that they're just lying.
Do you think she has a realistic picture of how that pans out?
No, but not in terms of it being rosy. I think it's just an unrealistic picture in terms of that the alt-left would ever win this conflict.
Oh, okay. She thinks Antifa is going to step up and
Antifa is going to win,
defeat
something.
ICE and
right.
Oh, okay. Okay. Look, I don't want to go there. I definitely don't want fighting in the streets.
And it's just it's so horrible too, because it makes it like I really, really despise people because it actually makes it so much harder to push back on the overbounds or the overstepping of things that the Trump administration is doing. It makes it almost impossible, because then when Trump does something that is crazy, the defense is you just point to these fucking retards who've been crying nonstop, and people just shrug, and they're like, well, they've been crying about it forever. So, they're probably just crying about it now. It probably isn't anything crazy. It makes it impossible to actually, like, these people that cry wolf nonstop and have this insane and are complete hypocrites and all this other stuff. It just makes it impossible to actually do anything correct.
Yeah, you can't. You can't have any true critique of government or the powers that be without without you being caught up in that crying wolf scenario.
Yes,
After
exactly.
after they've said everyone is a fascist, Ben Shapiro's
Right.
a fascist for fucking 10 years. You're like, okay, well,
Yeah.
when the true fascism shows up, you're like, oh, sure. Yeah,
No,
right.
yeah, the Ben Shapiro thing, that's a great point because so many people, and it was just because Ben Shapiro, who I don't agree with a lot of things, but he's not some like extreme radical. He's pretty moderate in a lot of ways.
He is for the gold standard, so that's a little crazy, but
I know. And yet because he for a while, not so much anymore, he's kind of fallen the wayside now, but for a lot of years he was, seen as like a very central figure on the internet, right? That people would point to him and say, "Oh my God, he's like an insane radical fascist or whatever." And then you have that conversation that we listen to, where he's the reasonable one. Like, yes, the right needs to draw lines and not associate themselves with the fucking groypers. We need to not, align ourselves with that people. And it's like, okay, well, I'm so glad that you were calling him the fascist for so many years.
yeah, the reasonable one.
Yeah,
I
well, the
know.
actual people that are like the insane far right, he's like actually trying to do something to gatekeep against them, and they hate him for it.
Yes, yeah.
In some
Wow.
misguided attempt to do whatever that killer was trying to do. We have to resist it. I just don't believe politicians when they're offering that resistance because it seems so disingenuous.
And in a short aside here, have you happened to watch Turkey Tom's video about the killer?
No, I haven't. I just saw people in chat talking about it. So
It's very interesting. I haven't really heard anyone else talk about the subject matter. I think that's because it's not confirmed yet, because all of his sourcing is coming from a person who he is protecting identity, who's claiming that
they were
he
in the Discord.
knew, no, that he was actually friends in real life with the killer.
Right. Yeah.
And that they had gone to their house a bunch of times and they played magic with them and all this other stuff. And so all that information really relies on whether this person is telling the truth or not. They did provide supposedly they did provide pictures that are supposed to be some type of evidence of the person's
Oh
house
my
and stuff.
God.
But if it is true,
So
if it
that's
is
so
true,
easy to fake these days.
I
I
know,
don't
that's
even
what I'm
know how
saying.
you verify somebody's
Right.
story unless you fly out to their
I
fucking
know.
place.
Right.
And
But we will presumably find out if that
we
information is
will.
true
Yeah.
when the trial and all this other stuff happens. Because I mean, if that stuff is true, it paints a very interesting picture of essentially, uh, they were saying that the actual killer themselves was like a pretty standard person, and they get wrapped up in this gay relationship with a person who's basically an insane person and a drug addict who would go through these cycles of being normal to being, borderline schizophrenic and doing all this like fucking crazy shit. And it seemed like they were, and I've heard of this happening before where someone's in a relationship with like an actual crazy person. And a very common thing is like for crazy people, especially, kind of borderline schizophrenic people, is they'll hyper fixate on a person as like the problem in their life. And the person who's they're in the relationship with them will then go and try to kill that person, operating under some crazy delusion of like, well, if I kill that person, it will make my partner like well again, because like the fixation will be gone because that person's gone.
And
And they
that
kind of
was the situation with his gay
that's
lover was
that's
obsessed with Charlie Kirk.
that's so that person didn't say it directly, but like that's kind of how it appears from the way they
Okay.
talk about it.
Wow.
And so I
Wow.
wonder if that will come out in the trials. That's what's going on here.
Hmm. I mean, I watched a Candace Owens video and I heard that Benjamin Netanyahu
Right.
was the one who was behind the
No,
Charlie Kirk
obviously
assassination.
it was Cash Patel. Okay. You
Cash
see him,
Patel.
he's got that lazy eye, but it's actually like a trick. It's actually like a bionic eye. This guy has like, perfect accuracy. And he was the one that shot Charlie
Cash
Kirk from
Patel got the airspace clearance, but he was
for the
actually not
Israeli
involved.
government to launch
Yeah.
a missile strike.
Exactly.
Of course.
You didn't hear it from me though.
Of course. There's some clip of Candace Owens. Speaking of crazy bitches, there's some clip of Candace Owens talking about how like she thinks that Sam Altman and Peter Thiel and Mark Zuckerberg are really aliens or something.
No, oh my god.
Or like there or demon, not or like literal demon. She thinks these people are like literally demons, and they're using literal demon magic to, I don't know, to do fucking something.
Is she
It's gonna.
mounting an insanity defense over all this Charlie Kirk stuff?
Oh, you think? How about this? Maybe she's mounting an insanity defense against not the Charlie Kirk stuff, against the lawsuit because she's being sued
Oh, you're
by
right.
the French president and his wife.
Yeah, I mean, she's on the verge of bankruptcy if she loses all these lawsuits, right?
Well,
She's
here's
going
what I
to go
wonder.
down the Alex Jones route.
Right. Is she, because she's obviously become like 10 times more unhinged and crazy in the last couple months.
You think?
Yeah. Is it just that she's like, okay, I need to milk this for all it's worth because I need money to fight this lawsuit? Or is it all the pressure and stress of the lawsuit is making her become more insane?
I think it's probably both.
Mm.
I think she is milking it, but she is probably under massive amounts of stress.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell because when people, there's like this very common human reaction where when people say crazy things and they get a lot of good press for it and a lot of people listen to them, it like, and if that person is narcissistic, it feeds into their ego so much.
Oh yeah,
they're
she's
just gonna,
totally
like,
getting her.
oh yeah, they're just gonna triple, quadruple down into their narcissistic delusions. So it's I don't know. It's hard to tell with Candace what's crazy and what's a grift.
She probably has an assistant that goes through her inbox and just completely zaps all the bad stuff, and she only reads all the praise. She just goes in there and reads praise for hours and hours and hours and thinks, I'm the golden girl.
Well, I don't know if you saw it. It was kind of interesting. Steven Crowder did a video, and I'm not a Steven Crowder fan by any margin.
Candace Owens is a giant cunt. Is
Yes.
that the video you're talking about?
Yes, there you go. You saw it.
I was like, wow,
Yes.
Steven Crowder just going for it.
Steven Crowder, and I give him a lot of praise for this.
I did too. I was like, holy
like,
shit.
He's like, Candace Owens is an insane person. She's blaming Charlie Kirk's widow for his death. She's blaming his friends. She's blaming the Trump administration. She's completely like insane. And I'm like, wow, this is, that's the beginning of the crack of the she's gone too far, I wonder. Because Crowder's never been perceived as like one of the, I mean, that was the whole thing. Crowder was in his big fight with the Daily Wire, Conservative Inc. Like he's never been perceived as like this, like classic God Republican. So I'm curious if him coming out super hard against Candace is going to actually have some sort of impact on anything.
He did seem sincerely distraught over the Charlie Kirk thing, which is understandable. Obviously, he's in the same business and was doing the change my mind thing for so long.
Right.
That he just, I'm sure he's thinking, therefore, but the grace of God go I, right? Like that could have easily been me. My kids could be the ones with no dad right now.
Course,
so, yeah. And look, Candace Owens is unhinged. Like everything. She's completely pissing all over the legacy of Charlie Kirk. And it's just, that's not cool. Yeah. Anyway, Roxanne Gay.
And
Back to
the
her crazy
speed with which they came out with those statements, my God. But it is what it is. I accept it for what it is. But
She's like, they came out and said it was terrible that he got shot so fast. They couldn't have waited a month. She went the exact same route as Ta-Nehisi Coates.
That's really weird,
why not just keep it to yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why not just shut up?
I'm not going to mourn someone who wouldn't spit to put me out if I was on fire. I just, but I think it's criminal what happened to him. And I also feel like the discourse has gotten so far.
Didn't Alex in the very beginning say that all the Democrats mourned Charlie Kirk's death? And she just says here, I wouldn't mourn him. The fuck? Completely ruined her intro.
It's a good point. She's like, damn it, you screwed it up. What are you doing?
A field from sanity. Murder's bad. And just...
Full stop.
It's just murder is bad. And the fact that we don't even have that common ground as just a people anymore breaks my heart. But murder is not only bad when someone is on stage and is killed by an assassin.
Right.
Murder is bad when police, kill an unarmed Black person or an unarmed person of any race. It's bad when a husband murders his wife because divorce is just too much effort or because he believes he has a right to do so. It's just always bad. And I prefer to talk about that than to be so specific and say, oh, but what about in this instance? No, I'm actually just against it all the time.
Yeah, and I think
It's
So
insane.
brave. Such a brave, and I'm against murder.
I
Why-
want to talk about the 4 unarmed Black men that were killed last year.
Well, it's really stupid because it's kind of like there's always different ways in which people die that affect people in very different emotionally. And so it'd be like saying, she's complaining about George Floyd dying. You're like, why do you care about George Floyd dying? You know how many people died of car crashes every year? It's like, oh, okay, really? Is that work? Is that going to be
People did that with
way?
Charlie Kirk thing.
I know. They did.
Insane.
They did. And it's like, okay, well, there's a different situation. That's like, oh, your child got shot in a school. Well, do you know how many people die of heart disease? Why do you care about a child getting shot in a school?
Do you know how many people regret their knee replacement surgery?
Yeah, exactly.
So sorry your kid got killed in school.
Right.
No, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. You should look, and these are the people who swear they're the empathetic ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know how to empathize with people. Republicans, they don't empathize with anyone.
I think that when you talk about it in that framework, it makes total sense, right? That J.D. Vance, on one hand, memorializing Charlie Kirk, can call for civility as he is part of an administration that is dragging people into ICE detention centers, targeting blue states and cities, trying to disappear trans people from society. All of these things are
Wait, well, what? What is that? What is that in reference to? Trans people are being disappeared?
They are? Well, they're detransitioning. Maybe that's what she means.
Okay. Maybe she means, because she said disappeared from society. Maybe she means like they're trying not to justify them or make them valid or something. I don't know. It's a weird thing.
Whenever Democrats lean into the trans thing, they've bought their own gaslighting. They're like, oh, this is really a non-issue. It doesn't affect anyone. So they just keep talking and talking and talking about it. And I'm like, okay, see you at the midterms. Just keep jabbering about it. Go ahead. Keep talking about it.
Mark Twain's Revenge, thanks so much for the $50. Mark Twain's Revenge says,
thank you.
It's truly
haven't
difficult.
Seen you around in a while, so
I know. Yes.
Cool to see you.
It's truly difficult to explain just how little authentic care interest the far left advocates seem to actually have for the poor or other groups they purport to care about. In New Haven, Connecticut, everything is 98% performative and only 2% goal focused. Yes, that's always the
lame.
Yeah, it's horrible, and that's always the benefit of sort of the far left or alt left or woke left policies, is that they're all impossible and thus performative by nature, and it very easily allows politicians to just claim they're doing something while doing absolutely nothing to show for it, right? Like if they're like, oh, listen, I'm fighting racism, by putting in some policy that says you can't discriminate against Black people or something. It's like, well, congratulations, that's already the law, so you don't actually have to do anything whatsoever.
Yeah. Any policy they want to cover everything too, which is ridiculous. They're like, this has to fight racism and climate change,
right,
and be sustainable, and
right.
It's like, you can't focus on just fixing one thing, building more housing, lowering the price, lowering the cost of housing.
Incredibly violent things. Violence is very inherent to the Trump administration, but because it's affecting those people and not this person, you can call for civility while being remarkably uncivil and explicitly violent. How do you think they think of that disconnect?
I don't.
They're talking about the violence in terms of law enforcement dealing with illegal immigration. That's what it is. I mean,
Yeah.
most of the violence that I see in these situations are protesters who are going in and getting in the police's faces. So how do you blame that violence on the police?
Well, no, they're talking about just people, uh, ICE coming in and grabbing people and deporting them. And I would say, okay, I think that would be, I think you could levy that argument for people that are not receiving due process properly, sure. But simply having ICE come in and get someone who is in the country illegally and is breaking the law, I mean, that's not violence
Yeah,
by its
totally. That's the
nature.
problem.
Um,
But they don't
it's kind
believe that. They think it is violence.
well, it's kind of right. There's a Streamlabs here. Sells temp for $6. Says, Sitch, do you think that people should just stand by meekly while random people get abducted and roughed up by ICE? That's kind of sad. Should I instead say pretty please and punch them a little less hard? Well, there's two issues here. Number one, when you say random people, I've seen a handful of stories. Now these are going to get blown up. I've only seen a handful of stories of people who have been taken by ICE who are American citizens. And that's obviously super fucked up. And if they're doing something totally wrong, those people should 100% sue the government and will probably win in those cases. Okay. So it is not people, I wouldn't say it's not random people. It is people that are generally here in the country. Some of those people, I think, should be given some form of amnesty, but they're not going to be. So that's another issue. But in terms of saying, like, okay, what should you do about it? Well, think about it from this perspective. If a police tries to arrest you and you're innocent, is it ever a good idea to be like, well, I know I'm innocent, so I need to start punching and fighting the police? Is that ever like a good idea? No, it's going to get you shot and killed. You have to fight them in the courts. You cannot fight them on the streets. And the same
It's
thing
going to get you more
is
charges too, obviously.
right. And the same thing is true here. This concept, and I get it, and I get that can be completely unfair for some people that are innocent or some people that don't deserve it. Just as that was completely unfair in the 1960s when fucking racist cops were beating the shit out of black people because they were sitting at a fucking lunch counter, sicking dogs on people because they were sitting at a lunch counter. Okay. I get the horrible unfairness of it, but the reality of it that you have to swallow and accept if you actually want to make things better. Okay. And I know it's just so infuriating, but it's the truth is that if you're going to say, well, I think that these deportations are wrong, or I think the government is doing something wrong, whatever it is, if your response is, I'm going to go out and I'm going to try to bomb ICE facilities, I'm going to start, fighting back with violence or whatever, you're just going to lose. You will 100% lose. You will 10,000% lose. You will 100 billion million fucking percent lose because they have all the guns and they have the support of the country at the moment. And you will fucking lose. What
And
makes
they have the law on their side.
And they have the law on their side. And they have the law on their side. And so you are just indulging in an emotion of wanting to feel better, wanting to feel some sort of outlet for your anger, whether it's justified or not. And it's not actually going to solve the problem. The way you win is the same way they won with the civil rights movement, is people see images of peaceful protesters, okay, getting roughed up by the police. They see images of, innocent people, or even people that maybe aren't innocent, but are at least sympathetic, getting dragged away, getting beaten up by ICE again and again and again. And I understand it's a
never
slow
going to
process.
happen, though.
I understand it's a slow process. I understand it's an incredibly painful process. I understand it's not a fair process from your perspective. But that's the only way you're actually going to manifest the change that you want. This fantasy, it is a fucking fantasy. It is a naive, childish fantasy if some Antifa retard thinks that they're going to change anything. They've been doing this stupid Antifa LARP shit for 10 years. And what's it got them? It's got them 2 Trump terms. That's what it's got them. It's got them the exact situation they don't want. Remember all these fucking retards during the campaign with Harris and Trump? Oh, we can't, who cares about Trump? I mean, who cares about supporting Kamala Harris? She's just as bad as Trump. The Democrats are just the same as Republicans. Bah, 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 bah.
Yeah.
Where are all those fucking people now? Where are all those fucking people now? oh, they're all pretending they didn't say that shit, or they're just going to pivot to fucking Israel and Palestine instantly. That's what
You
they're
think
doing.
you think Kamala Harris will be doing mass deportation?
Obviously not.
She's just the same as Trump.
Right.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, she's
obviously not.
like a
Obviously
carbon
not.
copy.
Obviously not.
Look,
So
the police are not going to rough you up if you're out there peaceful protesting. They're not going to do it. These guys
well,
are
I'm sure it's
infinitely.
happened. I don't think you can say it definitively, but
I mean, why, look, in this day and age, they all got body cameras. There's fucking cameras everywhere. Really? You think a guy's going to go out and Rodney King some dude in the street? Sitch,
not Rodney
come
King,
on.
but I mean there was that clip that everyone was sharing a few days ago where the guy pepper balls a protester in the face. Not
What was the
the clip I
protester
saw, it
doing?
didn't seem like the person was doing anything that merited that, unless there's some longer clip that they were doing something violent. The clip I saw, they were just kind of standing there and a group of people were protesting. So
Yelling at him?
I'm just saying, I'm sure it happens, but that's the thing you need. If you have a bunch of people who are standing around peaceful protesting, the police are shooting pepper balls in their fucking faces and doing stuff, that's what gets the public opinion to sway. The public
Totally.
opinion,
It
I,
does. It does. But
the public opinion, I don't know, because the polling is all over the fucking place. Because I mean, I've seen a lot of polling that says public opinion is not in favor of a lot of the ICE stuff that's going on right now. So it's just that's the way it's got to be. This is the society we live in. If you actually want things to change, if you don't, then yeah, go LARP and go be violent and go try to
break the law.
Yeah, go get your friends to go punch the ICE officer in the face and see where it gets you.
I brought the
know
clip
that
up of the U-Haul driver shot. It's actually the Coast Guard in Alameda. It was in San
I don't know
Francisco,
if you
not
can-
Los Angeles.
I don't think we should watch a video of someone getting shot.
No, we should watch it. It's
Yeah.
great.
Right.
No, that's not. You're probably right.
Yeah.
they do. I don't think that they care. One of the many things the Trump administration has shown us over the past, well, it's more than a decade now, off and on, is that they simply shape reality as they go along. And they shape their ideologies to fit whatever they're trying to accomplish. It's all very malleable. It's all very fluid. And that's really what's so scary. They don't bother themselves with reality. They don't trouble themselves with fact. They simply make the world as they want it to be. And they expect the rest of us to go along with it. And then when we point out that there is a grave inconsistency, we're the problem. We're un-American or we're uncivil. And
What is the inconsistency? Tell us, Roxanne.
I firmly believe that's the most confounding issue that we're facing because, Trump, for example, is trying to frame this current government shutdown as a Democrat problem when he has the executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch. There is no check. There is no balance. It's all Trump all the time. So what do
Does she
you
not
mean
know
that
that
you
they
were
need?
going to lay...
Does she not know that they need the 60 votes? That they need some Democrat votes?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you need to have something. Yeah, you need to have some control of things. But this is part of this is exactly what I'm talking about. Is there is a lot of fucky wucky shit that Trump administration is doing in terms of of trying to garner as much executive power as possible and to do things that normally presidents haven't really been doing in the past, or at least not for a very, very, very long time. And the Republicans used to be the party of like, oh, we want a weak executive. We want a weak federal government. That's obviously all out the window because no one gives a shit about that principle. They just want the policies they want passed. And there are a lot of things that I think need to be pushed back about. I don't know if you saw CoffeeZilla has been going over the kind of insane hyper levels of corruption that the Trump administration has been engaged in when it comes to cryptocurrency.
Yeah,
And
they
basically
pardoned the fucking scammy crypto guy.
Yeah, they pardoned another scammy crypto guy because he's helping the Trump family make a shit ton of money. It's just so blatant. Such a blatant form of corruption. And so, but this is the problem is that, and this kind of leads into Sales Temp's response for another $6. Thank you. Says if you're finding it harder to speak out against Trump and ICE's actions become some TikTokers and a nobody academic said something depraved, I guess we're just built different. You don't understand, and I'm not sure if you want to understand emotionally what I'm saying. I'm not saying I personally find it harder to speak out against Trump or ICE or any of these things because Roxanne Gray's a fucking retard. And if you've been watching, which I assume you have, listening, you hear me talk out against Trump all the fucking time, even though there's a bunch of far left lunatics like this retard. What I said, if you go back and listen, is that the way political discourse functions is everyone points to whataboutism and everyone points to the extremes of the other side and says, this is who you are. And if you don't denounce them, then you're going to get painted with that brush. Okay. And when you have the left, and it's not just Roxane Gay, you're fucking crazy if you think that. You know how many fucking articles, how many fucking people I saw, mainstream sources I saw that are running around with their heads cut off like chickens, with their heads cut off about the Trump White House construction thing. Who gives a fuck about that? That's like the stupidest fucking story ever. I do not give a shit that Donald Trump is renovating some fucking part of the White House. And yet people are running around like, oh my God, this is proof of fucking fascism. Okay. It's the same thing with the National Guard. You had the National Guard got sent in to DC and to Chicago in the mainstream. Okay. You can't tell me some fucking TikTokers or some nobody academic, which first of all, Roxane Gay is not a fucking nobody academic, and neither is Alex Wagner. So you don't know what you're talking about there. But you can't tell me it was some fucking nobody. It was everyone saying, oh my God, they sent the state guard into DC. They sent the National Guard into Chicago. This is the Trump authoritarian fascist takeover. And then nothing fucking happened. And nothing fucking happened. And if every time Trump does something and people go completely, nuclear on it and nothing fucking happens, guess what? That's called crying wolf. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's called crying fucking wolf. And when things are actually going down, people don't give a shit or they don't trust you because they're tired of it, because they've been fucking hit again and again and again with the, 9-alarm fire, and they don't believe at this point anymore. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And when you have a bunch of people on the fucking all left who are running crazy, running their fucking mouths, who are psychos, who helped create this exact situation in the first place, like Roxane Gay did, because the mainstream left was too fucking cowardly to push back against it, then yeah, that's the problem. It's not a question of, it's harder to speak out against Trump and ICE. Yeah, we are built different. We're built different in the fact that I understand what the fuck's going on here. I can look and say, these fucking far left retards help create the exact situation, cells, that you fucking hate. That you fucking hate. And LARPing and doing a bunch of shit where you're going to go punch an ICE agent or whatever dumb fucking shit you're going to do, that's just going to play right into Trump's hands. That's going to play right into the hands of the people that you don't fucking like. So yeah, we are built different, because I'm over here like, maybe you shouldn't actually act in a way that's highly emotional, that maybe makes you feel good, but creates the exact opposite of the outcome that you want.
We're on day 26 of the government shutdown. No deal in sight. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
That's
at the feet of Democrats. And then what is going on with the Democrats that they are not in front of every single camera they can find and every single microphone they can find, putting the blame for what's happening directly at their feet. The Democrats are being so weak. And they'll say, we're not in power. You're in office.
This is another thing too. This is a dog whistle.
I know.
It's a complete dog whistle for some kind of crazy, violent, revolutionary rhetoric. She's like, how come they don't fight? How come they're not, blaming the Republicans? What are you talking about? Every Democrat politician, every Democrat
blames
pundit,
the Republican,
anytime they're on camera, is 100% blaming Trump, the Trump administration, Republicans for this every day. So
they call it the Republican shutdown.
Right. The shutdown, the immigration
The Republicans
issue.
call it the Democrat shutdown.
Right. Yeah. No, but I'm just saying, like, this concept of like, they're not, it's just God, it's so frustrating because it's hard to tell what is delusion and what is just dishonest. It's like, what are you talking about? Day in and day out, that is the messaging. That is the messaging. They have this fucking delusion that, if you just say the right words, if you say the magic spell, you just blame Trump enough, that's the problem. The left hasn't blamed Trump enough, Adam. That's the fucking problem. If the left would just blame Trump more, well, then people would finally just wake up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that
Where
helped
have
Kamala
these
Harris in the
fucking-
last election.
What fucking world have these people been living in for the last decade?
Yeah. Some of them do realize Trump is popular, so they've kind of backed off a bit, but Roxane Gay is definitely not one of them.
So you have some kind of power.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Nutrafol. If you're dealing with
If you're a totally lame person,
You don't want policy genius?
The context of the
Nutrafol?
government
I thought it
shutdown,
was
because
some sort of meal program or something.
Oh, I don't know what there was.
I was having a conversation with Dan Pfeiffer yesterday on Pod Save America, and he was saying the Democrats are doing the worst. Part of their strategy is so flawed, which is to say, we're not at fault for this government shutdown. In fact, they should own it and say, we had to shut the government down because of what this administration is trying to do to Americans. We were left with no resort because we care about the health and welfare of our citizens. And we can't fund a government that is actively trying to strip them of their rights, strip them of access.
This is very interesting. This is very fascinating. Now, I know most people listening probably are not familiar with a lot of Alex Wagner content. I don't think Alex Wagner would say something this fucking stupid 6 years ago.
Mhm.
Because let's think about this logically, okay? The whole politics, the whole thought process behind the strategy of the government shutdown is the government shuts down. There's a bunch of people who lose their benefits, who are not paid, and that makes them angry. And they say, why am I not getting paid? Why am I losing my benefits? I need to go to the doctor. I need to get paid, blah, 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 blah. Whatever it is, however the government, shutdown impacts them. And they get mad about that. And they say, whose fault is it? And if
And
they
the
blame,
Democrats step up and say, we are doing it
Right,
to
and so the
save
whole-
you of your rights.
right. And this is why every single time there's a government shutdown, what do both parties do? They point the finger and say, well, it's their fault, because they want the voter who gets mad about the government shutdown to then blame the Democrats or the Republicans.
Yeah.
So this political strategy that someone's going to go home and they're not going to get their paycheck, or they're not going to be able to see a doctor, or they're not going to get their food stamps, or whatever, however they're potentially affected by a government
The
shutdown.
parks are closed on their vacation. There's all kinds of shit.
Right. They go to the park and, the one vacation day and, the park's not open. Right. Whatever it is, that the Democrats are going to proudly say, yes, citizen, your life is harder now and you're suffering. You know why? It's because there's too many illegals that are being deported wrongly. There's, Donald Trump is seizing too much power and doing, bad things that you personally probably can't feel or necessarily quantify, and is completely from an idealistic perspective. And that's why we had to do what we had to do. You think that's going to be remotely politically persuasive to fucking anyone?
No, of course not.
Of course not. This is the dumbest idea imaginable. And this is what happens when these people, it's very interesting. She's left MSNBC and I don't know where the fuck she is, if she's on Pod Save America full time or in somewhere other place, but like people they leave wherever they are and they go into some new environment and they're surrounded by a bunch of people. And it's just like an echo chamber of retardation. It just builds and builds and builds around them. They've completely lost touch with reality. And they've lost the ability to actually understand the average fucking person. The average fucking person who's not directly affected by something Trump does is not going to, that then is affected by the government shutdown, not going to be like, well, I'm so happy that the Democrats are fighting this metaphorical fascism that I don't perceive in my everyday life.
Yeah, exactly. I'm reading through some of the consequences, and evidently there's a bunch of delayed flights because of air traffic
There are,
controller.
yeah. Right.
That you
Of
think
course.
those people who had all their flights delayed are not going to be like those fucking Democrats?
Yeah, when you're sitting in the airport, that's a perfect example. You're sitting in the airport and they got fucking CNN on the TV,
Right, going,
right?
this is because of the government shutdown,
Yeah.
you're not going to get to your
Right.
wedding
Yeah,
destination
you're
on
gonna miss
time.
your wedding, or your flight is delayed by 5 hours, and then there's fucking
Alex Wagner saying
Chuck
the
Schumer.
Democrats should step up and say it's all for a good cause. We're
Right.
trying
If
to
you look up and you see Chuck Schumer there, and he's like, "We're shutting down the government, and it's gonna suck for people, but it's worth it because we gotta fight fascism." You think that person in the airport's gonna be like, "Well, that's my candidate"?
Well, supposedly they're fighting for the health care of other people, though. But obviously,
Right.
I'm assuming people who are flying around the country are probably not worried about their health care.
Well, no, I don't agree with that. I'm sure I think they would be. It's just that
Why don't they
that's
open the government and
but
let
that's why
people face a sticker shock from the raising healthcare rates, Obamacare rates going up? Because obviously that would be blamed on Trump. How could you
Right.
not blame Trump? He's
Well, that was
he has the
actually
administration.
This is the problem, and this is what the issue is. That was, if you listen to what Chuck Schumer was saying, and a lot of Democrat leaders were saying months before the shutdown, that was their plan, and they were following the plan. The idea of just of sit back and let the Trump administration do whatever the Trump administration is going to do, and people will react to it if things fall apart. And their plan was to have that happen, and people to look at the sticker shock and go, "Holy shit, my health insurance just went up double." And
Yeah, double.
what the fuck is going on with the Trump administration? But then the reason that this all happens is that you have a bunch of large donors who are hyper politically active, and those people are like Alex Wagner. Those people are like Roxanne Gay, in terms of that they have this, you have to fight. Why are you not fighting? You're just letting the fascists win if you don't fight. And so they pressure the politicians, the Democrat politicians, into quote fighting back. And so then they have to fight back and do the government shutdown.
Crazy. So basically the donors are making them to commit to a horrible strategy that's going to cost them in the next election.
What I mean,
great.
I don't know, because I don't know what if there are current pollings on who's being blamed for the shutdown yet, or if anyone even cares about the shutdown yet, because that's always, I mean, that's the question.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Anyone who's flying cares about the shutdown,
right? But I'm saying, like, if they blame the Republic, historically the Republicans seem to always get blamed for the government shutdown. If that continues for this, then this strategy will still be effective for Democrats. So it's all going to just depend on who gets blamed at the end of the day.
Access to healthcare. So this is a principled fight. It's actually, in some ways, I wonder if that more adheres to your notion of why civility doesn't work, and it's time for uncivil tactics like shutting down the government in the name of principle. I mean, does that square, or am I overthinking it?
I don't think you're overthinking it at all. I think it's an impossible
Shutting down the government is an uncivil tactic. Okay.
situation.
I mean, it's not.
And
so there's a Quinnipiac poll from a couple of days ago. It says overall 45% of people blame Republicans for the shutdown, 39% blame Democrats. So in the overall poll, the Democrats have advantage. And that says among independents, 48% of independents hold the Republicans accountable, and only 32% hold Democrats accountable. So if that holds, then it is going to be a good strategy for Democrats.
So they're probably looking at that polling, and that's why they're drawing it out.
Of course.
If the Democrats would own it, I would probably reconsider how I'm feeling about the way in which they're proceeding. If they would say, yes, we did what had to be done because we are willing to lead. But they don't even seem to have that capacity to own it. They are always hedging and hawing. They're always sort of working from a place of listening to advisors and pundits and polls instead of listening to their instincts and forgetting about whatever three-dimensional chess game they think they're playing and just contending with what is actually happening. So I would be very open to seeing them try anything. Because I don't purport to have all the answers. It's very easy to sit from my, office and say they're being weak, which they are. But I also don't know how we proceed given the
You like her? She's like, I wish the Democrats would just stop thinking logically. I wish they would just listen to their heart. I wish they would just listen to their emotion. That would be better.
Yeah.
God,
She almost said Ivory Tower too.
I know it's so.
She said office. She's like, she almost said
fucking
Ivory
stupid.
Tower. She's like, I shouldn't say Ivory Tower.
It's so.
So
dumb.
look, this is the second longest shutdown in history. They're at day 26. If they can make it to day 36, they got the longest shutdown in history. Maybe they should go for it, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
They're almost there. They're just 10 days away. Don't you think Trump wants to have the longest shutdown in government history?
You think he's gonna be like, I did it. I did it. I did
The
all
very
this shit.
best.
It was
the
best
big, beautiful
shutdown.
shutdown.
Oh my God. Look
It
how
was
good he did.
historic. This was a very historic shutdown, but we finally brought it to a close here at day 36.
Yep. Joe the Mig,
Go ahead.
Joe the Meg, thanks so much for $25. Says, empty the federal treasury for a device that teleported Roland Fryer into a conversation that appealed to police unaliving black men to slap the nonsense out of the person, like summoning Knights of the Round in Final Fantasy VII. Fun fact, YouTube wouldn't let me super chat if I put Roland Fryer's first and last name in the sequence.
Really? Wow.
There's so many weird things. I think that they just have some sort of weird AI bot that none of what's like censored makes any fucking sense whatsoever. So wasn't Roland Fryer, wasn't that the guy who was questioning the narrative of there's like all these unarmed black men
Yeah, the
being
police
shot at Harvard?
stats. Yeah.
The police stats. Yeah, he was a guy, I believe, we watched a video about him. He was a guy that went into the research assuming that he agreed with the narrative that the police were just shooting a bunch of unarmed black men. And then when he actually investigated it, he was like, oh, it's like not really the case whatsoever. And then when he talked about this, they like shut down his group at Harvard. So,
Yep.
but that's just, listen, the left is not
He got shut down.
sensitive. Okay. There's too much civility, too much sensitiveness here.
extent of what we are dealing with right now. But I do know that something different has to happen. I mean, something has to happen. It's not even about something different. They're not doing anything.
Well, the government is shut down. I mean, in fairness, they did the Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer didn't play ball, and we are in a government shutdown, right? The question is, what happens next? And I think to your point, it's unclear why they did it, right? They haven't been saying explicitly why they did it. There is a conversation happening about healthcare and its affordability, and I think that's inherently in service of democratic goals. But there's no ownership of the fight. And what I'm hearing from you is like, own the fight because the times demand battle, not murderous battle, but but new tactics and new strategies.
And like people always go, like you said, it's always like people go to violence, but it's like, no, just resist. And then stop always being on the defense, go on the offense. There are so many things that Democratic politicians could and should be talking about that can be laid directly at the feet of Donald Trump and his administration. You don't even have to look for it because they're literally coming and they're dropping it at your feet rather. So just talk about it. Do something. And, the fact that
this really shows that she exists in the complete echo chamber of far left propaganda on Blue Sky or other places where all they do, it's so funny, all they do is that they probably spend more time actually complaining about the Democrats than they even do Donald Trump. If this is the worldview you get, because anyone that exists outside that bubble and reads the news sees that that's all that's going on every day. Every day is a story of people pointing fingers at Donald Trump and saying, look at what a bad thing he's doing with this. That's every fucking day.
The ballroom. He tore down the building.
Right. It's just, you have to be so detached to just be like, well, they just need to blame Trump more. They just need to point the finger at Trump.
Fact that, yes, and the bar is in hell. Like, oh, yes, they didn't capitulate to to stochastic terrorism. Congratulations, Hakeem and Chuck. Good work. I mean, that we have to recognize that, because that's all there is. I mean, I'm frustrated with it.
You sound bereft.
I am bereft. I am bereft because right now the Trump administration is like a drunk terrorist in a candy store with a sugar addiction. They are doing everything they've ever wanted. And of course, we were all given the blueprint for what they were going to do. And the Democrats haven't even bothered to write a response or to articulate their own policy platform in that really big public way. Which, again, why are we not writing a Project 2027? And so, yeah, I'm just bereft because where does this end?
Well, you write in the article, I keep wondering when we will reach a cultural breaking point, when finally the Trump administration will go far enough to shove us out of the comforts of our day-to-day lives.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, she's like, why are we not writing our own Project 2027? The whole Project 2025 thing, even though obviously Trump's doing a fuck ton of it and was full of shit when he said he wasn't going to, but that was a very useful tool for the Democrats and the left broadly to use to attack Trump, is to say, okay, here's this giant document. We can pull out a bunch of bad things from the giant document and say, look at what Trump's going to do. And Trump ran away from it. He had to run away from it. So I haven't read it. I don't know anything about this. There's nothing to do with me, blah, 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 blah. Why would you want to saddle any Democrat running in 2026 or 2028 with the exact same fucking problem, where there's some giant book of shit which is going to have some policies that are probably good and have some policies that are woke trash. And the Republicans are going to pull out whatever and say, oh, look, you want to trans the illegals, you want to trans the prisoners, whatever. Like, why do you support this? They have, I didn't read Project 2027. I never heard of this. Nope. Like, why would you want that?
Yeah. Bunch of commie shit on paper that you have to deny.
I was, again, having this conversation about who has been, I mean, there's a number of people in this country who've been shaken out of their day-to-day lives, not by choice, right? By force.
Absolutely.
Accepting those individuals. It feels like if there is grassroots rage, organization, and indignation, it is not being mirrored in the sort of institutional response to all this, which is law firms capitulating, universities saying, okay, what deal can we make for you with you? Media companies saying, we'll take them off the air, or we'll hire some different people and we'll change the lens of our focus. How much do you think that institutional civility, if you will, is undermining a real, citizen-led uncivility? Or do you think the citizens still have, how do you see the landscape as it stands in terms of reaching that breaking point?
We are so very far away. But you make an important point, which is to say that activism is happening in almost every single community. On the ground, grassroots, local organizers are truly doing God's work right now. And I am so grateful that work is happening, that organizing is happening. Like right now in LA, in Chicago, in DC, Boston, we're seeing some amazing resistance to really terrifying encroachments on people's freedom. And what's weird is that many people don't know about it. And so part of the problem is that it's the media's job to connect what's happening on the ground with the institutions. And they're not doing it. And we all know why, I guess, but it's sad. And so I think until more people lose a loved one or a friend, or are mistakenly detained, or find themselves in such financial precarity that they have only one choice left, which is to resist, until we all sort of start to feel that boot on our neck, I just don't know that there's going to be anything that's going to make us sort of, and I include myself in that, that are going to make us sort of do something, even though I don't even know where to start, other than to look to, as Mr. Rogers said, the helpers. But one of the people I follow closely in terms of activism and where to expend our energy is Mariam Kaba, who is an abolitionist among many other things. And one of the
Oh
things
my
that
God.
she talks about quite a lot is just picking one or
What?
two things, because you cannot do
Yeah.
it.
What do you think she's in favor of abolishing?
I was about to look that up. I was like,
Abolitionist, huh? What do you think it is? You
What
think
is
it's
she-
slavery or the police?
I would assume. I don't know what you
It's
mean
probably
by that.
she probably wants to abolish the police.
Mm-hmm.
All. And so that's the approach I've been trying to take.
What things have you chosen?
I am more than happy to go to a protest. I think that it's useful. I'm actually very shy and quiet. So for me, that where I can just sort of blend in and be there is good. But I also am more than happy to write a check. I'll do whatever is asked of me, but what do I have that I can contribute? And what a lot of organizers need is money to do that work. Lawyers to get them out of jail. So,
Oh my God. He wants to get the criminals out of jail. One of those kind of abolitionists.
Right.
I am trying to show up when and where I can. And it seems to be useful. I was at a protest about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and someone said, "Oh, it's so good to see you here." And I just thought, "Oh, really? I'm just standing here." But
Okay, so I found this lady's Wikipedia, Miriam Kaba. It says Kaba views prison abolition as the total dismantling of prisons and policing while building up community services, and opposes the reform of policing. Her work has created the framework for the current abolitionist organization. So she's in favor. She's the person when you hear people talk about abolishing prison. Remember when what was the
Dude,
what was that
these people are so dumb.
Remember when Olay was on the Young Turks arguing with Cenk about prison abolition? So this is who she was hearkening to, this Miriam Kaba lady, in advocating for the abolishment of fucking prison.
This moron.
Okay. That's great. That's amazing.
Okay. So sometimes those things do matter. And I do try to do work with mutual aid in LA when I can, where I live half time. And because that's just a community I'm more connected to and that I know more closely.
Oh no.
And I'm always
She's in
writing.
my town. Holy shit.
It's a small tool, but it is one.
It's a powerful tool that you have. I mean, I wonder what you think. I have to ask this in the context of civility, because the calls for civility always mushroom in moments of political protest and, citizens on the street. And when we saw those ICE protests in LA, they were deemed, criminal and dangerous, even though, Waymos accepted they weren't criminal for the large part, or they weren't dangerous. And I sort of wonder, whether you think there's a little bit of, not a risk, but that there needs to be a cautionary note sounded in and around this, because I believe that some of this crackdown on blue cities and states is to actually foment violent behavior or criminal behavior, which so far, nobody's taken the bait. But one wonders whether the calls for civility are just a red herring. I'm saying this, rhetorically more than anything else. And really whether Trump's just gunning for, he wants people out in the streets and defacing property because that gives him the excuse to further crack down.
I don't think he needs an excuse. Honestly, I don't think he cares. But do I think that they are trying to bait people with all of the pomp and circumstance? Of course they are. But both that can be true and that we have to show up can also be true. Because while all of the sort of showmanship is happening, like the thing that they did in Chicago, it's showmanship. They videotaped the whole thing and then released a sizzle reel online this morning.
Yeah.
And so, they're clearly doing it for show, but while they're doing it for show, they are taking real people out of their homes. They are splitting up real families. The evil work is happening alongside the show. And to just not respond would not be okay. And fortunately, organizers are brilliant for the most part. And in LA, one of the great things that they have done is that if you are staying in a hotel as an ICE person, you're not going to get a good night's sleep. You are going to hear all kinds of stuff. People gather in the parking lots. They play music from their cars really loud. They honk their horns. They shine their lights into all of the hotel windows. That's not violent.
Right.
But it's also not passive.
Right.
And so, yeah, sure, you can be a part of ICE and you can continue to terrorize this community and kidnap people, but you're not going to be well rested. And I love that someone came up with that because it's so elegant and so simple.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that when it happens, those men of ICE are, because it is a vocational program for men, they are probably so irritated. And that brings me a small amount of, I don't think joy is the word, but satisfaction.
Do you really think ICE is irritated?
It's just this is
By all
this
this
is the part
stuff.
I was talking about.
It's completely
This is insane.
ridiculous.
It's so fucking delusional. You're like, oh, I want the people that are engaged in law enforcement to be operating with very little sleep and to be highly irritable. That's going to make the outcomes for the people that they're arresting or detaining better. No, it's fucking not. You dumb fucking bitch. I'm so glad that you and your activist friends, oh, we get a little bit of joy because we get to sit around in our cars and laugh and go, hee 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 hee. Can you imagine that guy in the ICE uniform in the hotel room? He's so mad. He's holding a pillow over his head because he can't sleep. Hee 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 hee. Oh, that's great. So when he takes out his lack of sleep and his anger on some person that you want to protect or makes a poor decision because he's half fucking asleep and shoots someone, oh, are you going to be fucking giggling then? Are you going to be fucking laughing then, you dumb fuck? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
She is going to be giggling because she doesn't care. She
sure, no.
wants ICE to look
Yes.
bad. She's
They'll
like,
be-
oh yeah,
you're
look,
right.
they killed
You're right.
someone.
Yeah.
Some innocent
Exactly.
person.
Exactly. Yeah. They'll be like, yes, finally, we have our martyr that we can hold up. Yeah, exactly. No, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. It's
Unfortunate.
just so fucking dumb.
Faction.
Yeah. You bring up gender, and I want to talk a little bit because you're a feminist about one of the things that fueled Trump's rise, which is the manosphere. That's like red-pilled men who blame women for not only their own problems, but society's problems at large. Is the manosphere something new?
No.
So there's something.
Oh no. Oh no.
I know. So
this is going to be
we're
good.
going to get to the manosphere here. It was interesting in that poll that I read about who's to blame the government shutdown. Because I just looked underneath it, and it says they also did a poll on how people blame the government shutdown by gender. Okay. And it says women blame Republicans by 15 points higher, but men are 5 points more likely to blame Democrats for the shutdown. Okay.
Okay.
And it really shows you just this completely widening gender divide between men and women because, and there's that very interesting video that you sent me where this woman's talking about how really what like wokeness is at its heart is the feminization of everything. It's saying that the way in which men exist and operate and think is bad, and the way in which women think and operate is good. And all society, including men, must, wash their brains of any sort of masculine thought or masculine way of interacting and adhere to this hyper feminized version of reality. And if that's the case, if that's the position that the left is going to take and the Democrats are going to kowtow to that, it's so obvious that there's going to be a burgeoning gender divide politically, which there's never been, I believe, before like this.
Yeah, she makes the argument that the tipping point was when women became a majority in most of these institutions.
Yes.
Which completely changed everything.
It's not just, it's women being the majority in institutions and operating under this philosophy, this anti-liberal philosophy of alt-leftism.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not being, what do they call it? When you're not civil. Well, I guess not civil is not really the right terminology, but when you're more willing to step on people's feelings than most people.
Well, that's the irony. It's like, oh, we need to change all the rules because all these men and all these bad people are stepping on our feelings. So we're going to change the rules that basically allows us to step on their feelings, and they have to shut up about it. We're just changing the little power dynamic in our favor. All of a sudden, we're not creating some sort of neutral playing field.
Is it conscientiousness? It's one of the 5 factors.
No, I don't.
But men are lower on conscientious. No, conscientiousness is not it.
It's not conscientiousness, no.
Right. Anyway, we can move on.
No. It isn't. They just have a new way of gathering. The manosphere has always existed. Congress. Sorry.
You know, when I think of the manosphere, I don't think of like Andrew Tate or Fresh and Fit or any of these fucking people. I think of Congress. That's the real manosphere, right, Adam?
Congress, I know it is.
Congress.
It's comical, isn't it?
It's so fucking stupid.
She has no idea what the manosphere is.
It's just so retarded.
And the army.
The White House.
Army.
Yeah, like truly. That's just off the top of my head. It has always existed. What is particularly troubling and unique about the current moment is that they have such easy access to one another and that there are no limits because they tend to find themselves on these forums where there is no moderation, where they are openly allowed to talk about really virulent misogyny, which whatever, but then also violence against women, violence against people they disagree with.
Yeah, you know, when I hear this, people, talking openly about violence against women, people I disagree with. You know what I think? I think Congress. That's what Congress is all about, right? That's what Congress is all fucking about, isn't it? Oh my God.
Agreeableness is what I was trying to think of.
Right.
Men are lower on agreeableness.
Yes.
Have created their own vernacular to be able to better communicate amongst themselves about their anxieties and their grievances. And so they have more reach than before. And they are really good at finding the disaffected and disillusioned young men, or not so young men, who have nowhere to put feelings and who don't have the tools to cope with feelings and who don't have the personal ability to deal with accountability of, take a shower, brush your
Don't feel the necessity to deal with those feelings, which is quite a superpower, if you ask me, right? Stoicism is where it's at. So I often feel sorry for the women who can't get over things, right? Who got to let things simmer and simmer forever and ever and ever. I think men are in the better position being able to argue things out and let bygones be bygones. But according to Roxane Gay, that's like a bad thing. Yeah. You got to be able to dwell on these feelings forever and ever and ever and never get over it.
Teeth. Learn to talk to other people and then listen to what is being said to you. Learn to ask questions. So much of this is just basic sort of human 101 that they have decided they should be.
Sort of women 101, right? That's what she's talking about. Women 101.
Be able to opt out of and still have the woman of their dreams and the career of their dreams. Like, that's not how any of this works. You have to put effort in, and it doesn't have to even be that much effort. I see scrubs all the time who are doing just fine. And so, it just takes a little effort. And I have some empathy for disillusioned people and disillusioned men because they were told that they were going to have the world as their oyster, and their fathers and their grandfathers did. And then here's this generation that isn't getting everything they've ever wanted, even though really, did anyone ever
So should your parents sit you down and go, listen,
My fucking
listen,
God.
boys, come here. Let me tell you, you are going to get everything, okay? You're men. I never had that conversation. Who the fuck has had this conversation?
Nobody's ever had this fucking conversation except Disney villains. Okay. These fucking dumb bitches. They're like, grow up watching some fucking insane feminist movie or read some insane feminist book where there's some crazy villain that's the most stereotypical, like, male villain ever. And they're like, well, this is reality. No one's
Yeah.
ever fucking had this conversation. No one's ever had this fucking thought. This is so fucking disgusting. Because she says, like, well, I have some empathy for men. I'm like, oh, that's good. She understands that right now.
They
you
were
know, there's-
promised everything.
Right. There's a lot of women, more women are graduating from college now than men. Men are doing much worse in the job field and education and health outcomes. Men seem to be doing a lot worse in almost every fucking way, statistically, than women are in America. So there's obviously something's going on, right? Something's to be looked into there. And you think, oh, maybe she's going to bring that up. No, I feel bad for men because, well, it's not their fault. They're all a bunch of fucking misogynists. They were just told and taught to be misogynists by their fucking evil parents who told them, you're a man and the world will open for you. Women will just throw themselves at your fucking feet. You're going to walk into a fucking restaurant and every woman's going to jump up at her fucking seat, open the door for you. When you go into a fucking train, women are going to be like, oh, please, sir, take my fucking seat. And then when you get home, they're going to rub your fucking toes and they're going to say, I've been slaving away. I know you've been at work. I've been slaving away at a kitchen all day for your delicious pot roast as I pop out a couple of kids. Yes, that's what every fucking man ever thought reality was going to be like. You dumb cunt.
That's what they were promised. They were all
It's
promised these
so-
things, Sitch, and then all of a sudden it's just taken away. They're sitting there with their hands out going, hey, what happened?
What happened?
I thought I was supposed to be in charge of everything.
Where's my gimmies? I don't understand what's going on anymore.
Yeah, ridiculous.
God, it's
This is
so
such a narrative
fucking
on the left.
Stupid.
This idea that, oh, they're just totally worried about losing their place in society. They're so nervous about that. Ridiculous.
get it? And if you've been told a certain thing your entire life and then it's not true, of course you're disillusioned. But I also don't think that disillusionment is an excuse for hating women and for hating just people of color or queer people, etc. They always
How about dumb people? Are we allowed to hate dumb people?
You are allowed
Please.
to hate.
How about
stupid
delusional people?
fucks? Okay.
How about delusional people who keep creating a stereotype that's completely untrue of men? How about that? Am I allowed to hate them? It's so
Yes.
crazy because look, there was a time when people would create amazingly negative stereotypes of gay people. I'd like to think we've kind of moved past that, but here you have a gay woman creating massive stereotypes of men that are just completely false. I don't think men think, oh, the world is, nobody comes out and says, men, the world is your oyster. Most people are like, you're going to have to struggle and fight to find your place in the world.
Mhm.
That's what makes them upset because they don't like that. They don't like it when the man comes into the workplace and is like, okay, this is a competition and I want to be in charge.
Right.
Yeah. They don't like that. Women don't like that.
always target people who are more vulnerable than them so that they can feel some sense of toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
It's just a terrible brew. But most men are not susceptible to that, fortunately.
Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you.
They're
So
fine.
glad.
And the hand wringing that we do in the media all the time about like the male loneliness epidemic, I don't know, stop looking at a screen and go outside and talk to someone.
No fucking.
Look at this.
Like
She's
insane.
like,
Some fucking.
she's like, I don't give a
retard.
fuck about lonely men. Look at this. Here's a Democratic Party for you guys. You're having trouble getting a girlfriend. You feel like people are condescending to you all the time. You feel like people are negative about you being a man. They call you toxic and stuff like that. Roxane Gay, a Democrat, doesn't give a fuck about you.
Right.
Vote
Well, I don't know if
Democrat.
I don't even know if Roxane Gay identifies as a Democrat.
Is a Democrat?
Yeah, I don't know if
No,
she definitely
look,
seems like one of these liberals
Roxane
or
Gay
fascists.
definitely you cannot tell me she didn't give $2,500 to Kamala Harris.
No, I'm sure she
Of
did
course
because
she
of
did.
I'm sure she did because of
Woman power. Oh my
right,
God, a woman of
yes.
color. Holy shit.
Right.
It's exactly what I wanted. Representation.
Right, but there's a difference between someone saying I'm going to give a bunch of money to Kamala because she's a woman of color, or I hate Donald Trump, versus I'm some sort of Democrat who believes in Democrat policies or whatever.
No, I want to back this up for a second. Just look, think of it now. The Democrats are in a tailspin over men. Men are leaving the Democratic Party in droves. They're all voting Republican because of perceived slights against them from people on the left. Now, Roxane Gay, maybe she's not a Democrat, but she's definitely on the left. Okay.
Obviously, yes.
Let's just hear her take on this, on men.
Yeah.
It's just a terrible brew. But most men are not susceptible to that, fortunately. They're fine. And the hand wringing that we do in the media all the time about like the male loneliness epidemic, I don't know, stop looking at a screen and go outside and talk to someone. If like,
do you think, I mean,
So look, she's rolling her eyes.
Yeah.
Rolling her eyes at your loneliness, at your suffering.
Yeah. Fuck
rolling her eyes.
Well,
Why do we have to cover this in the media? These men, they're suffering.
Hand-wringing.
Their suicide rate is through the roof, but why do we care? We're
Hand-wringing.
Democrats.
Yeah.
We don't give a fuck.
What?
I wonder why you guys keep losing men. The disdain, the condescension.
I know. The same
They
person
can't help themselves. They fucking hate men.
The same person who I can guarantee you'll find some clip or post or whatever, her saying, how dare men talk about women's bodies regarding abortion.
Of course.
The same person. It's like we have a woman who's a lesbian, and she's like, let me tell you about men's issues. How about you don't fucking tell me about men's issues, okay? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have literally no fucking clue what you're talking about. And on top of that, you're way outside the fucking age range to even understand what's going on in the dating market right now.
She doesn't even know what the manosphere is. She thinks it's the fucking Democrats.
She thinks it's Congress. Just call Congress is the manosphere. Yeah, what are you? You're delusion. Fuck you. I'm sorry that you had some bad experiences. So now you've decided to become a fucking bigot against all men, okay? But fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay?
I think it's great. I think it's great. Midterms are coming. You guys remember what disdain these people have for you. Disdain. They don't give a fuck about your problems. Roxane Gay cares more about a mass murderer getting out of jail.
Yeah,
when they abolish the prison.
What the fuck is this insanity? She's all like, oh, men are the fucking men are a bunch of whiny, evil bitches who are all bad people and sexual assaulters and blah, blah, blah. But we need to abolish prison. What are you high? What are you talking about?
I know. She's insane. Talk about contradictions.
I know. It's like, how do you take this fucking person seriously? Oh, I'm glad there's an award-winning author here.
Oh.
Yeah. I have two boys and I'm.
Oh, my
Alex,
God.
please push back and be like, I have two boys.
Oh my God. Look at this.
Please push
I have
back
two boys and you just spit in my face, bitch.
Yes.
My boys are nice. Fuck you.
Yes.
Constantly thinking like, oh God, is the manosphere the natural extension? Like, are they
No!
going to get subsumed by it? So we talk about feelings a lot. We get off the screens a lot.
Oh, great.
I mean, I just think what is the way that society or women
They're both trans men.
Well, I have two boys, and I'm going to make sure they're going to be good allies. Okay, I'm going to make sure they're good fucking allies.
Both her
Don't you
boys
worry.
are trans.
Right.
I have two trans men boys.
God.
men or whoever wants to take the mantle upon themselves how do you combat the manosphere? It feels, I mean,
Well, there was a person who was
His
combating the
name was
manosphere.
Jordan Peterson.
Right. And fuckers, you were like, oh, well, he's a Nazi. You guys compared him to fucking Andrew Tate and Hitler. Okay.
She called out Jordan Peterson on Bill Maher, remember? She literally called out Jordan Peterson to his face.
Oh my
Alex
God.
Wagner did.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she shit all over Jordan
Jesus
Peterson when
Christ.
Jordan Peterson was just getting recognized.
Right.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I know.
It's so terrible.
The fucking they
It's
can't
so
help
fucking
themselves.
terrible.
They hate men. Boys, your mother hates you. I just want you to know.
I totally forgot that. Yeah, she was on Bill Maher
Mm-hmm.
yelling at Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be unduly emphatic about its importance, but it does feel like a real thing, a real development, even if its essence is not new.
Mhm.
The construct of this entire online sort of world subsuming young men and sort of radicalizing them in a conservative direction seems like something that like progressives and Democrats and people who care about empathy need to sort of like unpack and maybe figure out how to unwind. And I guess
It's so crazy. I mean, what do they think conservatism is? I just like for a boy to be competitive or think, you know, I can do this on my own, be some sort of rugged individualist, be the type of person that can pull themselves up from the bootstraps, right? Someone who can take care of themselves. What the fuck is wrong with that? How is that bad? How's that a bad thing, Sitch?
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. They buy in a bunch of fake nonsense. And if you listen to what she's saying, okay, I mean, Alex Wagner is a total fucking coward because what she's saying here is
She doesn't want her boys to be self-sufficient.
No, she's not.
She
She's
wants them
saying
to be a mama titty baby their whole lives.
no. If you listen to what the word, if you decode what she's saying, she's terrified. Okay, she's afraid to ask Roxane Gay or anyone even this question of what to do about men, even in terms of buying into their framing of like the manosphere, because when she does, a bunch of her fucking alt-left retard friends say, well, why is the conversation always got to be about men, Alex? We don't need to talk about them all the time. And so she feels fucking hesitant to even broach the topic so much that she's like, well, isn't the party of like empathy supposed to like need to figure out what's going on with these young boys? She's like afraid to even ask the question from their own fucking framing. This is how insane this is.
Yeah. Because they're supposed to be the oppressor and whatnot.
Yes.
I backed it up a little just so we can hear it again.
Action seems like something that like progressives and Democrat sort of world subsuming young men and sort of radicalizing them in a conservative direction seems like something that like progressives and Democrats and people who care about empathy need to sort of like unpack and maybe figure.
What is radical conservatism?
I don't know. I don't know what she means by that. I mean, I could give you what I would think that mean, but I don't trust her
Like
view
racism?
of things. Yeah.
I don't think of conservatism as racism. So
Figure out how to unwind. And I guess I totally understand the notion of reconnecting to people and encouraging conversation and community and all of the rest. But I wonder if you think there's anything more explicit that, like, I don't know, our leaders need to do or we as members of society need to think about.
Yes. And
So she very, in the most gentle fucking baby way possible, said, what you just said is stupid. Do you have something more concrete than just telling people to get off the internet? She said in the most fucking gentle way imaginable.
no, part of me just thinks they need to work this out amongst themselves.
You
because
need to
men listen to other men.
Right.
And so I think men need to take responsibility for their brethren. I really, really do. Because they're actually not going to listen to women for the most part. They're just not.
Well, that is true. She finally said something that is correct.
it's
That
true.
is
Yeah,
true.
exactly.
Yes. Right.
We are working it out.
Right.
We've got our own party over here, the Republican Party.
You're not going to like the outcome of it probably, but
Exactly. You stay in your party over there. The Democrat boy party.
And so I think men need to hold other men accountable. But how much more do we need to do as a society to cater to men and make them feel whole?
I mean, we're living under a Trump presidency part
Right.
two. Apparently,
Like,
we need to do a lot more.
So much of what is happening is predicated on a lie that women are doing so well that it's gone too far, and let's send them bitches back in the kitchen. You know, it's crazy. It is genuinely not grounded in sanity. And at the same time, I have two brothers, and they're amazing. Or, well, only one is surviving, but
oh,
no,
you're going to say only one was amazing. Sorry.
No. They're both amazing, and they are awesome fathers, reasonably good husbands, and amazing brothers. And so I know what men are capable of. And for me, that's the standard. Like, just exist, you know, and they're guys. They, you know, they shoot guns. They were both raising only daughters. Oh, well, no, one has a son, but he's a very gentle giant. They watch sports. They do like all of the things that are typically coded as masculine, but then they're also raising children and doing their share of like domestic labor. My parents, I credit them with modeling what relationships between people of different genders should look like.
Yeah.
And so we don't actually have to look that far to find great examples of men. So what do we do about these people who have somehow not been able to actively participate in a healthy society? I don't have the answer, but I just don't think that we need to do like some kind of like deeply special outreach, because so much of our society is already dedicated to supporting men and making them feel better.
Before we head to break,
Well, I'm so glad. She's like, oh, fuck, man. I mean, the men in my life are all fantastic, but like as a concept, fuck men. Other men suck. We don't need to help other men. They can go fuck off.
All of society is structured basically towards men, making men bend over backwards.
Right.
Or society is bending over backwards for men. That's her argument.
Then just explain this. Why are women doing so much better in so many different
Oh, she said
outcomes in life?
that's
That's
all
just not true. It's all a
delusional.
lie.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all just fake.
Women are suffering.
Right. Okay.
Women are doing terrible.
Well, obviously that's why there's more men in prison, because society is based around placating men. Adam.
Just talk to Jasmine Crockett.
There you go.
He's totally oppressed. Elon Omar,
Very
oppressed.
Yep.
AOC, oppressed.
Yep.
Alex Wagner, oppressed. Roxanne Gay, oppressed.
Yeah. Women are so oppressed in society that they're calling to end civility.
The ladies of the View, oppressed.
a quick bit of housekeeping here. Vote Save America is running a first of its kind pilot program to recruit candidates from Arizona and North Carolina and Texas. We're talking about
Men need not apply, you toxic motherfuckers.
Yes.
I better
If you're a
not see any
guy-
of you.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of you. Unless you're a Tim Walz type. Then maybe you can.
Right.
But you got to have some loafers.
school board, city council, state legislature, races that really shape our community.
Well, okay, hold on. Let's be fair. If you're a man and you have a Nazi tattoo on your chest,
Mm-hmm.
but you're a socialist now, then that's okay. You can then we'll welcome you with fucking open arms. All right. That's totally fine.
People can change, Sitch.
Right. Of course. Of course.
Has he changed? He covered up the Nazi tattoo, right?
That's he covered up the tattoo, obviously.
You can't. Is it that hard to find someone that was never a Nazi? I mean, is that tough? I know I was never a Nazi. I'm assuming you were never a Nazi.
It's very hard. Can't we find someone that was never a Nazi? Can't we find someone that didn't wish for death on someone else?
I mean, I have a lot of friends that are actually, I don't even think I have a friend that was a Nazi.
I have lots of friends that were Nazis.
Seems easy enough.
Oh God.
and they build the bench for long-term Democratic power. So even if you're not from one of those states, they will connect you with incredible national partners at the National Democratic Training Committee and run for something, both the
All run by women, guy.
Yeah.
All 100% run by women. Be swimming in women.
organizations that
And not the nice ones.
will get you set up and ready to run anywhere in this great country. Vote Save America will be hosting a live call this Tuesday, October 7th at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8
We got to get on that call, Sitch. Oh my God.
You want to know what's going on there?
The live call, huh?
Mhm.
Just think of the toxic masculinity we could bring into that call. Why are Democrats always recruiting such pussies?
That's a good fucking question.
What's
going on
up?
with
Do you have to be like Tim Walz to run?
it? What
p.m.
was the
Eastern
name of
time to
what was the
welcome
name
new
of that?
Sitch
That
is like, I
thing-
want to call in now.
What was it? I do. What was the name of that thing that was like? Was it men? It was like white men for Harris or something.
Oh, yeah.
it was
Whitey's
like-
for Harris. I remember that.
Oh, white dudes for Harris, right?
Yeah.
And we listened to some of it, and it was like the most fucking
Oh,
self-flagellating. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm a dude.
yeah. I have privilege. I'd like to begin this meeting with a land acknowledgement. Right now, I'm standing on stolen land.
Mhm.
I stole it myself. Little mortgage fraud.
people to the program. The great and inimitable Tommy Vitor will be there, along with Vote Save America's partners who are driving this work to break down and explain what it takes to run and how we will support you every single step of the way. If you have even thought about running, if it has even been in your wildest dreams, this is the place to start. So sign up for the
Boy, they are fucking desperate, aren't they? They're just doing cold calling now.
Mhm.
That's a sad place to be in.
call and learn more at votesaveamerica.com/run. Paid for by Vote Save America. Learn more at votesaveamerica.com. This ad has not been authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Pod Save America is
So
brought to you by Cook.
It's got to be some sort of money laundering scheme.
it's no, they're trying to do some sort of. They're trying to create like AOC, like another AOC. Because isn't that how AOC was crafted? They had some
She was
outreach
made
group.
in a lab.
She was made in a lab, in a big booty Latino lab. No, there was some outreach that was like we need to find candidates, and they basically did like a casting call. I don't mean sexually, but I mean they basically did a casting call. They had people come in and they see if they had like good charisma, good vibes. And they're like, oh, okay, we're gonna make you a star. So Lethal Strain sent me this clip. This is from 2018. It's Chuck Schumer and Trump arguing during Trump's first term about the government shutdown. And in 2018, Trump is like, it's my fault. You can blame me for the government shutdown. It's my fault. Like, I'll take the blame. And then I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Did people blame him? And I look at the polling of the time. Yes, people blamed, the majority of Americans blamed Republicans and Trump on the polling and held them responsible. So this whole idea of like, oh yeah, just you take the blame for the government shutdown is a retarded strategy. Doesn't work.
Is he doing this out of nostalgia? He's remembering his first term and he's like, I got to do that government shutdown again.
Oh, I don't
Just
think so.
for old times.
I don't think it helped them. So.
Isn't Nancy Pelosi still in there? Remember
So
when
what?
Nancy Pelosi went crazy and tore up Trump's speech and like threw it out in the audience?
Yes. Why does that bother people?
It's disrespectful.
I don't know. People were bothered by that. I don't see how that's not the same. Like Trump does a million things like that every day. And I just
She
don't know why
looks
people
very
care.
triggered.
It looks stupid.
more than
If you were to say like it was cringe, I would agree with you. I think it was cringe. But I remember people that happened, they were like, oh, this is so disrespectful. I'm like, okay, whatever.
is she.
Who cares?
She's not the minority leader though now.
Pelosi?
Yeah. It's Hakeem Jeffries is the minority
Yes.
leader.
Yeah. True.
Pelosi's like, I want to be the majority leader, okay? Don't Don't call me when the minority comes
Well,
in.
I think she gave up. She gave power away willingly, I believe. She said she didn't want to do it anymore, which is probably smart considering, she saw the writing on the wall. She's like, okay, being the minority leader during Trump's, term is going to be a huge mistake.
Is she running again, though, in 2028?
I don't know if she's running for office again. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know.
I'm sure she is. I just want Hakeem
How
Jeffries
old
is
she?
going to be sitting behind. State of the Union's coming up, and I think it's in January, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're on the heels of the State of the Union.
I fucking hate
What do you
the
think
State of
Trump
the
is going
Union.
to say about? Oh no, we're watching the State of the Union.
I hate it's
This-
so obnoxious. It's like it's so performative. You have, one side they have to stand up and clap every 10 seconds. The other side has to boo or hold signs. You have the person sitting in the background has to make faces. Like it's just God, it's so lame.
But Trump is more entertaining. He's going to come out and say all kinds of crazy shit. It's going to be
guess.
great. He's going to say, "The world is at peace. I solved 28 wars.
Right.
I got a Nobel Prize.
Well, I guess it
a
depends
Nobel
what
Peace
if we're in the
Prize."
middle if we're in the middle of invading Venezuela.
Oh, well, that won't be
Then
good.
what? That might
He'll
not be
probably
good.
pause it just for a State of the Union, though.
Oh, okay. That's a good point. Yeah. So
Gotta do what
Nancy
you gotta do.
Pelosi is 85.
And she
Probably.
only looks 90.
Yeah, probably shouldn't. She probably shouldn't be running anymore, if you ask me. At that age.
I agree.
Crooked. Free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/crooked.
Well, then let's talk about women because you are a feminist. And I wonder how you think of that concept in the Trump years, how it's changed and what being a feminist demands.
I mean,
What's
You
that
don't have
sound?
to answer it.
no, it's fine. I don't know that feminism has changed.
Is her Xanax wearing off or something? She seems super disgruntled.
She seems disgruntled
still-
from the beginning here.
Fighting the same fight we've always fought.
Mhm.
I think a lot of our work has become more urgent. Right now we're trying to figure out how do we stop losing ground?
Mm-hmm.
How do we get more people on board with recognizing that women are people, that women matter?
What?
How do we?
Women
Sitch.
are
Women are
people,
people.
guys. I did listen. I thought they were. I looked at a woman, and I was like, you know what? I must be into bestiality because that animal's pretty hot. Like what? What the fuck do you mean? This is so stupid. Oh, they gotta get on board with the concept that women are in fact people. Oh, thank you.
You
Okay.
don't see them as equals.
Well, that's true.
Hmm.
That is
Interesting.
actually true. I don't know.
When you look at all of the disparities that women continue to face, it's like, how do we continue to remind people of this when we have an administration that's saying, oh, women have it great, no more need for feminism, and when it's patently untrue? I think our work is just incredibly urgent right now.
I'd be out of a job.
And what a lot of people don't understand is that our work as feminists is not only about bettering the lives of women and making sure that women have equity in society. It's about bettering the lives of everyone,
Equity.
regardless of gender.
Oh yeah, listen, we're gonna make men are gonna be
Equity.
so much fucking happier as I tell them that they're fucking stupid dumb fucks that are irrelevant. That's gonna make men so much happier. Obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Equity they need.
Equity. I love equity.
What is equity?
Equity means that
Why not equality?
because equality is bad. We need equity. We need to have equal outcomes. Okay. We're not in favor of lowering standards, but we're in favor of lowering standards.
Right.
That's what that means.
It is about making sure that we have a planet to live on.
Mm-hmm.
What?
And that everyone deserves equal pay for equal work, that everyone should have bodily autonomy. And that gets so deeply misunderstood and lost. That's why I am able to care about, the very sad and disillusioned young men in the manosphere. It's like,
She just said 2 seconds ago that she didn't give a fuck. What she
She's
just said.
vacillating all over the place here.
She's like, I don't care. They need to get the fuck outside. Get off
Touch
the internet.
grass,
Get outside.
yeah.
Touch grass.
Like, yeah, you want to see me dead. You think I have no value because I'm over the age of 32 or whatever. But
What?
This is insane.
Maybe listen. The only people that say that are like the fucking like psychotic like red pill retards who are like, oh my god, what's the woman is past 25 or eggs melted, she sucks. Okay, the average man is not walking around like thinking these thoughts ever. This is so stupid. Please.
I still see you as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not
Bullshit.
even a saint. It's not about like, oh, I'm a good person. No, these are table
that's not
stakes for
true.
just being a person. And
But that's, can I just say that in these times requires a degree of like connection to your own humanity and cultivating empathy. Like you giving a shit about the men in the manosphere, at least, sort of objectively requires a certain, a connection to the outcomes of your fellow humans or an investment in, your humanity. Do you find that challenging in these times as you see the sort of disposability with which this administration in particular handles the lives of certain people who aren't and certain, entire regions of the country that are critical or don't agree with them and their worldview?
I find it very challenging. Like every day it's a battle. Like it's a real struggle because a very big part of me is just like, fuck you. Honestly, get it together. If you cannot make that work, given this entire world and how racist and homophobic and misogynistic it is, if you cannot make that work, even a little bit, I just don't know that I can cry for you. But at the same time, I know that if we don't address that, women don't get to live in peace.
This woman is psychotic. She's like
just
all
said-
over the place.
This is like, oh, it's you need to have empathy for men, and she's just like, she just
No,
is like,
fuck
well,
you.
yeah, if even with society being filled with a bunch of racist sexists who do everything for you, you still can't get your shit together. Well, then fuck you. But I do have empathy. I do care for the plight of men.
Yeah, it's so obvious. Look, I love it when they get into these conversations because it's so revealing.
Yeah.
This completely turns off male voters. It's funny that they are constantly talking about how do we win over male voters when it's so simple. Maybe don't show disdain for them in every time they come up in a simple conversation.
Well, it's
It's so weird because she's like, oh yeah, all the men in my life are great.
Right.
But men in general, fuck you.
I know. It's so obvious. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
It's just, and that's why what Ezra Klein said at Ta-Nehisi Coates was so correct.
So true. Yeah.
Where he's like, it's not a question of being like, I have to like the candidate. It's a question of the candidate in the party. I have to feel like they fucking like me, but they actually give a shit about me.
Yeah, these are the people that are going to protect me. They're going to make sure that I get a fair shake in court. They're going to come to my bat.
Right.
If I'm in a foreign country and shit goes down and I need to go to the American embassy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really sounds like these people are going to be like, yeah, fuck you. You're on your own.
Right.
Hold on a second. Are there any women with you? No? Fuck you then.
Right.
Okay, thanks. Great.
Peace. Women are not safe.
Right.
And so
Women are Nazis?
Not safe.
even if it's self-interest, we have to care a little bit. Otherwise, we are all in danger. And I don't want anyone to be in danger. And so it is a constant struggle. I try to have
It's such gaslighting. It's like, look, you got to vote. What she's saying is you got to vote Democrat. Otherwise, the Republicans are going to be dangerous for women. They're just going to be murdering women right and left.
She's trying to say, she's trying to say, because Alex Wagner is trying to be like, okay, you need to give a shit about men, please. And she's like, well, if we don't fix the problem of the manosphere, men are all going to be a bunch of violent rapists. So you have to actually fix that, even from a self-interested perspective.
That's what she's saying?
That's what she's trying to say, yeah.
Men are going to be a bunch of rapists?
Men are going to be a bunch of violent criminals
Mhm.
So,
But
women
she was
gotta get
like,
their
we
shit
got to
together.
abolish the prisons.
But that's why it doesn't make any sense. That's why it's an insane position for her to have.
Okay. She's like, we'll just fix the men. We'll
Yeah.
abolish the prisons, and then they won't have anywhere to go. They won't have
Of
any
course.
choice but to be saints.
Empathy, I really do. And I mean, there are some people I'm just can't work it up. Like, Trump, people who are still like, yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah.
When they look at Trump right now.
Then it's hard. The empathy is hard. In those
Yeah,
moments,
that one, it's impossible. Like, okay.
See, it's so,
Possible at that point.
this is so dumb. This is so stupid. So many Americans voted for Trump, and she's basically saying, oh, all those people are irredeemable.
Yep.
So you might as well call them deplorables. Seriously, the Democratic Party, they need to get some better representatives than this. Why is this person being invited to have a conversation on one of the biggest Democratic platforms there is on YouTube?
Right.
Why?
Because they're fucking retards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are.
They're fucking stupid.
They can't find one Democrat that's pro man, that doesn't think men are all monsters and rapists, to bring on
No.
Pod Save America and talk about how, oh yeah, men are great. Men
be
face
silly.
a lot of challenges in America
Right.
now, but they're rising to meet those challenges. And I don't think it's bad that men want to be self-sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
We should give them the tools to be self-sufficient.
Congratulations, I guess. But like, what am I
I guess.
I guess.
Congratulations, I guess.
empathizing
guess.
with?
Right.
Why would I'm not a saint. There are so many people out there, and God bless them, who are like, yes, I have empathy for my fellow man, even as he points his weapon at me. And we need those people. I'm not one of them.
What did you think? I'm thinking of the moment when Charlie Kirk's widow said she forgave the man who assassinated her husband.
Did she?
What did
Oh my God.
This is gonna really just
Really? Oh,
Oh,
the
God.
contempt. The contempt.
the way she said that.
Are you telling me that white woman wasn't just
Did she?
lying?
Did she?
I know.
Jesus Christ.
what did you think of that?
I think that Erica Kirk was ready for this moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think she was ready for the moment, and she knew exactly what to say to further gild the path ahead of her. I don't know if she really forgives. I could not possibly. Like, if someone, God forbid, did something to my wife, there would be absolutely no forgiveness ever.
Yeah.
So, maybe she is just that connected with Jesus, but I'm not. So
Right.
I just thought it was shocking, honestly.
Yeah.
I thought it was shocking. I was like, he's not even at the funeral home yet. Like, what?
Well, but a part. I think
It
there's
is-
like the
This is totally fascinating because
Isn't it? Isn't it?
I do look, they don't understand forgiveness. Forgiveness is so that you're not carrying the burden. It's to so that you have the ability to move on, because you can completely get bogged down in thoughts of revenge, and that
Yes.
can consume you, right?
Yes.
But look at Roxane Gay. Her whole life is being consumed by thoughts of revenge.
Great point.
Every single thing she thinks about is
Yep.
always about something that's happened to her or her ancestors 1,000 years ago. It's like,
right.
you are the one being consumed by
Yeah.
this. You could learn something from Erica Kirk. But look, she admits it freely. Oh, I'm not forgiving anyone ever for anything that didn't even happen to me.
No, I mean you're completely correct in terms of how telling it is. Someone whose entire
Totally.
life is just centered around
Grievance.
revenge and
Yeah.
grievance and all this other stuff. Yeah, of course. They're just like, what? Someone is forgiving of someone who did some horrible fucking thing to them? What? How is that even possible?
Yeah.
That's literally impossible.
That's what makes Western society possible to begin with. It's tough, but I think it is a major advantage that Western civilization has over many other societies.
It is.
I mean, you could make an argument the whole fucking mess in the Middle East is because people can't fucking move on.
Right. It's just, and it is really telling. I mean, if you're Christian, you're going to be like, oh, this was the point. This is the problem. These fucking retarded atheists. It's just like,
Totally.
like it's just totally making their fucking argument. It's just so bad. It's so
Look,
bad.
even I, as an atheist, understand the
Yeah.
power of forgiveness.
Of course.
It is definitely not for the other person. There is a selfish element to it because it does allow you the mental space to move on.
Right.
And you must move on. And like grief is not a comfortable state to be in, obviously.
No, of course not. And also, it's just, not only is it helpful to the person who's, in this horrible situation, but I mean, it's better for society as a whole. And when there was this huge conversation that was taking place, right, when, Charlie Kirk was killed, and she comes out and she's like saying that she forgives, the killer. And she's like in tears when she's saying it because it's such a like a hard thing to do. I fully believe part of it was her taking the responsibility to try to calm fucking shit down
Yeah.
and to show that if the person who's most affected by his murder can take this position, can take this high road, then fuck you. Then what grounds does anyone else have to do any sort of violence or do anything in some sort of revenge if his own wife is in that position? Okay. And
So true.
and instead of seeing it from that perspective, Roxane Gay's like, well, she was just doing this to gild the path ahead of her, which means she was just doing this to make a bunch of money and success for herself. That's what that means.
Bullshit.
She just wants to cement her place, in the right wing ecosphere, which doesn't even fucking make sense. Which doesn't even fucking make sense because right after she says that, Trump comes out and just like says the fucking opposite of that. So obviously that doesn't fucking make any goddamn fucking sense. But she doesn't care. She just can't wrap her brain around it. So obviously there has to be some sort of trick going on or something.
She doesn't get it. I'm sure she knows next to nothing about psychology. I don't know how you can be a modern feminist and study psychology because so much of modern psychology disagrees with all the tenets of modern feminism.
Mm-hmm.
Like biological sex. This is a big,
of course,
problem for a lot of them. So yeah, no, it's a fascinating situation. Also, the fact that Erica Kirk, I mean, in a context of her being on the left, I mean, they would say, oh, go woman power, right? Taking over her husband's legacy like she is.
Mm-hmm.
But here it's like, nah, she's a bitch. She's conservative, so
they don't.
Yeah, they really don't care about woman power.
All this
at all.
talk of like you got to be, for some sort of, some sort of group or whatever. It's all bullshit. Because if you don't adhere to their politics, well, then you're just you're a scumbag at that point.
Yeah.
So it's nonsense. It's all just fucking nonsense. People
Very
are full of
sad.
shit. Yeah, it's terrible. Mark Twain's Revenge, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Dougal for 22 euros says, ass class is best class. Thank you.
There you go.
The Oceanist for $20 says, also, since these ladies think that disparities equal oppression, does that mean that men are oppressed since college outcomes versus women are lower, or does that only apply to certain groups? What are the rules? The answer is it only applies to certain groups. That's the answer.
Don't whisper. Speak up.
It only
Act
applies
like you're on a
to
podcast.
certain groups. Okay, that's what it means.
Pretend you're on a podcast.
Pretend I'm on a podcast? Okay.
Speak into the microphone.
No,
Do the Joe Rogan.
not
Put it
speak in
right
the
here.
microphone.
Person, and then
notice?
there's the gesture, and to me at least, it was like, God, there's been so much finger pointing, there's been so much rage stewed up around this. There's a president who's taken it as a moment to go after left-wing radicals. I thought it was actually like, I thought, whatever the motivations and the timeline, for someone to call for forgiveness, difficult forgiveness, in a time when we seem so incapable of forgiving anything. I actually thought it was like a profound moment as just the gesture itself, you know?
See, even Alex Wagner, she fucking
I
gets
know.
it. She's like, what are you talking? She's like, obviously, Roxanne Gay. How are you not Alex Wagner in this moment? And you're like, I'm talking to a fucking idiot. How is that not your immediate thought process in this interaction? You're like, who is this idiot that I'm talking to?
Right now, Roxanne Gay is going, white women. That's what she's thinking.
Probably.
These white women.
That's probably, sadly, that is probably the thought process. Yeah,
I'm sure she probably, after this interview, went and talked to her wife about the white women.
of course.
Oh, maybe her wife is a white woman, though. Maybe she didn't.
Well, who knows? Yeah, I have no clue.
Maybe she had to talk to someone else.
Right.
And I find a lot of things appalling.
Although Alex Wagner probably thinks of herself as a woman of color.
Or
Just
she's
occurred
like
to
Asian
me
or
that
something.
she-
I don't know what she is.
Is she?
She's not. She's
I mean,
not
she
a
looks-
classic white. Okay.
She looks pretty white to me, though. So I don't know.
About
see.
what Charlie Kirk was talking about, but just it's been so long that we've heard that kind of like just notion that to offer kindness in a moment of peril is, anyway. That's just me. I'm not.
Yeah.
She's a Asian.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
She's
Yes.
a Asian. Yes, she's a Asian, Adam. I know
What's
it's very
that?
important. She's half Asian, half white.
Oh, that's a thing?
Yeah, sure. That's a thing that can happen. A
How
white
come it's
person
not
can.
AI?
Because that sounds terrible.
AI?
I don't know if it's actually called Asian. I just said that, but
Wasian. Wasian sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Look at this. Alex or Roxanne Gay is like, forgiveness.
This is the debate in the title. Debate.
It is. Look, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Everyone felt it. Everyone with a heart. Everyone with empathy felt it. Except for the people who have fake empathy.
I can see why someone would get there, why you could get there. I don't have that ability or that gene. Because I didn't believe it. I did not believe it for a single second. I don't believe someone who espouses the hatred that Kirk did is capable of forgiveness. I don't even think they believe in forgiveness. And so I just could not get there. But I hope that she has the space to mourn and to care for her young children, and that they have the space to mourn. I think that those are the truly innocent people in all of this. And I would never wish anyone harm, but I don't believe that she has forgiven the man that killed her husband. I don't believe that her saying it quelled anything. I think it was just, it was like, performance really is the only thing I can think of. But I hope
I fucking hate these people.
It's so crazy. Alex Wagner's like completely correct. She's like, well, I think it, helped calm temperatures down. No, it didn't. It was a performance, Alex. You're stupid. You fell for the performance, Alex. Obviously. What are you, dumb? Oh my God. It's so terrible. What a terrible. This is a person that we're supposed to look to, that's supposed to tell us something about humanity or emotional maturity or something good in society. This person?
Yeah,
No.
many people on the right make the argument that you can't show these people the least bit of kindness.
Right.
And unfortunately, Roxanne Gay kind of makes their argument.
Right.
Because look, you can't show them any kindness because they don't even fucking believe it.
Yeah.
What is the point? What is the point? Why get out an olive branch if you're just going to say, oh, you're just fucking faking it?
Mhm.
Yeah. It's so sick. It's so sick. They do. They want the conflict to persist. They really do.
We'll see. I think that, but like her actions speak very loudly. The fact that she is now the CEO of Turning Point,
Right.
like, oh, so we're gonna pick up where we left off.
Right.
Oh my God. This is insane. This is insane. Yeah, you're right. Remember when Martin Luther King was assassinated? They should have just fucking wrapped up. They should have just fucking given up. That's it.
Yeah.
Look, it's over. He's dead. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. This is insane. I can't believe you'd say such a thing. Fucking idiot.
Well, Turning Point, not known for its empathy.
Not so much. Not so much.
You are someone that tells the truth about what you think.
Mhm.
And
Unfortunately.
no, well, I think too.
True.
No, unfortunately. Yeah. Very unfortunately. I don't know why this woman is being placed on a pedestal. Look, it's great. It's great. The more people hear her, I think the more the Democratic Party, it just fucking sinks into the shitter. So keep it up, Democrats. Go ahead. I think at this point, I don't even see them as being competitive. So, well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Democrats, the fucking midterms are coming. They definitely are.
It's incredible. I think there are obviously people that are going to disagree with you, but it's like you're an incredible writer. You're very compelling. And I think it's the piece about civility is very provocative. It really engenders a lot of conversation. And that I think is a good thing for society, even if you don't necessarily disagree with what you're writing about. How do you look at the really concerted, really unprecedented effort on the part of this administration to go after public critics, journalists, anybody who's out there speaking in an uncensored way about the ills of this president and his allies?
It's terrifying. I mean, I've been struggling with writer's block for years now, and this has not helped because
Oh my God.
I have a
What's that?
I've
Why-
been
what?
struggling with I've been struggling with the writer's block for years. Oh, I'm so angry about the fascists take over America, but I don't know what to write about because I've got a writer's block.
I know.
Oh no.
How do you have massive amounts of struggle in your life, but you have writer's block?
That's what?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? This
Yeah.
person's a joke.
This person is a total joke. Oh, fucking what an imposter. I bet they suffer from imposter syndrome massively.
Because they fucking are. Because this
Yeah,
is
they are a total imposter.
Yes.
Appropriating the suffering of others. You're just fucking jaded.
family now, and it's not even about what could happen to me, which I don't relish the thought of anything happening to me. It's that other people could be harmed, because historically I've gotten death threats for about 10 or 11 years now. I've had to have security at almost every public event that I do.
Oh, you were
It's
right, Ed.
really disconcerting to have to be followed around by men who are armed just because I have a few
They were
opinions
women.
that quite honestly are not particularly radical. It's
Do you believe any of this? You buy any of this?
No.
She has
really.
private security.
I mean, I
follows
buy
her
that.
around.
I don't know if it's.
Nah, I think
necessary.
she's a liar.
They're just making
I
it
think
up.
she's-
Just completely.
I think she's so full of shit.
Mm.
I don't believe anything she says.
Okay. I wouldn't blame you.
Show me the receipts. Receipts or it never happened. 'Cause this person, I don't think she leaves the fucking house.
terrifying, and it makes me afraid to write, to really write. Like, I have
Really?
not written the things that I really want to write because I just am not.
Oh my God, she wants to write the Kill Whitey fantasy. Oh my God. She wants to write him too with a special ending.
What a coward. Even if let's just assume this is true. What a fucking coward. Why should anyone take you seriously? You're like, oh, I just as a writer, I have writer's block because I'm just so terrified. What we're gonna get your fucking eye stabbed out? Okay.
Oh, I know.
No, I don't think
Salman
so.
Rushdie.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get Salman
Yeah.
Rushdie, lady, in America.
You're not
okay?
writing it. You aren't writing
Yeah.
the next satanic verses. Okay.
Right,
Let's get
please.
things real here.
Please fucking spare me here. All right.
You're going
I
to
don't
write
believe
about
it.
how your Starbucks was lukewarm.
Yeah, I do not believe it.
They always go for the death threats, but it's just, yeah, I'm not certain. Unless you're ready to tell, which it's kind of a catch-22 because obviously you're not supposed to talk about the death threats but I mean, you could have some third party come out and vouch for the death threats, but it would have to be a credible source. It would have to be someone like Erica Kirk who would go, yes, I saw the death threats and they are real. They are in fact real.
Well, obviously we're fake because she's a liar. It's come back.
Well,
right?
look, that's the direction I'm leaning.
Yeah.
She's like a professor at some university, right?
I don't know.
She's struggling with writer's block because she's got a bunch of papers to grade. I mean,
like my risk tolerance as I've gotten older, now that I'm married, and like I have my my dad, my brother, their kids, like my risk tolerance is much lower than it used to be when it was just kind of me. And that's because people have called my parents' house. They have,
wouldn't it be great if men could find someone to bring their risk tolerance down? It'd be great for society, wouldn't it?
That would be nice.
Oh, fuck those men.
Sent insane emails, and not just one, but like hundreds, sometimes in a single day. And so
she did not get 100 emails in one day. Get the fuck out of here. You're not Ellie Mistel. Come on. No one knows who you are.
On the one hand, it's like, oh, someone has a lot of free time. But on the other hand, you don't know which one of those people is actually going to show up at your doorstep or at your public event. Like I did an event 2 days ago and I was just like, and I think about this every time I go on stage, but I was like, oh gosh, I hope today's not the day. And so.
Wow, really?
Yeah, really. And
that seemed like a horrible performance.
I
didn't buy that. I didn't buy that at all. She's like, I'm going to get Charlie Kirked. No, fuck. No, you're not.
No, I know.
That's bullshit.
No, I mean,
This
listen,
is
I could
bullshit.
believe that a person like this is just so
delusional
with delusion and anxiety that they've constructed this.
Yeah,
this
is a fantasy world that she lives in. Until I hear from the FBI that says, look, yes, we've looked into credible death threats towards you. Megyn Kelly was talking about the death threats on that podcast that we listened to, and she's like, yeah, you get death threats all the time. She's like, you get a few a day in email and stuff like that, but you kind of overlook them. She's like, there's really, the only death threats are the only ones that you have to worry about are the ones that the law enforcement reaches out to you on. Are like credible death threats. And then they usually give you some advice on what to do or not do. So, but this just seems like bullshit. This is like, oh yeah, someone responded to my tweet on Twitter and said, kill yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
We had 2 bodyguards in the wings. And it was like, oh, thank God they're there.
I mean, those were security guards at your campus, okay? They weren't your private bodyguards.
But what a shame that they're there. The price for doing this kind of work.
Oh my God. What a shame. We should abolish all law enforcement and security guards. Let you fend for yourself.
Work should not be, I'm afraid for my life.
Yeah.
And the lives of all the people who have joined me in these public spaces. Like, that's just ridiculous. And I think we should all agree on that. And
I mean, I don't understand how she could say that and then turn
Yeah,
around
we're
and
not supposed to have civility. What? Fuck
right,
you. What
that
are you
was the
talking
whole
about?
fucking conversation with Charlie Kirk. What the fuck are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah,
Yes,
look.
that was the
Yeah, you
that was
want
the fucking
civility?
point.
Look, you said you didn't want civility.
What's happening
What a
here?
snowflake. Holy shit.
That
Same with, like I said, with Charlie Kirk. Like, the price for having
yes,
odious opinions is not death, and it shouldn't be harassment. But here we are.
As we think about kind of the stakes, right? And I'm just listening to this example you cite about literally being afraid for your life as you speak your opinion publicly. Some people say we are on the brink of authoritarianism, and some people just say we are under the rule of an authoritarian leader. First of all, do you think the distinction makes a difference? And
Yes.
where do you think we are?
Oh, we are definitely under authoritarian rule. My parents are from Port-au-Prince, Haiti. They fled a dictatorship. I grew up understanding what a dictatorship is and what authoritarianism is, like many children of immigrants.
Does that mean she's Haitian, Sitch?
I guess that's what that would mean. Yeah.
Is that what's going on right here?
Guess that's what that means.
Holy shit. Maybe the death threats are real. Look, when you eat your neighbor's dog, what do you
Oh,
expect?
stop it! Stop it!
What do you expect?
Stop it!
Okay, that was a joke, Sitch. Please.
Stop!
Come on. I thought, look, this woman didn't want civility, okay? I can make a joke.
Okay, okay.
And since January 6th, my dad has just been shaking his head in disbelief. And over the past several months, like for me, he's the canary in the coal mine. And he is like, oh, wow, we are in a dictatorship. And he is disgusted, and understandably so. So I think we're already there. I do not know how much worse it's going to get. I don't.
Look, how is this a dictatorship? Because Trump enforces the law on immigration, that makes it a dictatorship. I hate this fucking conversation.
Know when it's going to get better, but I do know that very few dictatorships last very long. And I do try to remember that.
That is that is our cold comfort.
Okay. How long has Putin been in power, Sitch? Not very long. How is this? What
25 years?
What is this woman? Who the fuck is this woman? Who is this woman?
This Roxanne Gay.
I just people are looking to her for commentary on politics.
Famous writer Roxanne Gay.
Authoritarianship doesn't last long. I mean, Putin's going on 25 years here.
I do wonder, though, as we think about the net effect of these years beyond the kind of chasmic partisan divide and the isolation and the sense of disassociation within one country. I wonder about our ability to even determine the truth at the end of it all, right? I'm thinking about, I think there was a moment 2 weeks ago, it's all a blur, when President Trump was tweeting out about Tylenol causing autism, and you responded saying, how are there no guardrails? You also mentioned some things about Democrats, but just focus on the guardrail. I mean, my reaction was cosign, what? And I wonder what you think the net effect of this period, I guess, new era, I'm not sure where we are here, of misinformation and calculated disinformation, where that leaves us as a society, as someone who's interested in words and the truth and meaning, someone who's, a professor and is in the industry of teaching people the truth.
Yes, you're right.
What happens when the
Terrifying.
truth becomes so atomized or fungible?
That's a good question. And we're finding out in real time. It's a really dangerous, dangerous time because, and you say are we there yet? We're there for so many reasons. And the dismantling of higher education, trying to get rid of the Department of Education, the way that they are trying to undermine scientific research, the way that they're trying to keep international students out of the country. All of this is part of a plan, which again, we already know about because we have the PDF. They released it, and then they did
Project
it.
2025. We had it in advance.
Imagine.
It was what is it? But with you have to read required reading. Yes.
Yes, it was absolutely like either you did your homework or you didn't. But we're seeing the way they're trying to erode knowledge. And we have to continually remind ourselves that science is real, facts matter. And we have to do that work to make sure that we are as well informed as possible.
Quick, ask her what a woman is. So Gay received a Doctor of Philosophy in Rhetoric and Technical Communications from Michigan Technology University in 2010.
Okay.
Does that seem important to you?
That seems retarded.
Okay. I concur.
And I also believe we have to demand that there should be guardrails. Like, the president is going to build a ballroom that is larger than the East Wing, and there's no congressional approval required. I think a lot of us thought that the Constitution was stronger than it is turning out to be. And it's interesting because Republicans...
Dude, why are they losing their shit over a fucking ballroom?
I don't know. I really don't get it.
So we're making the White House, we're adding to the White House. We're remodeling the White. Then it's not even really a remodel. They're like, look, we're adding on a whole ballroom.
Well, it's weird. Like I believe that area was where the first lady's offices were. So I guess that's gone. But
oh, really?
Who gives a fuck about that?
So no more first lady's offices?
They could shove her in a broom closet somewhere else, right?
They'll probably give her an office somewhere else. Let's be real here. They're not going to no, the first lady doesn't get an office.
Well, I don't know if Melania's even hanging out in the White House. So
I don't even think she's in Washington, D.C. I think she hangs out in New York mostly.
Yeah, so she doesn't give a fuck. But
she's like, I'm a New York girl. Fuck this D.C. crap.
No, she just doesn't want to be around Trump. Obviously, she slapped the hand away. Remember?
There's a lot of catty bitches in D.C. I'm certain of it.
Oftentimes frame themselves as constitutionalists, and now they're like, we thought it was a suggestion.
Originalists.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
How is adding a ballroom unconstitutional?
Well, I don't think that. I think they mean just. I'm assuming they mean just generally, that is actually true. All that went out the window with Trump.
Oh, really?
Of course. What do you mean? There was the Republican Party. Well, the problem is the Republican Party now is not the Republican Party of 20 years past or 50
Have
years
they
past.
broken the Constitution?
It's completely
is it
different.
Unconstitutional to take out those Panamanian drug runners?
It might be actually, yeah. To have the military just start blowing up ships in the ocean without a declaration of war or something to that effect. It might be, yeah. I don't know.
I don't think it is.
The legality of that is
because of the terrorist doctrine, which has been in effect since George W. Bush. So
okay,
they have all sorts of legal workabilities. Remember, Wu wrote
but there's a difference between someone who you're accusing of doing drugs and a terrorist, right? Even if the person was theoretically a drug runner, that still wouldn't be classified as a terrorist unless they were doing it for intentionally terroristic reasons, which usually drug runners are not.
Did Congress approve the Iraqi war? I don't remember. I'll look it up.
They did.
You don't know?
What do you mean? They did.
Yeah, because
the whole thing with Colin Powell went to.
Yeah, Colin Powell went in and told them, "Look, WMD, they're gonna smoke us. Look, we got to go to war." I remember watching that and thinking, "Oh fuck, that looks bad. We should go to war." Fooled me.
Yep.
Oops.
Oops.
Actually, they fooled Colin Powell too. He's like, he made the CIA director sit behind him. He's like, if this is all false, I want you sitting right behind me. So
I want you in the picture forever.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
Bad, which is not the most eloquent thing I can say, but it is the truest thing I can say. But I also think we have to resist the idea that truth is fungible, that facts are fungible. They're not.
Alternative
just
facts
not.
are not, there are no alternative facts.
No, there really
By the way,
aren't.
just a declaration of principles right there. When Kellyanne Conway said there are alternative facts, everybody should have been listening a little harder because
Yeah.
here we are. They
And
told
that's what's
us.
so interesting about them. They're actually not devious.
Why did they get so triggered by that? I mean,
What do you mean,
obviously in the trans debate, we're dealing with alternative facts, right? The Democrats have a completely different fact set that they believe is true based on the declaration of a person's identity versus biological reality.
Yeah, but so the reason that I don't remember the exact context that she made the comment about alternative facts, is generally the focus is there is a set of facts that objectively exist
That
and
are
people
true.
that are true, and people
Yeah.
can disagree or not know what those facts are. And to suggest our alternative facts would be to suggest it's actually a very
That
kind
they
of,
are true. I get it. Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of like a left. It's funny. It's like a far left. There's no objective reality argument. There's alternative facts.
Yeah.
It was about the crowd size. Because remember, Trump would always make these comments about
Oh my
the biggest
God.
crowd size in history,
Oh,
and then it
and
wasn't.
it's about the most inconsequential thing ever.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
So
The old crowd size thing. He's like, oh, Obama's was bigger. What am I going to do?
Of course.
They're
Insane.
not slick. They're very blunt tool. Here it is. Let me go to McDonald's. They're just very plain about what they're going to do.
Well,
Oh, McDonald's under the bus here. What did McDonald's do? Come on.
I know. Look, Alex Wagner's like, now Democrats don't want votes from anyone who eats at McDonald's. I mean, that's a lot of fucking people there. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck?
At risk of sounding like a fan of the strategy, they don't give a shit. They just say it and they do it. And I think probably there's a lesson in there as we began this conversation talking about the hand wringing by some elected Democrats in the context of a shutdown. It's like, Trump has taught the country that you can be very declarative and very explicit. You can.
And I think that's actually my biggest.
They don't get it. They think it's just, people will accept Trump doing this because, infinitely, and it's fine. The reason that so many people are like that is because of what I said. It's because of this, just the cry wolf
thing.
forever.
Yeah.
So that now when people do point out and say, okay, look, here's this bad thing that Trump is doing, people will they don't believe it. They just ignore it. Yeah. That's why this is happening.
I wonder how much the Fine People hoax eroded their credibility. I wonder how many people believed that Trump praised neo-Nazis and then found out he said directly the opposite. Like they've seen the clip of Trump saying, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis because I condemn them totally. And they're like, what? Yeah. He said that?
I wonder if it's like a specific thing like that, or if it's just the whole like hair on fire, democracy is going to fall apart. And then when democracy doesn't fall apart, people say, well, why are you making me feel this way? Why are you freaking me out?
Yeah,
nothing happens.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Why are you stressing me out?
Right.
Why are you fear mongering me? I think it's more the Fine People hoax. I think people have seen that clip. That clip has gotten around and they're like, holy shit, these people are liars.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Democrats, and it's what I'm yearning to see from them. Care less.
Well, keep caring, but care less about the response, maybe.
Make better choices about what you care about. Just do it. Like, it's not admirable, but it's fascinating to see the way that the Trump administration does not care about permission, public opinion. They don't care. Like this ridiculous.
That's such bullshit. They do totally care. Trump has moved positions based on public opinion. So that's complete garbage.
And I'm writing about it right now.
I mean, he changed his position on the abortion stuff because of public opinion. He wants to win the election, obviously.
The compact that they want universities to sign,
Yeah.
basically it's sort of like a 10-page bend the knee and let us reshape you. It's completely wild.
See, I think the problem is the policies that they're saying Trump doesn't care about. Trump knows that those policies are extremely popular. Only those policies are super unpopular with them and super unpopular with their constituents, but they don't know it. Like the
Right.
trans women in sports thing. Like they gaslit themselves into thinking, oh, nobody cares about this. This is like like it's insane and cruel, and Trump is just, he doesn't give a fuck. He's doing it because he wants to be mean and cruel. When he doesn't they don't realize that so many of the American people are on his side. I think there's a lot of that going on.
Every single democratic norm that has existed has been shattered. And they're like, we are just getting started.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a way to lead at all. I do not think that we should lower ourselves to what they're doing. But I do think that with whatever they believe, Democratic politicians should care less about what people are going to say or what people are going to think and fight the good fight. And I think we have some really great examples. I think Mamdani in New York is incredibly interesting. And
Of course.
I'm always a little suspicious of anyone who wants to run for office, but he has genuinely fresh ideas. Are they going to be realistic? I don't know. But who cares? Like, it's at least trying. And his ideas are like, yes, let's make sure that people can eat. Let's make sure that people have a roof over their head. Why are we objecting to any of this? It's great. And so I would love to just see more politicians take some big swings at things that we all deserve. And
Big swings.
they're popular. These ideas are popular.
I'm going to take hope in the idea that Roxane Gay has found something to celebrate in American political life, which is someone taking a big swing out there. That makes me feel good at the end of a conversation.
Yes. And
like
even
this.
AOC, like, I think she's brilliant and interesting. She's plain spoken. She doesn't pull punches. Jasmine Crockett. Let's also look to the people who are doing really great stuff. And there are, in fact, some Democratic leaders who are doing a lovely job, especially under these circumstances.
These are extraordinary circumstances. Well, I applaud you for the sort of courage to be out there and
courage.
to take the risks and to write eloquently and very compellingly about stuff that's pretty complicated and disheartening. And like I said, I just think the piece all of your writing is worth reading, but the most recent one was incredibly provocative and really made me think. And I'm really appreciative that you could take some time to chat with us all about it. Thanks for your time.
Of course. Thank you for having me, Alex.
Oh
I
my
love how
God.
Alex Wagner looks like she's a tiny child in this entire podcast.
You don't like that camera frame? Like the down with her like super tiny in the frame? You don't like that?
Her head's barely
Yeah.
sticking above the desk. Yeah.
They listen.
It is hilarious.
They didn't.
She looks
They
like a small child.
normally they have a phone book for her to sit on at the office. Okay, but someone used it today, so she's like, "Where's my phone book?" Because I sent you a picture. We should be just very misogynist and bring it up
Okay.
just to laugh at it.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Sala, for blinding. Since I had to look at this, and Sala is such a disgusting person, he forced me to look at this. You all have to look at it now too. Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're evil. You're evil.
She posted it herself. This is obviously rage bait. Okay, she knows what she's doing. All right.
Oh my God.
This is Frogan.
Okay.
Look, this is Frogan. She's getting her Halloween costume ready. She's got her nice Sailor Moon cosplay. Okay. Doesn't it look great?
This is crazy.
Now now that I think about it, it's funny. Like so much of cosplay, the difficulty of cosplay is that the cosplayers have to spend all this time and money on some sort of like really fancy wig, and you have to style
Mhm.
the wig and do all the stuff to make the wig look right.
Right.
If you
And
have a
Logan
hijab,
found the way out.
you got
Yeah.
a loophole. You don't got to do shit.
She definitely found the loophole, didn't she?
The best now, if you go on X, like everyone's just making fun of this, obviously. The best comment underneath this is Obi-Wan Kenobi saying, "That's no moon."
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Oh God, someone else said Sailor ate the moon. That's terrible. No! Oh no, someone said bitch looks more like Sailor Moo.
Oh,
Jesus Christ. She knew what she was doing, right? There's no like every comment under this is like is people making fun of her. This is just rage bait. This is just getting clicks from rage bait.
is it she gets paid on?
I don't know, probably. It's probably as one of those accounts.
She's got the check mark, so.
Yeah, but not everyone. I have a check mark. I don't get paid.
Well, most people that pay get the sign
Oh.
up to get the.
They were like, I used to. I mean, would never get any money. I'd get like, a couple bucks. Maybe it'd be enough to cover the cost of the check mark itself. And then they were like, "Oh, you need to send us a picture of your driver's license." I was like, "No." No, Elon Musk. You don't need to see my driver's license. Thank you. I don't care about the $5 a month I get.
You're not going to dox yourself for $5 a month?
Not the X. No. No. Andrew Bear, thanks so much for the $5. Says, where is Ace to retardedly explain why the left can't be held accountable for anything because Trump bad? Okay. S class is best class. A team is okay. Hi, Sean.
We lost Ace. I guess Ace took off.
Listen. I like Ace, and he needs to relax. So maybe he's taking some time off from politics. Will help him. It's probably good for him. Okay. Equal should ask for $5 says I went to college and I can't stand these people's smug pseudo intellectualism and condescension. Talk softly and airily to signal your virtue. Yes. Big
Sitch
Daddy
chat
Squeeze.
wants a new emoji.
What? Oh,
want
the Sailor Moon?
The Taylor Lorenz big mouth emoji.
What is the Taylor Lorenz big mouth emoji? I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen it? Here, I'll send it to you in DM so you can look at it. We'll see if Sitch approves of the.
Oh God, that is horrifying. I see it now.
What?
Jesus Christ. That should be an emoji. That does need to be an emoji. Okay.
Oh, you like it?
It's so terrifying that yeah, we should definitely make that an emoji.
I did a little light graphic design during the show.
100%. Go shrink it down. See if it looks good. I think that would work if you shrink that one down. That fucking horrifying face.
It's terrifying enough.
God, it is. That is nightmare fuel.
Big mouth Taylor Lorenz.
If I was in a Halloween Horror Nights house and that jumped out at me, I'm done. I'm leaving this park. I'm out of here. All right.
She's got a big toothy smile.
Yep. That's been your face the whole stream. Is that true, Adam? Did you put that over my face?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't. You like how he said no? He's like, no.
Who would say that?
My question.
Oh,
you did, motherfucker.
Like
I'm scanning through it. You didn't do the whole stream. You did it for like almost an hour. You piece of shit.
S
like
class.
30 minutes.
S class.
Look at this.
S class was castigating me for it.
Terrible.
So I showed mercy and I stopped.
Terrible. Sade Ray for £2 says no one should trust ICE after George Rattez. George Rattez. Who's that? I don't know who that is.
Is that the guy that got wrongfully deported
Oh, maybe.
to some horrible place?
U.S. citizen detained by ICE is pushing to hold agents accountable. This week I spoke with a man named George Retz. I have proof to prove I'm a citizen. My license plate is a disabled veteran. I have a sticker on my windshield that says Iraq combat veteran. My ID says veteran on it. This summer, Retz was arrested by federal immigration agents. I'm a citizen. They didn't care. Been on his way to work as security guard at a cannabis farm in North Los Angeles. Immigration agents were conducting a raid at the farm that day and a blocked road leading there. A crowd of protesters had gathered and he drove up with his car. The agents forced him to reverse it. Then they tried to disperse the protest. They threw tear gas behind my car and they just engulfed my car in tear gas and smoke. I wasn't able to see. My eyes were watery. I was coughing. I couldn't catch my breath. Oh, I do remember the story. An agent sucks his arm through and pepper sprays me in the face. No question. They drag me in the car. I basically go and ragdoll to let them do whatever they want. I'm not trying to fight. I'm not trying to resist. He was one of at least 170 U.S. citizens who have been arrested or detained by immigration agents since President Trump took office, according to a recent ProPublica report. NPR has not independently confirmed that number. Let's see. He and others were taken to the detention center in downtown LA where they held for 3 days. Well, that's fine. He should 100% fucking sue their ass. I do not blame anyone for being skeptical of the Trump administration's ability to accurately determine who is a citizen, who is a criminal, who is a drug runner, any of these things, because I don't think they have a very good track record of most of the stuff.
Well, they probably see a bunch of fake IDs and shit like that as well. So,
yeah, but so if you find a guy and he works at some place and there's a bunch of people that are not citizens that work at a place and you say, well, let's see your ID. And you look at the ID and it looks like a real ID. What is the legal justification to arrest him at that point on suspicion or detain him at that point, suspicion of being a citizen? We're like, well, I just think it's fake.
they would run the identification.
Well, that's what I don't see. But see, that's where you say, how is this even possible? Because that's what I don't understand how that's even possible. They look at the ID. Do they not have a system? Maybe they don't. I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
No, they do. They
But
pulled me over and like run my shit. So
No, but the police do. You never been pulled over by ICE.
I'm sure they tap into the same database.
I would assume
They have all
hope,
the law enforcement sharing.
if that's the case, then how can this possibly happen? Are they just
It's
retards?
a fake ID.
No, but that doesn't make sense. If you have an ID, you hand it to them, they look at it, they type in the database, it pops up. Well, this person's a citizen. What do you mean?
If there's some sort of error and it's not in the database, they would assume it was a fake ID. So
If there wasn't yes, but is that the case? I've never heard someone say that there was an error.
maybe that could
Okay.
be.
Let's see. Is there?
He's not in
like
custody now, right? He's not at CCI.
No, they
is
let
he?
him go now. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Look, they figured it out. He wants a big paycheck, so, and I don't blame him. He should get a big paycheck.
Right.
They fucked up.
Now there. Okay. Can border patrol arrest people that are U.S. citizens if they claim that they're engaged in violence to prevent them from engaging in whatever their legal law enforcement is? Because that's what they're trying to claim he did. They're trying to claim like, well, he was violent.
Oh, he
so we
fought
had to
back?
arrest him. That's what they're claiming. That's what the government's claiming. I've never seen a video of this. So
Was he stoned out of his mind? He was working at a pop farm, so.
Well, he was driving there, so he wasn't stoned yet. No. Right. But obviously that's what they're going to say. That doesn't really make sense, because if that was the case, wouldn't they just press charges against him? They wouldn't like hold him for 3 days and be like, oh, we're letting you go because you're actually a citizen. Like, that doesn't make sense. That seems a little suspect.
They held him for 3 days?
Yes, at least. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. How could you fucking not figure this out in 3 days? I mean, I know there's been people. There was someone that's been held for like a couple weeks or a month. I remember, who I think they were just like a person they weren't a citizen, but they were a person on a visa or something that I believe was legitimate visa. So
They
Big
need
guy
more
squeeze.
funding.
for $10 says the system isn't real. The government is run by lizards. The secret to happiness is moving to the country, eating a lot of peaches, and breeding your life-size, anatomically accurate Blunty fly plushies for real. Well, I would agree with everything except that last part. That's disgusting. You shouldn't
That's
do
the
that.
best part.
That's disgusting. You should not do that at all. Yeah.
Fly farmer.
Sees Pappy for $5 says super chat censorship has gone too far. None of my creative spellings work anymore. I can't even type a synonym for unattractive or yucky right now. What? Yeah. What? So I. There really should. This is so fucked up. There really should be. Like, we should be able to control that. I don't understand. We should be able to control this. Though I wonder actually for people getting censored, maybe it's different if you're doing it on your phone or your computer. I wonder. There could be a substantial difference. Because some people have no problem writing something, and some people have a problem. So there's got to be something weird going on. But listen, Des Wall specifically for $5 says, I wonder how Spider-Man felt when they removed Uncle Ben. Oh, Uncle Ben from the rice. Yeah, he was very unhappy about it. Dan D for $2 says, uncivil ICE is only offending people's sensibilities. That's an interesting point. Cameraman 502 for $5 says she's asking for freedom because that is according to our principles. When she's in power, she'll take our freedom because that is according to her principles. Correct. Very,
I've
very
heard
correct.
that before. Yeah.
Very correct. Yeah.
That's a popular saying.
That's how the extremists work. The anti-liberalism extremists always work. Every single fucking time.
They all want to take our rights away, don't they?
Yep.
So evil.
You should auction $5. Says, is there anything original here? I'm just hearing a lame, watered down version of what the counterculture right was saying about the left a decade ago. That's it. That's what it is. I mean, all these people it's just a self-perpetuating cycle. All the retarded counterculture lefty dumb fucks from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, they just spread their garbage to more and more and more people, and it continues the cycle. And they just repeat it forever. Forever, forever, forever. That's all it is.
All this garbage tier content.
Yep. Listen, Deswall for $5 says, why are crazy eyes such a consistent tell? This unironically needs to be studied. That's a great point. What the fuck's up with that? Has it been studied? Crazy eyes study.
Is it that they have crazy eyes and that makes them crazy, or is it because they're crazy they kind of look a certain way over time and they develop the crazy eyes?
So this is interesting. It says a 2022 study found that people with bipolar disorder tend to make more errors in their Virgin's eye movements, which are used to focus on objects at different distances. They also exhibited more irregular saccadic eye movements, which are quick and darting, which could appear as rapid or jerky movements to an observer. Researchers also indicate that individuals with schizophrenia may have atypical smooth pursuit eye movements, which is when you try to follow a moving object, with an unusual pattern that occurs in 50 to 80% of cases. Some researchers suggest the possibility of psychotic eye movements, such as rapid or darting movements during episodes. Also, people that suffer from mania or hypermanic episodes or bipolar disorder have increased pupil dilation during symptoms or during time periods where they're kind of activated. Maybe it's all these things, and that's what we're sensing.
That's when they have the big black eyeballs.
Right. I would believe it. I think that's also for another $2 says drink when she uses interesting to seem smart.
Interesting.
I was like when someone says something and you respond, you go interesting, and then you immediately disagree with everything they said. That's when you say interesting to sound like it's like a nice way of saying like that's stupid. Well, that's retarded. Yeah. Let me tell you why you're wrong.
You go, that's right, and then you move on.
Yeah. Andrew Bear for $2 says, Adam, they think they are CRA heroes reincarnated.
CAR?
Yes.
What's that mean?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Ashrion Moloch for $10 says Malcolm X achieved literally nothing, and his entire legacy is astroturfed. And then on top of that, when he fought back against his own movement, he was assassinated by his own team, by his own side.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, of course. Malcolm X was killed by the
Black
Nation of
Panthers?
Islam.
Oh, Nation of Islam.
Yeah, because he started to become more. I believe then he went to Mecca and he started to become more like religiously Islamic and less racially black nationalist. And they're like, oh, he's gaining too much power. Can't have this happen.
I never saw the movie.
It's a good movie, but I'm sure it's propaganda. So sadly.
Maybe it's untrue.
Ooh, Kala for 35 months to Disney equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says for Adam.
For Adam.
You can read it.
Oh.
It's for you to read.
Oh, it's for me to read?
Yeah, so it says for Adam.
A-Team reigns supreme. Look at that. 35-month member.
I'm so
Discipline
glad.
equals
It's
freedom.
been like 6 months since you got an
I think
18
it
ring.
has been.
Yeah, right.
No, 4.5 months.
Right. No, Ukala said S class is best class.
Oh, did they? I
Thank
don't have my reading glasses on,
of course.
so
Of course.
I couldn't tell.
Batman's Pet Goldfish for $2 says Austrian painter should have rotted in prison. That is
No.
true. That is true. No prison reform.
Hang 'em high.
Yep. Lives in Deswell specifically for $5 says, I guess in hindsight, we should be grateful that the radical left is actually that short-sighted. Imagine if they were competent. It's a good point.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, as well specifically for another $5 says, what if Mark Twain's revenge target asks for Samuel clemency? Thank you.
Oh.
What a pun.
Samuel Clemency.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it what was Mark Twain's name?
Did you tell me it wasn't Samuel Clemency?
It wasn't Clemency, right?
It wasn't Clemency.
Samuel, but what was his last name?
I think it was something like that. Let's see. Samuel Clemens.
Samuel Clemens. Okay.
Yeah. Mark
Good
Twain
one.
is a much better name, obviously. So
Oh yeah.
nice roll off the tongue.
It's a good one.
God's joke for $10 says, want to thank you guys for the Tuesday stream. Had me laughing out loud after work. I decided I will ask her out next chance I get this week. Wish me luck. Well, good luck,
Okay,
everybody.
good. Yeah, that's what we want to hear right there.
Good luck, everybody. Thank you.
See how it goes. Yeah,
Everybody send
hopefully.
send your good luck wishes to God's joke here. Okay.
Next massage.
Bam.
Happy ending, right?
Oh, Jesus. Losing this also for no $2 says accusation as confession. It's everywhere. It's everyone you look at or everywhere you look. Yeah, exactly. Lethal Strain for $5 says Trump has zero to do the shutdown. If anyone, it's Vance's job to get the votes. Well, it's always, I mean, the president and the party is always going to get the finger point at them. And I don't think Trump could just sit there and say, I have nothing to do with it.
He's working on the ballroom, Sitch.
If Trump
Leave him
said,
alone.
well,
He's
it
got
also,
things
it
to
doesn't,
do.
it doesn't, I mean, he can't even really say that because if Trump said to the Republicans, oh, go make some deal with the Democrats about healthcare or whatever they're asking for, they would go do it. They go do whatever Trump's going to say. The Republicans aren't going to be like, no, fuck you, Trump. We're not going to do that.
We don't have time for these Democrats.
Right. Roadside for 32 months. Thanks so much. It's very funny that the two choices that we have in the U.S. are MAGA Maoism or a racial caste system. It's terrible. It's so fucking
It is
horrible.
terrible.
I need
Why
that
can't we
meme.
just get some normie liberal policies?
Someone sent me that meme picture. I was actually trying to find it the other day. I couldn't. I don't know why. The picture where it's like choose between the two fucking genocidal ideologies, and it's got like the Nazi sign and the communist sign. That's where we are. The Mongolian leprechaun servant man from Saturn for 27 months of Disney equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says, hey, Sitch Adam, if you had to choose
He always
between,
asks these questions.
if you had to choose between going to these places for $10 million. Oh, okay.
$10 million.
You can go to Von
Braun from System
Shock
Shock 2.
2.
What
or
is
the
that?
Black, hold on, or the Black Lodge from Twin Peaks or Silent Hill. Which one would you choose? Well, unfortunately, of those three choices, the only one I even have any familiar with is the Silent Hill, which I would not choose to go to for $10.
I know the Black Lodge from Twin Peaks.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's just like there's like a midget in there. I mean, obviously, that's not really.
That's
I'm not afraid of
terrifying. What do
that
you mean?
guy.
You don't want to go? You don't want $10 million to hang out with Ricky Berwick or a midget or something?
Everyone speaks backwards in the
Ooh,
Black Lodge, so it's kind of
okay.
hard to understand them.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, I think you could kind of figure it out. You just got to take a tape recorder, right? So you can
Oh,
play it
okay.
backwards and just.
Right.
Oh, he said, "Fuck you." No, fuck you.
Mm.
So I don't know these places. I guess I'm going to the Black Lodge.
According to the Twin Peaks fandom, the Black Lodge, let's see. Black Lodge was a shadow self of the White Lodge, a place of pure evil through which all souls pass on the way to perfection. During this process, the pilgrim would confront the dweller on the threshold, their own shadow self. If this challenge was not met with perfect courage, the lodge would utterly annihilate their soul. Well,
Look, I'm courageous. I can do it.
okay. I'm not going to take the risk. I'm going to be a coward. I'm not going to take
You
the
gonna
risk
go
of
to
$10 million
Silent
to
Hill?
utterly annihilate my soul. Okay.
You gonna go to Silent Hill?
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to choose any of these fucking places.
The Black Lodge was the place with the cool black and white floor and all the red curtains. I know you've seen it.
No, I know what it looks like. I've just never seen Twin Peaks or anything like that. Oh, I guess if I have to choose, well, I don't, yeah, I never played System Shock, so I don't even know what's going on in the Von Braun System Shock location. Um, I assume it's like Rapture, which would mean it's fucking terrible. I mean, I guess if I had to choose between all those places, maybe you would choose a Black Lodge, just because if you have to just face yourself, that's better than having to face like monsters that want to fucking murder
Yeah,
you.
what are the Silent Hill monsters? Those things are crazy.
Yeah, got Pyramid Head running around, all that shit.
Oh yeah, it's a Pyramid Head. That guy.
Yeah, right. Silent Hill's easy, just don't have trauma. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Majin for 28 months, thanks so much. Says, Hail mein Lieben. I have nothing to add politically, so slop reactions for the other channel. Have you seen Chaotic Good Barbarians or Hell of a Voss? Slot me up. So I have not
No.
seen either of those. Sam likes Hell of a Voss, and she keeps trying to get me to watch it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Why not? What are you doing?
Um,
When your girlfriend tells you to watch something, you gotta watch it
oh, is that it?
immediately.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're a bad boyfriend.
That's bad words to live by. Okay.
Mhm.
Girls sometimes ask you to watch a lot of bad things. So,
Do they?
of course, when you have to watch, my seventh time reincarnated villainous isekai.
Nah. They're caring. They'll know if you don't want to watch something.
Okay. Okay.
She probably is asking you to watch it because she thinks you'll think it's good.
We've been watching Food Wars, which is an anime where this kid who's a very good chef goes to a very intense cooking school, and they have cooking fights and all this other shit. And whenever someone eats like delicious cooking, it cuts to their internal head canon space of like the experience they're experiencing, and they like orgasm when they eat the good food and all their clothes flies off.
They get naked over good food.
Like in their mind, it's like, oh my God, this food, it feels like I'm, in a majestic waterfall, being lovingly rubbed by mermaids. And then it's like their clothes fly off and the food is like molesting them. It's pretty funny.
That's great.
Oh. But no, I would be curious because you watched Chainsaw Man, the movie,
I did, yeah.
and you watched the anime. And we're going to talk about that on Thursday.
We are, yeah.
And we actually have some divergent views, so it'll be interesting stream because usually we're on the same page.
Sitch thought there needed to be more full frontal nudity.
I did.
And I thought there was just the right amount.
I was I would enjoy this more if there was
difference.
just a lot more like dongs flopping around. Okay. I like Game of Thrones and all the floppy wieners that are flopping around in all the scenes. Okay. This is what we need.
There wasn't enough bush.
There
for
was
Sitch.
there wasn't enough male or female Bush in Chainsaw Man. Yes, exactly. Yes.
There
I would be
was quite a bit of nudity though. So
yeah, but they did the thing where like there's a scene where this lady's like topless, but she has no nipples, so she just looks like a Barbie doll.
right. Yeah. What
I
is
would be
that's huh.
I would be
She just
curious.
had light nipples. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
saw some nipples there.
Did you?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You didn't look
So,
close enough.
well, maybe. Well, we actually saw it in
I saw it
3D.
on IMAX. So
Oh, okay. Well, we saw it in 3D, so maybe, because you wear it and it's like dark because you're wearing the little glasses. Maybe I couldn't see the little nipples or something.
wow,
But
3D.
it was good in 3D. It's interesting. You could
Did you
see
watch the
like
dub or did you watch the
the dub.
the re- Okay, good.
What? Yeah, we watched the dub. Well, we want to like look at the visuals. There's a lot
And
of,
the performances in the dub were hilarious. They
actually,
were
yeah, because
great.
I've never actually. I think I've only watched Chainsaw Man dubbed. I'm not sure I've ever seen it sub. So I
They
said
did a
Sam is
good
like you.
job.
She has dyslexia. Okay, I don't want to subject her to subtitle things if I don't have to.
I mean, there's just so much to look at. I want to look at the picture. I don't want to be
Right.
reading the words. Yeah.
In the dub, yeah, Chainsaw Man in the dub is good. It's not bad. But no, I would be curious if you like Digital Circus because I don't know if you would actually like Digital
Oh,
Circus or
okay.
not.
So you really want me to watch? I'll check it out.
Yeah, I'd be curious what your take is on that.
Okay. I can watch it before Thursday.
Well, no. I don't know. Because we'll talk about Chainsaw Man on Thursday,
Okay.
so you have to watch it for that. But at some point,
Huh.
whenever there's a Thursday, we don't have something to cover.
I mean, we got a lot of stuff coming up. Obviously, there's
Mm,
Predator Badlands we got to cover.
mm,
There's Fallout Season 2's coming up.
true.
We want to do the opening. I guess maybe we'll do the opening episode and we'll do the season finale. I don't know if we want to cover like every episode or anything
No,
like
no,
that.
no.
But it's kind of good to obviously the opening is the most important episode in a series, right? Because you're trying to hook people in. You're like, okay, here you go. Is there a hook here, or is this just eh?
We can watch
And
the
then by
opening.
the end of it, you're like, ugh.
Right. We can
that
do like
fucking
you
blew.
watch the first episode. We do talk about the midpoint and then the end.
A lot of people seem to hate Fallout, but I mean, I kind of liked the first season. I didn't think it was too bad. It could have been a lot better. That's the problem. There was a lot of stuff that was kind of ho hum.
In our review of it, I thought I sort of soured you on it. Like I talked to you out of liking it.
I don't remember.
Misremembering. Okay.
Did we? I don't know if we talked about it on the media channel or if we talked about it on this channel.
Well, I don't think the media channel existed last year or whenever Fallout came out.
Right.
But
I don't know where we talked about it.
We did talk about it on this channel.
We did, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
She looks like the alien from Men in Black. The actress does.
Which alien?
The one inside the Edgar's. No. Is it? No, not that one in the Edgar
The roach? Suit. No, you mean the little alien?
The little alien in the guy's head. Yeah.
Right.
I remember getting side-by-side pictures and everyone was like, oh yeah, that's totally dead spit image.
Right. Isn't it like she looks like not Zoe Deschanel.
Oh yeah.
She looks like. Yeah.
She's the twin.
She's like the new Zoe Deschanel. So I don't even know what her name is. She was fine. I don't think the acting was an issue. The Oceanist for $5 says, Adam, I just finished Why Nations Fail. I thought it was a good read and thought the last chapters on China to be the most interesting part.
Oh, good. Didn't you super chat and say it was boring? You were like losing interest?
Yes. But I'm glad you
went back to it. Yeah, I'm glad you finished it.
Lisa Strain for $5 says, stop looking at your screen and go find the one girl who's not looking at the 50 DMs she got from other guys today and just get into a relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The Oceanist for $5
not
says,
easy, guys.
The Oceanist for $5 says, hey now, I reached out to Yarn Brook again and he said that he will have someone reach out to you for a stream.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. He really wants to talk to Yarn Brooke. What
Do
are
it
we?
up.
Okay. What are we supposed to talk about? I don't really watch his content.
Libertarianism
Oh, okay.
and Randianism. Is that even a thing?
Objectivism, right? Is he an
Oh,
objectivist? He's an Ayn
objectivism.
Rand. He's
Yeah.
an Ayn Rand
Yeah.
guy.
Yes, he
Oh, okay.
is.
Interesting. Metalworks 411.90 for $10 says if this is a woman's attitude about men in this country, then it's none of their business if men decide to vote whether or not men want to pay for child support if we want nothing to do with the kid. Anonymous Cow for $5 says listening to these two make me think that maybe Jesse Lee Peterson had a good point about women.
What did he
that
say?
amazing. Well, Jesse Lee Peterson, so I can kind of feel probably what he would say. The Ocean is for $2 says with the whole oppressed view of the world, what happens if the oppressed becomes the oppressor? Are they still justified in that view? Well, that's the problem. Is that's what always happens. The oppressed become the oppressor, but then they're just justified because they have to maintain their boot on the new oppressed neck to prevent them from oppressing them back. So
That's like the whole point of it.
yeah.
It's just an excuse to be a dick.
Generous
All
Pine
right,
for
here we
two.
go.
Aussie Buck says, Sitch, did you watch the old Obama clip I sent you? I don't think so. You sent me an old Obama clip? Oh, I did see that you sent this to me, and then I clicked it, and I was on my phone, and it's an Instagram, and I don't have an Instagram account, so I can't see it. So here,
Oh,
let me
that
click it
happens to
here.
me all the time.
Okay, I thought you could. I thought you could look at Instagram on your computer, but it's not letting me. It's asking for a fucking account.
Don't you
So
hate that?
no,
So insane.
I can't see what you sent me.
Or Instagram.
Fuck Instagram. I have enough accounts. I don't need another account. I got too many accounts.
I'm going to start posting the paintings I'm working on. So I was thinking I
Oh,
need to get
cool.
my Instagram fixed. There's a bunch of paintings on there now, but I don't think I've logged in there for 10 years.
Andrew Bear says, Sitch, he's telling Sammy, Sitch needs a rocket powered menorah. Sammy wants to buy me this really ugly menorah. Okay. There's a menorah and it's a sushi menorah. Each day is like a little sushi roll. If she wants to get it, I'm like, please stop.
Wow, that sounds awesome.
It's terrible.
Why don't you go for it? It's the best of both
menorah.
worlds.
It's like a troll. I appreciate it because it's funny, but
You don't like sushi?
I love sushi.
Okay,
That's why she wants to get it.
do it up.
Listen to
Enjoy.
Wall specifically for $2 says, weird. I thought women were a type of Pokemon. That's true. There you go. What if women are a type of Pokemon? What are their strengths against and what are they weak against? That's the real question. Equishidox for 41 months. Thanks so much. Says 41 months of discipline equals freedom. Says she has a child's point of view of ethics and reality. If she really is one of the most venerated thinkers on the left, I almost feel sorry for the Democrats.
Yeah, they got a bunch of losers. They can't help themselves. They only select people by their race or sexual orientation. So really limits the pool. Can't really get the geniuses in there.
Britt Cormer for $5 says she hates men so much she uses them as security. How interesting. Are there no women that could be her security? I wouldn't trust a female security guard. Come on. What are we doing?
Oh my.
Obviously
She
not.
doesn't need security. Come on.
No.
They work for the school.
Lethal Strain for $2 says, good thing she didn't go to TwitchCon. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Someone try to kiss her. Why are you laughing?
It's hilarious.
Why are you laughing?
I mean, if you're gonna go for sexual assault, come on.
Dude, I said to make Taylor Lorenz an emoji, not to give me her face again. You shithead. Okay.
And do we have time to do the emoji?
Yeah, we'll just see if it will. But I forget what the size is.
I forget too.
Shrink it
I'll
down.
make it later.
Okay. He's not gonna make
I've done too much graphic design.
Oh,
I'm gonna make it. Don't think I'm
Uh-huh.
not gonna make it.
Okay.
Come on, this is the best.
Put that fucking face through the AI movie thing. See what monstrosity it creates.
That's what I did. That's how I made the. That's how I made.
No. I
face.
mean, animate it.
It is animated.
Oh, what?
What are you talking about? She's.
Oh, I've only been looking at it like still framed because if I press play,
okay.
it like uses too much. You're right.
Yes.
That's okay.
I sent it to you on DM so you can look at
I
it
didn't
and
see
all.
that. I
its
was just looking at
glory.
the still frame on the thing.
Check your DMs.
You guys just
You'll
learned the
love
truth.
it.
I'm actually an NPC and I can't perceive visual motion. I just let my guard down. Lethal Australia for $2 says a dictatorship that has a government shutdown? Question mark. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point. How are they saying that we're living in an authoritarian dictatorship and yet they're in the midst of a government shutdown that the Democrats have the ability to do? How does it even work?
Look, it doesn't need to make sense. Okay? They're just a bunch of whiners, just a bunch of complainers. These are wine moms, okay?
Interesting. Joe the Make for $5 says the White House is sacred, but the Second Amendment not so much. Philip Cogans for $5 says I hate the ballroom BS. The East Wing was going to be demolished, upgrade the bunker complex under the White House anyway. It's literally a cover for that. I did see people theorizing that. Why would they?
Oh, they're upgrading the bunker?
What would be the point of
This is
not
like the
just,
bomb shelter upgrade?
Yeah. What would be the point of not just saying that though? Why do they have to lie about it?
Because they
Like,
don't
what
want to
is-
tell the Russians, oh, by the way, we don't have a bomb shelter right now. Geez, come nuke us. Geez, Sitch, come on, think about it.
If fucking people on the internet are saying, well, this is just a cover for the upgrade the bunker, what, you don't think the fucking Russia, China is not going to be like, oh, well,
They don't
they're working
believe
on them.
things on the internet. Come
Okay.
on.
Okay. I don't know.
They're
It's silly.
gullible. They'll fall for anything.
Of course. Solid for $2 says Wu said the strikes were unconstitutional. Oh, you said the strikes were unconstitutional. Wait, who?
Woo.
You,
Brianna
Y-
Woo.
Well, no. They said UYOO. Who's that? Or did you just misspell meet like you?
Oh.
I don't know what you're trying to say. So
You was the attorney. Bush's attorney.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was his name? You something.
John Yu?
That's it. You got it. Sitch. You're a genius.
Unconstitutional.
John
Nice.
Yu. Yeah, that's a dude right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the man.
Former GOP official fears U.S. strikes on alleged
That's
drug smugglers
hilarious.
aren't legal.
So he's come out and commented on it. He's like, oh, yeah, everything Bush did was totally up and up. But this bullshit, this is not constitutional. Maybe he's got the TDS.
Or maybe it's not constitutional, Adam. You consider that for a moment?
No.
Okay.
Come on, Sitch.
Okay.
First of all, look, John Yu may have TDS and it still may be unconstitutional.
I've never heard, I don't know anything about this guy except that he was some deputy assistant attorney general under Bush.
Yeah, but he's the one that crafted all the documents for torture and shit like that.
Did he?
Yeah. This guy
Okay.
was the fucking.
Well, then he should know about.
This
he should
was
know
the
about
guy that
skirting
let
the
him get
rules,
away-
right? He should be an
Yeah,
expert
he's the
on
guy
matter,
that
yeah.
helped him get away with murder.
If even the expert guy's like, listen, I don't know.
But that's what. Look, that's why I said maybe he has TDS because if the guy who crafts all the laws so that the president can get away with murder then steps in and says, "Oh, well, Trump obviously he's not allowed to get away with murder. Only
Right.
my friend W can do that."
Or maybe
kind of stuff.
he's just correct.
He
I don't know
could
what
be,
his-
but
what is his
look,
argument?
you know, he could have TDS.
I don't know what his argument is. I don't know anything about this guy. I don't
I'm
know if he
gonna ask.
supports Trump or not.
I'm gonna ask Grok.
Okay.
Grok
You
will
ask
know.
Grok.
You ask
I don't-
ChatGPT.
Okay. Let me see. I want to see what he said though.
Does John Yoo have TDS? We'll get to the
Why don't we
bottom of
just
this.
listen to this? Why don't we just try to see what he actually says about it instead of trying to make a determination about whether he likes Trump or not?
That
feels like a
I
better
don't-
way of.
This is independent of what he thinks of the shooting the people down.
No, it's not. You were using this as that was a response to it. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. Look, he could be completely correct about the legality of shooting the people down and have TDS. Those
Sure.
things are independent of one another.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking if he hates Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
He could hate Donald Trump. Right?
Okay.
And he still could be weighing in, and he could be right about the legality of the thing.
In 2020, John Yoo wrote a book about Trump titled Defender in Chief: Donald Trump's Fight for Presidential Power. And then it says the article about it is called Trump Consults Bush Torture Lawyer on How to Skirt the Law and Rule by Decree. Uh-huh.
If anything, Yoo exhibits the opposite of TDS. He's a consistent Trump ally.
There you go.
Even
Look
defending
at that.
controversial moves like January 6th rhetoric
Look at this.
or the Muslim
my
ban
God.
in legal terms.
Oh my God.
His views are
Look at this
substantiated
guy.
in his book, Defender in Chief, 2020, in columns,
So even
where he
the
argues Trump's presidency advanced constitutional conservatism. Oh, he's in favor
there
of
you
Trump.
go.
Critics on the
Okay,
left
look at that.
accuse him of enabling authoritarianism.
So even the guy who was pro January 6th was like, I don't know about these strikes.
Yoo has mocked never Trumpers like
God.
Liz Cheney and the Lincoln Project as
Look,
out
see?
of touch,
See?
arguing they prioritize personal vendettas over conservative wins. Look at this. Okay. So look, doesn't that bolster your argument that it's probably illegal?
Well, even if he's saying it's illegal, that's not good for Trump.
Right. Okay. Look, Trump, bad Trump.
He said, quote, there has to be a line between crime and war, said John Yoo, a former deputy assistant attorney general under President George W. Bush. We can't just consider anything that harms a country to be a matter for the military because that could potentially include every crime. Yu's now professor at Berkeley. There you go. Authored the Bush administration's legal justification for enhanced interrogation techniques against suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists. Traditionally, we treated drug crimes as a criminal justice problem, you said, and the administration needs to make a stronger case that it's been making so far, but why the law should consider cartels to be enemies of war. That's what I said, because I'm like, you have to make some justification that these people are terrorists or some sort of war thing in order to do this legally. And I don't believe they've done that. So
they're killing Americans with fentanyl.
Okay.
It's so obvious.
So
didn't you see all they're
selling people drugs that people
high on
are
fentanyl after they
taking,
bombed
right?
the ship?
If you had
those gacked out dolphins,
like if you could find evidence, that's what I'm saying. Like if you could find evidence that the country was intentionally sending drugs or tainted drugs to America with the intention of killing its citizens, or the organization, the drug cartel, was doing it intentionally for that purposes, then I think you would have a strong case to be like, okay, this is some sort of terrorist act or an act of war or something. But if they're like, we're just selling drugs that are legal in your country and people are willingly buying them, I think that's very hard to make the argument that it's some sort of like terrorist action or a war crime or something, as opposed to just a normal law enforcement crime. Like it's still a crime, don't get me wrong, but it's not, I don't think it would justify military strike.
Yeah.
Without
the
congressional
only reason
authority,
he's getting away with it is because they are American citizens. So people are like, whatever.
Was getting away with it because Congress lets him do what the fuck he wants. So
yeah.
And also, I mean, I guess you're right, because it would look the optics.
Oh, if
of
he
it
was
would
doing
look
this to
bad.
American citizens, oh God, people would be fucking up in
Right,
arms. They'd be
right.
like, what? But it's what's the country? Costa Rica? Bunch of Costa Ricans?
Venezuela.
Venezuelans? Everyone's like, yeah, Venezuelans.
Right.
I had a friend who was from Venezuela.
Mhm.
That guy turned out to be a real dick. So,
Wow.
I mean,
PC for $5 says
I think
why.
he was from Argentina. Never mind.
PC for
Let the
$5 says
Venezuelans go.
why isn't everyone
PC for
thanking
$5. Why isn't?
why isn't everyone thanking Trump for tearing down the White House, the symbol of American patriarchy and structural racism? It even has white in the name. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, exactly. What are you doing, Roxanne Gay? You should be thanking him.
Jason Mulgreen for $5 says if you want to see a frustrating debate, Pisco versus Dave debating Charlie is a fascist on PF Young's channel.
Is Charlie a fascist? I think it should say.
Right.
Oh, they're debating that Charlie is a fascist. Maybe PF Chang is
Good old
debating
PF
he's
Chang.
not a fascist. PF Chang, yeah.
Oh my God, Dave. Oh, that Dave. Dave
What
Green
Dave?
debate. Oh, Jesus Christ. You want me to like end my life live? I have to watch debate between.
Is that
Dave
the
Green
distributist?
Yes. A
No,
debate between the distributist and Pisco.
he never
God.
says anything.
That's the worst fucking content. I would
We'll
drown
kill
myself.
ourselves.
Yes.
We'll
You would
commit
watch
Harry
me and
Carey
Adam
on camera.
literally commit seppuku on camera.
It won't be fun.
Jesus Christ. That sounds awful.
All right,
That
I'm
sounds
taking a
awful.
bathroom break. I'll be right back.
You go to the bathroom.
Have you had your bathroom break yet?
I did. I snuck out.
I
at
can
one
read
point.
some super chats.
Yeah, you go to the bathroom.
Why are you sneaking out? Why don't you just say it? Why don't you just say, look, we need to take a break?
Because
Put some music on.
No.
I got some. Look,
Bring
I'll
the chair
tell
up.
Grok.
Some chair react.
I'll tell Grok.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Go to
take
the
this
bathroom.
picture
What
of
are you
Taylor
doing?
Lorenz and make
Go
her
to the
totally
bathroom.
nude.
Like, oh, that's horrifying. Please don't do that. Go to the bathroom. See, Adam said he's going to the bathroom. He's really going to drown himself in the toilet. So he's so afraid of watching Distributus versus Pisco debate and the psychic damage that would inflict on his soul. Contrast for 10 Aussie bucks. Thanks so much. Contrast says, greetings from Japan. Sitch, they're tightening up immigration, even holiday visas in light of the new prime minister. You need prefer headshallah. Any evidence of watching dubs and you're kicked out. Oh, okay. You need to prefer the Dragon Ball Z intro song Headshallah over Rock the Dragon. Any evidence of watching the dubs and you're kicked out. It's funny that you say that because like Sam is actually worried about that because we do want to go to Japan at some point next year. And it's like, are we going to be able to? I definitely can't put that on a streamer because they will 100% not let us in if you say you're a streamer, I assume at this point. So
I'm back.
welcome
This
back.
video took years off my life.
But I hope you're enjoying yourself in Japan. That's I think the only good thing about living in Australia is that you can visit Japan.
Oh, because it's close. It's
'Cause
right,
it's right
there.
there.
Holy
It's right there.
shit. That's why contrast is in Japan.
Right.
For me, it would take, oh my God.
And got to live in
It takes
Australia.
like 5 hours to get to Hawaii. And then I think it takes, whenever you go to Hawaii, there's always a bunch of Japanese people because they're hopping over from Japan. I think it's 5 hours from Japan to Hawaii.
I thought they just a straight flight from LA to Japan. They stop in Hawaii?
Well, no, I've never been to Japan. I've only been to Hawaii.
Right.
But there's
No,
a
but-
huge amount of American tourism and Japanese tourism in Hawaii because I think it's the same distance from.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine. I know I could fly there, but it takes like 14 hours or something. Horrifying to do
Fly
that.
to Japan.
Yes, it's like a 14, 15-hour flight, I think, for me. For contrast, it's like what, like a 3-hour flight or something? Just hops on over.
Yeah. I think my Hassan tweet got more likes than your Hassan tweet.
I didn't even. What is your Assad tweet?
You use the cliche. You can't use a cliche
What
in
was
your
I?
tweet. That's why. That's why
Okay.
your tweet fizzled out.
Okay.
I think I retweeted your tweet.
At this guy. Look at Adam here. Keep a score. I'm not keeping score. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Of course, you're not keeping score because you lost so
Of course,
pathetically.
of course. Are you talking
Why
about my
would you
tweet?
keep?
That
Why
was
would you
about
keep score when you're
the Ludwig.
like so far behind?
Are you talking about the Ludwig clip?
Look at this. I retweeted your tweet,
Mm-hmm.
but you didn't retweet mine.
I didn't
And
even
mine
see your tweet. I didn't even.
And mine
I'm not
completely
scrolling
blew
on
your
Twitter
tweet
so much.
away.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Oh, look, guys! Look how chapped he is. He's he's so bitter.
I'm so chapped.
He's so bitter. He can't help himself.
Look at this. Adam got 10,000 likes on X. Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah. So you said the have to be single digit IQ, which I mean that's totally cliche. Everyone.
That's true. That's true. Not very creative.
That's cliche as fuck.
Right. What did you say?
Read the tweet.
You said anyone falling for Hassan's lies has the IQ of a breakfast waffle. That's true. That's much better. That's funnier.
Of course. Yeah. Come on. Gotta slip the comedy in there.
The IQ of a breakfast waffle.
That's how you do a banger tweet.
Okay. I'm glad.
If you need any advice before your next tweet, you can go ahead and just
this is what happened.
Me.
This is what happened. Adam, he like wrote out his tweet and then he went to Grok. He's like, Grok, can you make
bullshit.
A viral tweet?
Bullshit.
Like,
bullshit.
I don't have
GPT. Grok write my tweets. Yes. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
That's insane.
So
ridiculous.
So the little update, I guess, to the Hassan, never-ending Hassan thing. So is Ludwig, who's a streamer, that's like Cutie Cinderella's boyfriend, right?
I don't know any of these people.
I think so.
Look, we talk about politics. I don't keep track of these influencer clowns. I only know Hassan because he's political.
Well, Cutie Cinderella's the one who had the podcast with Hassan, and she's the one that was saying that she saw the collar and that it had the tape on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Right. Yeah. And so she's dating Ludwig, and Ludwig came out and he said that he thought it was a shot collar, and people were kind of surprised that he said that. And then I believe the next day or very shortly after, came out and said that he saw that and it wasn't a shot collar because he saw close-up pics because it had the tape on it, and there's no way for there to be. And he repeats the lie, like he saw, close-up pics of it, in that there's a piece of tape on it to cover up the phone number nonsense. It was even crazier because I'm like, we're supposed to believe that Hassan is going to send a picture to Ludwig, who's the boyfriend of his fucking co-host, who already probably 100% has his fucking phone number, and he can't show him a picture of what it actually looks like. He has to be like, oh, I'm covering up my phone number from the person that already has it so I don't dox it to myself. Are you a fucking idiot? That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
The people that he's texting all the time from that phone to tell him, hey, lie about my dog situation.
Right.
They already have his number. Come on.
That'd be like me saying, like, oh, I can't send Adam this picture because my face is in it. He know what I look like. I'm like, well, wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, look, I already know what he looks like.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Are you seeing all these videos of the cats like shooting guns and rocket launchers and shit, and the people coming out and wrestling the gun away from them?
They're very funny.
Sora so AI fucking hilarious. How is this possible? These are such bangers. And the cat is like, no, my God. It's crazy.
Oh my God.
They're so funny.
Mm-hmm.
They're so hysterical.
There's all these AI.
Who knew?
There's all these AI Sora videos of like, it's like the ring cam footage, and there'll be a cat with like a shotgun or something, and it looks like, it looks pretty good.
It looks completely realistic. Yeah. So. It's like the cat is holding him between his paws, and then the owner runs out like, no, Fluffy.
And like just like shooting the gun out, trying to stop it. So
this one, the gun backfires and the cat like flies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's great.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. It's I don't know. Like the boomers are cooked at them. I don't know what the boomers are gonna do. They're not gonna be able. They're gonna be like they're gonna watch infinite AI videos. They're not gonna know what's real anymore. It's just it's
Oh
over.
yeah.
It's over.
What do you think? They think the cat videos are real?
If
I mean,
I
they look
showed
pretty
that
real.
to someone above
Who didn't
60,
know about AI? Yeah,
right, or 70,
they'd be like, "How'd they get the cat to do that?"
if I showed them, yeah, they would. I'd be like, look at this video, look at this viral video of this cat that got out with its owner's gun. And they'd be like, what? That's crazy. How did that happen? That was like, you know, that stupid AI video of the fat person, like jumping through the glass bridge in China. That was like
Mhm.
memed on. There's memed on because all these people on Facebook thought it was real. All these fucking boomers thought it was a real
Really?
video.
No.
Yes.
Those are funny too. When the fat person like leans off the rail,
Yes. And it like the, yeah, like it
and
was
the
the
railing
one.
collapses and everyone
No,
dies.
it's the one. It was the one where they like pick up the rock and they destroy the bridge, and then like the
Mhm.
baby falls in the water, and the dog like picks up the baby and rescues it. They
Oh
fucking
yeah.
the Facebook boomers thought that was a real video. They're like, "Oh, that dog is so heroic." What are we doing here? It's over. We've lost. Reality is done.
It is. It is. I don't know. I'm conflicted because it is entertaining. There's a lot of really cool shit that AI is producing. So
There was a really weird video I saw. I could have been fake, but I'm assuming it was, well, it is fake, but I'm assuming it was a real test. It was like an AI choose your own adventure game where it
Mhm.
was like it's supposed to be a continuing procedurally generated AI first person shooter, but
Really, wow.
you didn't shoot. It would like give you prompts with choices, like a choose your own adventure game sort of. And but it looked like a total, like it looked like visually like people look like people and everything, but it was like a complete mess. Like nothing made sense to what was happening on screen. So,
Oh, okay.
but that's it was kind of like looking at the Will Smith spaghetti video from 2 years ago. So I think we're only a couple years away from that being, that is going to be crazy. I think we're only a couple years away probably from like a choose your own adventure game that has procedurally generated videos that just create shit for you.
We went to the Huntington in Pasadena this weekend, and they had a
Mhm.
bunch of gargoyles and shit out, like it's a old timey museum, and they had a bunch of Halloween decorations, like skeletons sitting around at tables and shit like that. So I'm
Mhm.
taking pictures of my wife and her friends, and I'm feeding them into Grok and saying, "Make the skeletons all stand up and walk away." And it
Right.
does it. It's so fucking
Isn't it
crazy.
cool? Yeah. Very
It's
cool.
amazing. So, and I did the gargoyles. I was like, make the gargoyle come to life. And the gargoyle just fucking come to life. You're like, wow, this is a
Mhm.
whole next level of photography here.
Yep.
Anything in your real environment.
So it's weird. It's like as soon as it like happens, it almost instantly becomes pointless, doesn't it? It's like that's
What do you,
cool, but then it's like, what do you do with it?
it's just fun.
It's just fun, I guess.
It is fun.
Or maybe we're still in the stage where it's like kind of it's not quite exactly where you need to be for it to be viable, right?
Viable for what?
Like creating stories and stuff, something like more than
Oh
just
yeah.
like
Look,
a toy.
people are going to be able to make movies. It's kind of funny because like a lot of people are obviously anti AI, and I've been
Mhm.
watching a bunch of these videos that are like, oh, this person got caught. They're like doing commissions, a lot of furry like commissions, but some people are using AI and trying to pass it off as their own art, so
Mhm.
they're getting in big trouble. And I do think I wonder why people are so hesitant to embrace it, because obviously we saw Tron recently, this big movie Tron, and I mean that story fucking sucked. That was like completely blue.
Mhm.
And if you had the ability to make cool movies like Tron, but you know anyone could do it and they would do their own stories. I mean that would be badass, right?
It would
If you
be.
could have a bunch of Tron level feature films on YouTube that people
Mhm.
are constantly making, and whichever one is actually good, people watched.
That would be
It'd
cool.
be incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. And that's totally going to be a reality.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's going to be 2 years or 5 years or what, but
I think that's more than 2 years away. But it will be
yeah.
a reality. So yeah.
I've
And
looked like some people are able, some people have done shorts and stuff like that, but it is a fucking lot of work. It is a
Yeah.
lot of work to actually maintain the character consistency and all that stuff.
Of course. Yeah. It's not there yet. Well, even
I
with the
do.
art,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, even with the art, I don't know if it exists yet. I would think once you could do the AI, if there's a program where like not only does it generate the picture, but it generates the picture in layers, the way that people like draw, so that like an actual artist could generate the picture and it's layered, and then if they want to adjust certain things, they can just adjust the layer manually, so that you can actually like, kind of mix the AI with your actual just drawing, which I know people do in other ways currently, but
I watch some of these AI tutorials. I mean, I'm not really going to dive into it deeply until I feel I could actually do like a short or something like that. Right
Mhm.
now, the workload just seems way too massive. But most of the people who do these tutorials say that the AI can really only get you 80% of the way there, and that you do need to know something about drawing or graphic design to be able to get that extra 20%. So,
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the problem is because they have so much problems with consistency. Like until you can figure out a way to make it so once you get an element of the picture that you like, and then they just lock it down and say, don't change this no matter what. Like you
right.
say that and then it still changes it. Like don't change this no matter what. Only change this. Like if you can get it to actually, maintain that, I think you'd be cooking. So
I saw a couple pictures that I retweeted. One is a girl with the pearl earring
mhm.
painting, but she's wearing like an Iron Maiden shirt and a leather jacket, which is completely cool. And I mean, it looks so perfect. I don't know if it was done with AI or not. I guess probably it was done with AI.
Right.
And then I retweeted one that is the Bomb Devil from the Chainsaw Man movie. And
Was that the Bomb
I
Devil? I thought it just looked because I don't remember the Bomb Devil having spikes on their head like that.
oh, you saw the tweet.
I did see it because I saw that and I said, "Oh, that looks interesting."
It is the Bomb Devil, isn't it? It's not?
I don't
Here, I'll
think it
bring it
is.
up.
It
So you
looks
guys,
kind of like the Bomb Devil, but I don't think it actually is the Bomb Devil. So
oh, so maybe it's just close enough.
it just looks. I mean, it looks cool. I know it looks something like you would like. I think I've seen that picture before. I think it's from something else. I don't think
This is
it's an
totally
AI
the Bomb
picture.
Devil. Oh, it's not an AI picture. Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure it's an old picture.
I was watching some videos on zombie formalism too, which is supposedly this big movement that hit in the 2010s where they were flipping paintings kind of like crypto, and all the actual artwork is just trash. I don't
Mhm.
like any of it. It's all Basquiat ripoffs, and I can't stand that style. Everyone's like, "Oh, my process." I mean, your process is like you dump shit on the canvas and smear it around.
Right.
I mean, process. Woo.
There are AIs
I
that
don't,
create scenes as 3D models. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. If
what's that?
is there AI? I've seen videos of it. I never tried it. Is there AI yet that like just will create a consistent like a 3D model that you could put in some kind of
Yes,
video program and manipulate?
there's an AI now that you can show an image to,
Hmm.
just a flat image, and it creates a 3D model of the thing in the image. Even the movie
Wow.
ones, they do, that's what they're doing. The animating the still images, they're
Hmm.
taking what's in the image and creating a 3D model of it. That's how it's able to animate it.
Oh, that's cool.
You can tell in in certain pictures it's more obvious.
Oh,
Is this
thank
AI?
you, Igushiox. That's why
I
it looks
guess
so
it is.
familiar. It looks like a female version of the Batman Who Laughs. That's why it looks so familiar to me.
Oh, is that the Bomb Devil? So
It's
it
not the
isn't the
Bomb
Bomb
Devil.
Devil.
Yeah, because it has spikes on it. So
I guess you're right. I
yeah,
guess you're right. And the mouth is completely different.
it's kind of
Because
similar.
she had like a mechanical mouth.
Her mouth was part of the bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really cool. She had cool powers too. Can't believe you hated that movie. That's so insane.
I did not hate the movie. It's fake news. But if you
Hmm.
want my opinion on it, you'll have to watch on Thursday.
Oh, is that what's Thursday?
I do like the character
Don't
design
spoil
of
it.
the Bomb Devil. I do
Oh
like the
yeah.
character design of the Bomb
Oh
Devil.
yeah.
Interesting.
And the fight scenes were great. Totally
Mm-hmm.
amazing fight scenes. Incredible.
How did we get on? I don't know how we got on say hi topic. Living does well specifically for $2 says, if I recall correctly, ICE has privileges as long as it's 100 miles near a U.S. border. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, look, it could be an alien. It could be an alien invasion.
There's like this whole thing. I don't know if you know about this. There's like this weird giant meteor that is that people want to believe is an alien spaceship or something that is supposed to be going behind the sun in December, early December, and that's supposed to be like when we're supposed to find out if it's really an alien or just a weird meteor. So
Yeah, I did
very
see
so.
this. Could be cool,
Yeah,
huh?
that'd be cool.
Are you excited? What if it is an alien?
That would be cool.
That would be so fitting for the times, wouldn't it?
What is it interesting? 'Cause supposedly it's like a meteor that's 10 billion years old that's not from our solar system. Um, and it's like never, there's some speculation that it's never even been near a sun before. And it's moving like, much faster than a normal meteor would. And also like weird stuff about it. So we'll see. But I'm going to guess it's just a meteor. Detective Stabler SVU for $5 says, "Hey guys, sorry I'm a few minutes late. 7:54 Eastern. You can start the show now." There you go.
Cool. Start
Talking
it
about
up.
Moon 2.0. No, it's I forget what it's called. It's called like I3 something. I3 Atlas, I think is what it's called. Yeah.
Sorry about the sounds.
I3 Atlas. Limit as well specifically for $5 says, "I did not recall correctly. Cameraman 502 pointed out that's Border Patrol and not ICE." Oh, okay. True. Ace for 9 months. Hey, look, there he is. Hey, Ace. Ace says there's a special type of irony that Adam thinks criticisms of Trump is a satanic panic, but says nothing about 25% of Republicans who believe in QAnon.
Is it 25% of Republicans?
That's pretty
I don't,
disturbing,
that
is it? If that's the
seems.
case.
Oh, it is very disturbing if that's true, but
How would you feel about that
about what?
if 25% of Republicans believe QAnon?
Oh, I think it's insane. I think it's almost as bad as 95% of Democrats thinking that a woman is whoever identifies as a
Look at
woman.
this. The whataboutism comes out. Look at that.
I couldn't help
Look at
myself.
it, the whataboo.
I had to.
You
Look, it's true.
boo.
Which is worse, believing in QAnon or believing that there's such a thing as a lady penis?
I'm gonna say QAnon, and I'll tell you why. I'm pretty sure that 99% of the people that say that shit about lady penis know that they're full of shit.
Oh, really?
They know
They're
it's
just
not
trying
true.
to be. They're just trying to be nice.
Yeah, I think those 25% of QAnoners fucking true believers. So this is from the PRRI report, Public Religion Research Institute surveyed Americans, and it said that's where that number comes from.
Who?
16%
What?
of the population as a whole believes in QAnon. And then if they separate it by party, it says, where does it say? It doesn't say.
What do I? He says there's a special. He says there as in. Well, anyway,
Use it wrong there.
there is a special type of irony that Adam thinks criticism of Trump is a satanic panic. I don't mind people criticizing Trump. I don't like it when people criticize Trump unfairly. I think that's what bothers me. Is when they blame Trump for things that he hasn't really done. And look, most of this comes down to the tariff stuff because, I mean, I think the jury is still out on tariffs. And look, most of the financial press thinks the jury's still out on tariffs too. So I'm not alone in that. Most of the people who have their minds made up on tariffs are partisans who either think, oh, they're terrible and they're going to destroy the economy because they hate Trump and they're partisan Democrats, or they think, oh, tariffs are going to be great and they're going to get rid of income tax because they're partisan Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead, criticize Trump. I don't care.
I think you have a reflexiveness to be dismissive of a lot of Trump criticism.
What Trump criticism?
It just feels like it when
Be
it's
specific.
something straight.
Be specific.
Okay, I'll point it out the next time it comes out.
Is it Trump enforcing immigration law?
That's what I mean. Yes.
No. See, look.
Yeah. Obviously, yes.
Well, in the context of Roxanne Gay talking about it being violent and wrong
like with
for him to actually keep his campaign promises.
I mean, with the blowing up the cartel people.
I mean, I guess I don't really have an opinion on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it says
if it came to light that it was like innocent fishermen or something like that, I think I'd have a stronger opinion on it. So
sure, of course.
I'm not.
Well, I would hope so. That'd be crazy
Yeah,
if he didn't.
Much stronger opinion.
Yes.
So, but I'm not for or against it. Am I dismissing it? I mean, I guess you could say I am.
Yeah. So
I don't like the crypto shit. And I said earlier that him pardoning the finance guy is ridiculous.
Right.
I think him taking a stake in American companies is pretty ridiculous too. And I've said so. I think crypto enables so much fucking crime that hurts ordinary Americans. And I think it's ridiculous that Trump is in bed with the fucking crypto scammers.
Explain that. How does crypto harm ordinary Americans? What do you mean by that?
Well, all of these scams that they do where they try to empty people's bank accounts and stuff, crypto is usually one of the pieces in the chain. So
right. There was that video with the old lady, and they're like, they convinced some old lady to go to the Bitcoin machine, the fucking gas station.
Those Bitcoin machines, they estimate that 30% of the business they do is scammers. 30 fucking percent of their business. Yeah.
Why is that? Yeah. Why is that even allowed to be legal?
Yeah. Look, Trump should be doing something about it, right? How can Trump claim he's not going to because he's involved. This is how he's getting money. This is how Barron's getting rich because he's trading in all this crypto fucking garbage.
Right.
I hate that shit. Yeah. Look, and Trump should be doing something about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna like be losing sleep over it over and over again. So,
Mhm.
but I don't like it. What other things does Trump do that I don't like? I'm not going to lose my mind over the ballroom. Jeez.
So this poll said 25% of Republicans believe in QAnon, 14% of independents, and 9% of Democrats.
Do I need
According to the poll.
to? So I need to be constantly talking about QAnon being a problem so I can get into Pisco's good graces.
No, but I mean, it's just a perspective of where people are to understand the level of delusion that exists in the political space.
I heard Pisco was a member of QAnon.
You heard that Pisco was Q himself.
Pisco, no, he's
Pisco
not.
is Q, obviously.
Pisco's not smart enough to be Q. Come on,
Okay.
Pisco wouldn't know a Q trop from a hole in his head.
Okay. Fair enough.
What? I don't. What else does Trump do that drives people crazy that I'm dismissing? I mean, he got peace in the Middle East. So am I supposed to complain about that?
Hmm.
I don't think it's going to last.
Okay.
Is it even still going on now, or has it been?
You don't
He
like
keeps
Trump's keep bending over for Putin.
he keeps flipping on Ukraine. I don't
Yeah.
like that. I mean, we came out super hard when the whole Oval Office thing happened with the Ukrainian president Zelensky.
Andrew Bear for 2 hours says CRA is a civil rights activist. Oh, okay. That's the acronym.
Oh, there we go. That makes sense.
Dog baby Sitch when question mark. You know, it's so funny.
Oh yeah,
So Phil Labonte had a baby recently, and I sent him my
he did. Wow, I didn't
well,
know
his
he
wife
could do
did.
that.
Okay, his wife had a baby.
You sure it wasn't his girlfriend?
Yes. Or
Is Phil married?
I assume he's married.
I think it might have been his girlfriend. I don't
Well,
know.
whatever. He has a baby that he's the father
Mhm.
of, and he's very happy about it. And so I congratulate him on X. And his first response is like, "When are you and Sammy gonna have a baby?"
Really?
That was his immediate response. I was like, "What's going on here, Phil?"
That's
Jeez.
whole. He listens to the show. Everyone
I
knows.
know, I know.
Everyone's pushing.
I was like, "You and Sammy's mom, jeez, what's going on here? She
Oh,
paying people?
really?
What's happening?
Holy shit. Sammy's
What's
mom is
happening?
calling you?
What's going on here?"
How many times a day does Sammy's mom text you?
She just sends me pictures of like baby clothes. It's like no
Really?
message. It's just a picture of like, oh, look at this deal on baby clothes. There's a
That's
bunch of baby
hilarious.
toys. Yeah.
Well, if there's a good deal, I mean,
Yeah, exactly. It's a good there's a bargain here. I feel like she's trying to play into my like Jewish
hmm.
stereotype or something.
Oh no.
Like, how do I get Sitch to, to get on board with this? So there's gotta be a deal. There's gotta be a bargain. So Kick Nastanza for $5 says Trump demolishing the White House feels symbolic of his presidency. I wonder if MAGA diehards would think it was a bridge too far, but c'est la vie. Well, if Trump demolished the White House, then would agree with you. People would have a problem with that. If he demolishes some side wing of it to replace it with a ballroom or whatever, I don't think people are going to care about that. I don't care about that. I don't think most people are going to care about that legitimately. But though I did see the one
Where's
person I did see who was like really mad about that. You know who it was?
Mhm.
It was Sagar. Sagar was very upset by this. Apparently, he's some big like history building nerd for the White House. So he had a problem with it.
We
Taking a
need
stand for
before and afters. So
taking a stand.
we can really see what the damage is here.
Right.
Holy shit.
What?
I
What?
mean, They really took out that building.
Oh,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
They really took that wing out.
Holy shit.
Did you not see that picture?
I mean, I'm seeing it now.
Yeah. They ripped it the fuck out.
I mean, what did the building do to him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's just like the aerial photos of Gaza. You can see here it is before October 7th.
Right.
Wow. Okay. So what was
If
this?
if you're right, if they rebuild it and it's like some like weird garish thing that's got like Trump's name emblazoned on it, you know.
What if they make it like 30 stories?
You have like the White House, you have like this giant fucking thing next to it.
And then next to it, the Trump Tower.
Right, right.
The tower wing.
There was
Oh. Is this even zoned for that?
it it is it is supposed to look, it is supposed to be really big. So people are complaining because they think it'll look like gigantic. No, it's still, my understanding is it's still gonna have the long hallway. Like, because when you
Mhm.
see the White House in like a picture, you're really just seeing the middle building. You're not really seeing the
Yeah,
East and West
yeah.
Wing. And so it's still gonna have the hallway. So you're still gonna have that visual, which is what I think that's the only part of the White House people really care about visually. But then if you look at the proposed design for the East Wing, it is gonna be like it looks like it's gonna be giant. I don't know, it might actually be taller or as tall as the middle part. So
Can you imagine? Oh my God.
it would be funny
It's
if it was
like the
taller.
White
It'd be
House
just
is in
horrible.
shadow like half the day because the huge
Because there's
tower
this
is
giant
like,
fucking thing here. Yeah.
oh, you know, Trump would totally do that too.
I bet he would.
Trump would be like, that's right.
Yeah.
I left you a little present.
And when you look at it from the sky, it somehow spells out Trump. Like it's like
The Trump Taj
emblazoned into the
Mahal.
building somehow, so you can't get rid of it. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Kick Nasanza for $2 says, I thought Adam was gonna stop saying TDS. I'm trying. But it's like, you know, I can't teach an old dog new tricks. It's just
When did I
it's
say
emblazoned.
TDS?
You
Oh,
threw
I
it
was
out
talking
there.
about you.
Now you're talking about them, not me. You're watching the video.
John, you.
Oh, right.
Yeah. We asked if he had TDS, but it turned out he had the opposite of TDS. So,
He did have TDS, just the pro TDS.
yeah. Kick Nastanza. I mean, I'm going to spare you, but we all know why you're asking about the TDS.
You should stop saying it. It is
I
a
should.
thought terminating cliche that is retarded. So
Look, okay, I could just say, I wonder if they hate Trump. How about that? Can I say that?
there you go. That's fine.
I wonder if they have blinding hatred for Donald
It turned out
Trump.
they have a blinding love of Trump.
Yeah.
0 for 27 months says, Sitch, have you considered putting all your streams and videos into AI to make a proxy and let Adam stream alone without him knowing? I've actually tried that. It didn't work, sadly.
That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stream with Big Mouth Taylor Lorenz.
There you go.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set it up so when Sitch speaks, it's Big Mouth Taylor Lorenz that her mouth moves.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be your VTuber rig.
I mean, my VTuber is that horrible thing. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great? I wonder if
That
I
would
could
be
do that.
terrible.
How would I do that? I'm gonna ask Grok how to do that. How to set it up so when you talk, it's Big Mouth Taylor Lorenz.
0 for 27 months says, I really want. The Oceanist for $10 says, why do progressives care if Trump violates the Constitution? For years, they called it a racist document. There were opinion pieces back around 2020 on how it was irredeemable, and now they care.
Yes, of course. We need to throw that document in the garbage and go full authoritarianism, obviously. That's how we solve racism and homophobia.
Roadkill VT for $5 says, watch Lord of Mysteries. It has great art, intelligent characters, and compelling conflicts. It has 13 episodes in season 1, and season 2 is coming in 2027.
Lord Mysteries. Okay.
I'll have
I'll
to go
check
back.
into it.
Well, because when you first start watching it, it's so fucking
Oh, you
confusing.
don't like it?
It will look no.
Sitch hates it.
It looked very beautiful. It seemed like it was cool. Like it was a very very crazy world with like magic
Mhm.
and shit. But I swear to God, we watched like the first 2 episodes, and I'm like, I don't know what is happening. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? I think someone said that the first episode's like cut out information from the comic that makes it confusing or something. But
The thing that I like about science fiction more than fantasy is that science fiction tries to develop stories that you can imagine might happen one day.
Mhm.
So a lot of times you're kind of peeking into the future. You feel like you're peeking into the future. Like obviously the Matrix deals with simulated worlds, which we probably will have simulated worlds one day, right? Ready Player One kind of deals
Right.
again with the simulated worlds thing. But with magic or fantasy, I mean, it can be cool. Obviously, I did like Chainsaw Man, which is kind of more magic over sci-fi.
That is completely magic. Sci-fi, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If it's interesting and they're compelling characters, I mean, I can relate to a guy who really just wants to get some action. So, but normally I'm more interested in science fiction because it does have that, this could really happen one day sort of
Interesting.
based on a true story vibe to it,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
which I think is cooler.
Cool.
I don't know
never
if
thought
you
about it
make that.
way.
Well,
No.
look, I do think some people do believe in magic. So they do think, oh, this could happen. Magic is possible. Miracles happen.
Oh, interesting. Mhm.
Yeah. So I think those people are a lot more forgiving with obviously fantasy stuff because they think, oh, it probably can happen. Right?
Well, I mean, everyone just has people like things for different reasons. Like I like sci-fi, I like fantasy. That never even occurred to me to think of fantasy in that way.
Well,
The
most
way that
people
you
do
said,
think
so.
based on a true story is more interesting because they're like, oh, this really happened.
Yeah.
That's why
That
they
adds some weight to
that's
it.
why they
Sure.
say based on a true story.
I see. So you're saying that bleeds over into science fiction to some degree.
Yeah, there is just
Maybe.
the idea that something actually happened.
Right.
I mean, if you tell Christians, look, Jesus never lived. There's just like, it's just a story. They're like, what? Fuck you.
Right.
Of course this happened. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm not saying there was no historical Jesus. I'm just saying.
Well, you are. You're
when people say
you're
that.
No.
Well, look, I still think Jesus could have lived. I don't know that he walked on water, but
gotcha.
But look, people take it more seriously. I mean, this is a conflict with Jordan Peterson all the time. They're like, look, did Jesus really rise from the dead? Did he physically rise from the dead?
Yeah.
Did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a way cooler story if it did actually happen. Yeah. Yes. And then meanies have to come in. So that's impossible. That can't happen. You're ruining the story.
Saul for $2 says, "What do you think of Red Letter Meanie liking Tron Ares?" I was kind of surprised.
Really? Holy
by
shit!
That. They obviously
didn't totally hate it, but I mean, it was.
What I said, it was
problems.
a very pretty movie that had a retarded story.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not total hate, obviously.
No, they liked it. They liked it more than we liked it. It seemed like from what they were saying, they just went into it with a mindset knowing that the story was going to be just complete trash, and they went into that mindset, and they were just like, "Oh, it was a fun action, look at pretty lights." That's kind of my interpretation of their take, which
it's
sad.
It's so
that's
weird
where we are in movies now. But
I was looking at what different issues drive the different political parties, and I mean, I really never hear about climate change, but on the left, climate change, they're obsessed with climate change. It's like 90% of the Democratic Party thinks climate change is the number one issue. And it's interesting because you see these movies like Tron Ares completely shoehorned the whole like sustainability thing storyline in there when it was completely unnecessary. Just
What wasn't
not
about
germane
climate
to the
change, was it?
story. But I think that's why they shoehorned it in there. The good CEO and the good
It was like food,
corporation,
like making food for poor people or something.
food and energy sustainability. They're
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
talking about
I guess
climate
you're right. I
change.
guess you're right.
It's
Yeah.
it's climate change.
It
Is.
felt very just like thrown in there, like, oh, they're gonna fix all of reality with this magic technology.
Yeah. It's like you can't have a story that doesn't somehow touch on how climate change is a big problem and we really need
Nope.
to deal with it.
I feel like when you have a movie like Tron Ares, which is technically science fiction, it's basically magic at that point. The magic 3D printer.
That is a huge problem I have with Tron Ares because
Yeah.
they didn't even call in some scientific PhDs to like make it remotely believable for the science fiction crowd.
Or make it even logically make sense.
Yeah.
Once it prints the woman out, I was like, okay, we're officially gone in terms of like, you just printed a person out of the black goo, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't know what's happening. Like this technology is
And
just magic, I guess.
and she was fine.
Yeah, and
She
she was
didn't even
totally
have
fine.
exploration like
Right.
everyone else, which she should have. If they kept to the actual rules of the universe, she should have had an exploration.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Unless they took all the atoms that made her up when they put her in the computer and set them aside in the real world
Right.
and then beamed her consciousness back into those atoms.
Right. Right. Like the Star Trek nonsense for teleporting people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Andrew Bear for $2 says it's the Heaven's Gate comet. The timing was just off. Oh man, how mad are those guys? How fucking mad are those guys? They were just off by a couple decades.
That's a horror. That's like a horror show. Didn't they all castrate themselves before they
Some of them did.
put their
Not all of them.
sneakers on too?
Some of them did. That's the most horrifying part, isn't that they killed themselves? Is the castrations.
They self-castrated them.
Oh God, that watching the documentary about that. I was watching with Sam and I was like screaming. It was like
one guy.
God, that was just so horrific.
One guy they gave the dull knife and he's like, it's not working.
Jesus Christ.
He's like sawing away.
No. Okay, let's move on. Lives in Des Hospital for $2 says at Sitch and Adam show. He's got the little bunch of baby symbols. Thank you.
Oh, what's going on there? Uh-oh.
See, everyone's trying to pressure me. Metalworks 411 for $5 says if anyone thinks you guys are light on Trump, they clearly don't watch the show or listen to you guys in good faith and are just looking for a reason to nag.
Take that, Ace.
Jason Mulgreen for $5 says if you agree that Americans, quote, may need to use violence to save the country due to things being off track, then you're a QAnon believer for that poll. Oh, interesting. That was the question. Well, no, wait, that wouldn't make sense. If that's the actual question asked, that's retarded.
Oh, wow. So
'Cause
they're calling a lot of people QAnon who are just like, who think America's on the wrong track.
Or just pro-violence. I mean, that's a different thing. You could be pro-violence and not be pro-QAnon. So, well, that's why it's always important to check the poll questions. Angry Bellsprout for $2 says, doubt this Buffalo would get the Fuentes treatment.
Oh,
Buffalo?
that must be Roxanne Gay.
Okay. AKA Batosai for 43 months says, did you finish your video, Sitch? Clock's ticking. I have not, but thank you, AKA Batosai.
Oh, yeah. Good to know.
Thank you for reminding me.
That's right.
I know, clock's ticking. Sam, listen, Sam reminds me every day. You know, every day.
What is the video going to be on?
I every day I wake up. And the first thing I see is she looks over me in the bed and she's like, did you finish the video yet?
Why don't
like,
you
well,
just
I've been
bust
sleeping.
it out?
So no, I didn't finish it in my sleep.
Why don't you just bust it out?
Bust it out.
What's
just
the big
whip it
dealio?
out. Yeah, exactly.
What is the video on?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Just get up and write something.
Okay.
You
Alex
should write about zombie formalism.
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Look into it.
Zombie formalism?
Yeah. Not now, but I mean, make your video about it.
Alex S for $5 says, if rules are written in blood, when is it okay to break them to see if you even wanted them in the first place?
Hmm.
Hmm. I think
Rules are
you
written in
can
blood.
I think you can change the rules without breaking them. I think you can do it through legal processes where you change things either by changing them entirely or even incrementally. And then you see, oh, did it work? Did it not work? And you can change it back. I don't have a problem with changing rules that were written in blood as long as it's according to whatever the as long as according to the process that was set up in blood was a justifiable moral process, which I think our democracy is and our constitution is.
Hell yeah.
It's a good check to make sure you're not way out of line. So for $2 says your boy Zach has fallen further than I thought possible. He says comics, movies, and TV shows are better than they've been in decades. Brands anyone who disagrees is a tourist, but thinks anime fans should get bullied. Jesus Christ.
Who said that?
Your boy Zach.
Oh, wow.
Let me tell you
Well,
something, guys. This would be a very contentious take, maybe. And I'm going to say this. So I haven't seen any of these videos. I don't know what Zach's takes on any of this stuff. So this could be completely off the mark. I say this as a person who I fucking love superhero shit. I fucking love superhero shit. Okay. American comics, for the most part, for the last 20 years, have been utter dog shit. I love the concept of superheroes. I grew up watching the cartoons. I like a lot of movies. I like a lot of cartoons. American comics, superhero comics specifically, have been utterly just dog shit trash for 20 years or longer. So if someone really likes a lot of those stories, they might not like anime or other things that I think would be worth watching. So there's your hot take.
those are just the comics, though.
The comics. I mean, I like the cartoons great. I liked a lot. Well, not all of them, but I like all of the superhero cartoons and stuff. But they're very it's and I think the reason for that is that a lot of American comics are written by artists and not writers. At least that's sort of the feeling I get. And you're gonna get a very different story if something's written by an artist and not a writer.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then also you have the shared universe problem, where everything has to be in the shared universe, has to make sense. And then you get the continuity problem, everything has to be fit within a continuity. And this is just why like anime just constantly churning out new books, new books, new books, new books. Now there's a lot of tropes, a lot of shit, like there's a million isekais, right? There becomes a genre that becomes popular and everyone tries to copy it. But there's a continual churning out of new stories. It's not just, you know, we're stuck with the same characters for all time. But anyway, it's fine.
New characters come and get involved.
Yeah. They can both exist. You could just be jealous of anime. I mean, anime is just annihilating American comics at the moment too. So
Well, I think a lot of people would argue it's because they have like the progressive message in American comics that
that definitely makes it worse.
Yeah.
But I mean, American comics have been waning in popularity way before woke shit ever came about. But that definitely is like a nail in the coffin at the end of the day, where anime is not woke really at all for the most part.
yeah, exactly. Could the Chainsaw Man story exist in
Of course not.
Hollywood?
Of course not.
Yeah.
You have a main character
Who's objectifying women. Like his whole thing is objectifying women.
who he's doing all these actions because he wants to fuck, and yet at the same time the women he wants to fuck are all like manipulative bitches that are just using him.
And totally,
So,
yeah.
so yeah, no, you could not.
Toxic femininity.
That's and I mean, and that's a good point. That's really the rub. There's so much anime that people like now that you just cannot imagine it being created in America or allowed in America to even exist as an American product, because it would step on the sensibilities, as Roxane Gay would say, of the progressive media space that has so much control of Hollywood.
Yeah, isn't it weird how they're the ones that are bitching about the right wanting civility, right? But they're like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, it would be so uncivil to have a man lusting after a woman in a modern American movie.
Well, it's weird because I mean, I'm thinking the one of those animes I liked the most last season was Dan to Dan. Dan to Dan, the protagonist, is a girl who is a strong, well written female character, but she's not. She's kind of like she's like a Gairu. I say it wrong. Gairu girl. She's not like a classically feminine, like um feministy, not feministy. What am I saying? Like a classically female character, even though she still like dresses, like she's trying to be cutesy and cool and stuff.
What
And
is the
yet
storyline of Dan to Dan? I
she's
watched part of it,
allowed
but
she's allowed to, she's like falling in love with Okaroon, and they're like having a relationship. You're actually like have a female protagonist that can have a relationship with a boy that seems realistic and nice, and can actually fight and be useful on her own, and still also have to rely on a boy and his superpowers too, while still being the protagonist herself.
is Dan to Dan the one where she's a ghost hunter and he's an alien obsessed with aliens?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's another thing. I mean, that show literally has the first episode is aliens trying to sexually assault her.
Oh, well, that we can't have that.
That's the thing, yeah.
It's
So
so funny in the context of what we just watched about how the right, oh my God, they're all snowflakes.
I know.
You can't even have a movie where a woman is sexually
It
assaulted.
that just let your brain wrap around. It's so crazy. Dan and Dan, which was probably one of the top rated, most popular animes last season, if that show came out as a show or even an American cartoon, the controversy around the first episode would have been fucking unreal, because it has a girl who's the protagonist is almost violently sexually assaulted by an alien. Now the show plays it not very seriously, because it's a funny show, but you have a female character who's in high school is almost violently sexually assaulted by an alien, and it's anime, so no one bats an eye because everyone's sort of just like, well, it's just Japan. They're fucking, obviously that's what's gonna
They're
happen.
allowed to do that.
They're allowed to do that. Well,
We
everyone
just
knows, like,
can't
oh,
do that
it's,
in
it's,
America.
it's Japan, it's anime. There's gonna be like perverted shit that happens. People just kind of shrug. So
Think about that. We had, and this is so strange because there was a sexual assault in Star Wars
mhm.
in the Andor season 2
Oh
that
yeah,
a
and
lot
people
of
freaked
people
out
were
about it.
upset
That's
about.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's interesting because I'm not sure. Look, I didn't think it was a big deal, but it is a risky choice with the Star Wars brand, which is supposedly like kid friendly.
Well, was the person
But
actually sexually assaulted or
no, it was just implied.
okay.
But the people freaking out about it were freaking out because it was off brand. But the
Right.
same progressives that would freak out if there was sexual assault in some other material, they're like, oh yeah, sexual assault in Star Wars, that's fine.
Mhm.
As long as we're like fucking up the Star Wars brand, they're like, ah,
Right.
yeah, it's okay, it's cool. It's just so weird.
Mhm.
I don't know. We're in such a weird place with media, but
Yep. Solo for $2 says the reason people don't like Shoes Kirk. What does that mean? Shoes Kirk is that she used Infowars. You mean Shona Head's Kirk video? The reason people don't like Shona Head's Kirk video is that she used Infowars as a source. The Canada teacher story where she repeatedly showed the death video. The people celebrating it don't represent the left. They're just making jokes. Is that what they said? I mean, there were a lot of people that what does it mean? Like, yeah, I don't know if it represents the left, right? there were definitely a lot of people who self-identify on the left to some extreme. I imagine most of them identify as leftists. We're not really big on the Democrats, but there were a lot of people on the left that were celebrating it openly. I think that was that seemed to be my experience from perusing the internet at the time. And there are a lot of people that were sort of defending that, even if they themselves weren't celebrating it. South Temp for $6 says, I wasn't talking about Antifa LARPers punching ICE officers. I'm talking about people protecting others in their community. You're just wrong if you think ICE protesters generally have been bad for public sentiment. Look at Trump's approval ratings among Hispanics immigration. ICE is already struggling to recruit people despite a massive funding boost. Just because your position seems more emotionally restrained doesn't make it correct. So well, first of all, I believe I've said multiple times on the show, I think we both said multiple times on the show, that part of the reason that there hasn't been mass deportations is that as soon as mass deportations come out, the public is going to turn against it and the approval ratings are going to go down. And that's what we're seeing now, obviously, especially with the Hispanic community or, people that care about that issue. Because there were a lot of people who were like, oh, yeah, I'm voting for Trump because he's only going to get rid of the criminals. And then it's like, oh, that's not what's happening. I still know people that still think that it's just criminals. And so they still, and they will refuse to believe that it's not criminals, but that's another story. If people want to protest, I mean, I know what you mean by protect your community. I don't think people should be like physically stopping ICE people from doing their jobs. If that's what you mean by protecting the community. If people want to get out there and protest and really show that they don't support what ICE is doing, as long as they're doing it peacefully, then more power to them. I think that totally will help. That or totally could help the cause, especially if the police reaction is very strong against them. But that's not really what we're talking about when we're talking about this sort of how dare moderate people or moderate lefties advocate for civility. No one is saying, oh, well, being civil means you can't go out there and protest if you don't like something. That's not what it means. It's a complete straw man of what the argument is for people who want to advocate for violence for whatever reason.
God.
What are you laughing about?
This big mouth Taylor Lorenz.
Oh.
It's just insane.
Self-temp for $2 says, pulling aside this, the election is in November. It will be a useful indicator. Anyway, have a good night. Y'all appreciate the back and forth. Well, thank you. I appreciate the super chats with Streamlabs. But yeah, obviously we will see what happens with the midterms.
What do you think?
I mean, a lot of it is going to be dependent on what happens economically too next year. Everyone is just so terrified of this maybe impending economic crash, and it hasn't come yet. And so is it going to be just the economic crash that never comes or the one that does? So
the deficit is coming down, so
right.
I'm sure.
Well, everyone's so terrified of some AI bubble popping and what that would look like. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Solo for $2 says, I brought the fact that young women are earning more than young men to my mom, who believes the wage gap, and she said that's because women work harder and men are lazy and play video games. Jesus Christ. It's so bad. It's so fucking awful. Also, check your DMs. Oh, yeah. Well, Saul sent me this is something else. What else did you send me here? Breaking: French President Emmanuel Macron's wife, Brigitte Macron, discovered that her tax account on France's official government website listed her as male under the name Jean Michael. That has 50,000 votes or 50,000 likes on X. But it's not true. It's just made up. There's no source for this. It's just some random person saying this and 50,000 people just believe it. Okay. Interesting. We live in a hell world. Okay.
It's great.
Fondue for $10 says it's kind of depressing It's kind of depressing. We live in a time where when we have a left that says they want to defend democracy, when they believe it's fail from a right. What? Okay, I gotta try to read this, Fondo. We live in a time when we have a left that say the want to defend democracy when the believe it's fail from a right that believe the same thing. I think I know what you're saying.
Yeah, what?
We live in a, like whoever's in charge is like they're defending democracy from the other person. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah. Maybe that's what they're saying.
Fondue for $6 says Big Mouth Lauren is not as bad as Smiling Sitch. AI is disturbing the natural order once again. Exactly.
I mean, it is pretty crazy.
Fondue for another $6. Thank you, Fondue. Says on the topic of life-size plushies, the Gardevoir plushie is making waves again. Oh, is it? I saw that there was some weird. I don't know, it was a comic or it was like a video. There was some weird comic or video that they put out, which was like a guy. I don't know if it was an official Pokemon video. It was like a guy running around with his Gardevoir. And everyone's like, very sus. I mean, Pokemon knows what's up. Okay. I don't know if you've seen this. There's this Pokemon that people sexualize a lot, Adam.
Oh, really?
And
That's not right.
in the Pokemon
People
store,
shouldn't do that.
or the Pokemon, yeah, I guess the Pokemon store, they sold some sort of like giant life-size version of it, and everyone's like, "Oh no,
No. Do they
People are
call
like,
it
"We know what's
bestiality
going on."
Pokemon?
Yes. That's
Is it
obviously what's happening.
anatomically correct? Tell me it's not.
No, it's not anatomically correct. It looks like the Pokemon, but it's still kind of suspect, right?
AK Batosai. Adam, put the Lorenz picture at the top of the screen so I can scroll down past it. I changed it up. I took it off. I put a Sitch with a Sitch mouth.
Fondue for Thomas says on topic of anime movies next month, the guy who made Kite is coming out with a new movie called Virgin Punk. Should be good old hyper violent 90s 2000s anime style craziness. Oh, maybe we'll check it out. I have never seen Kite, so maybe we'll
Right.
check it out.
Sounds fun.
Earthness for Charge says for those who are complaining about super chat censorship, there's a place where you can send chats to Sitch and Adam where they won't be censored. That's right. Why are we so bad at this?
Streamlabs.
And they can get much more of your money. I can't remember what it's called though. That's right, everybody. If you're tired,
Streamlabs.
are you tired of YouTube chat censoring your shit? Well, then send us a fucking Streamlabs instead.
Yep.
Arrhythmus for $2 says pro tip, Sitch, if you go to Japan, make sure you fly Japanese airlines. Even in economy, it's comfortable and very nice. The food's actually good and the service is excellent. Best flight I've ever been on. You know what, Earthmiss? I'm glad you said that because Sammy says the exact same thing. She says we 100% have to fly on Japan Airlines because it's so much better. Yes. If you go to Japan, you have to fly on Japan Airlines.
Sounds sweet.
So much better than like fucking some horrible American flight. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, again, we want to take your guns because the idea that you can fight the government is laughable, but we feel good about our chances fighting ICE and the executive branch. Brilliant. Yeah, it is so weird that for so long, the left was on that position of like, oh, it's ridiculous.
You can't fight the government.
Yeah. Now it's like, oh, is that the position?
They're
Dr. Dealer for $2 says,
floppers.
Yeah. Says, I see the fat and ugly to lesbian pipeline is still going strong.
Oh, wow.
Oof. You can say
how
you're
you really feel.
I know. You could say you're avoiding the male gaze, but it's not like most women like fat slobs either. Well, she's married, Dr. Diddler, but you're correct.
Fun.
Jason Mulgreen for $5 says 66% of Democrats have a positive view of socialism and 42% have a positive view of capitalism, where 74% of Republicans favor capitalism. I don't believe that's true. That can't possibly be true. That's
Everyone's
terrifying.
doing the percentages
true.
now.
We're fucked if that's true. It's over. That's horrible. That's horrifyingly horrible. That's true. Jesus Christ. Who are they asking that?
What's the question?
Who the fuck are they asking that? Andrew Bear for $2 says Adam is non-consensually assaulting us with this GIF. Oh, that's the Taylor Lorenz GIF.
You guys love it. Come on. It adds conflict to the show. People love conflict.
Angry Bellsprout for $5 says best part of Project 2025 is how lefties can never give up page numbers when you ask them about the BS they claim is in it. Anna, Team LFG. Zero for $5 says should we pull up a sexualized pal in Pokemon and have Adam figure out which is which? Probably not. ATM Brains Supreme.
Will I be able to tell?
Will you be able to tell? It's a real question. Anyways.
Is that it? Oh my goodness. Look at this. What a great show. This was a lot of fun.
Was it? It felt very anger inducing.
Yeah, it was.
That is fun.
But look, that's what the people like.
They like to be angry. Yeah, exactly.
So do your outro. Come on.
I'm waiting for your harmonica. Busy. I'm waiting for the.
No, you got to do it a cappella go.
Oh, you're gonna harmonize.
A cappella go.
Give me your harmonica harmonize right here. I like this. I like this. You sound like Michael Jackson when you do that. Look at that. It's good. Keep it up. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You made it in the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists who would never, ever, ever make a woke slop anime. And we'll see you all on Tuesday. Really dragging this out, huh?
Bye-bye! Bye-bye, Billy!
Don't believe the cats.